The first thing I ever heard was a man being killed on the other side of my shell. I could not see him. I did not have eyes yet. What I had was a curved wall of something warm about 2 centimeters from my face, and outside that wall, a world that was busy screaming. Somebody was giving orders in a language I understood without having learned it. Somebody else was not giving orders anymore. There was a wet sound, then a heavy sound, then a sound like a bag of laundry hitting stone, and then boots walking away over the place where the bag had landed. That was my introduction to this world. No tutorial, no friendly voice explaining the rules, just a very clear demonstration of what happens to people standing between other people and the thing they want. The thing they wanted was me. I remember being human. I remember the shape of my old life, the way you remember a house you moved out of as a kid, all corners and no details. What I remember perfectly is the moment it stopped, and the moment it started again, and how the second one came with 18 missing pieces. I arrived in this world as an egg, and 18 stone plates that were supposed to be inside me scattered across the ocean like coins out of a torn pocket. Fire, water, lightning, steel, dragon, all of my power, all of it, sprayed across a planet, and me stuck in a shell the size of a footstool. So the first entry in my brand new divine resume was, cannot move, cannot speak, cannot help. The people who found me were the Lunarians, big, dark-skinned, wings on their backs, and a ring of fire they could light on top of their own spine like a pilot flame. They found a glowing egg on their mountain, and they did what every people in every world does when it finds something it cannot explain. They knelt. They built a shrine around me. They called me the Holy Beast and brought me offerings I could not eat, and their chiefs pressed their foreheads to the ground in front of a rock that was internally screaming, "Please, somebody, please put me down." I did give them something. One plate had landed close enough to reach, the fire one, and I pushed it into the hands of their chiefs, one after another, generation after generation. That is why their fire never went out. That is the entire origin of the race the world would later call the demons of the Red Line. And it was me, panicking inside an egg, handing out a lighter. It went well for about 300 years. Then the world government found out there were people alive who could not be burned and could not be frozen, and had a fire in their back that never needed fuel. And it turns out that if you are a government whose entire business model is being the only ones with something, you cannot tolerate anybody else having anything. They came with ships, then another fleet, then people whose job titles I did not learn for years. The Lunarians fought them for a very long time because Lunarians are extremely hard to kill. Hard is not impossible. Every time the shrine got quieter, I counted. That was all I could do. Count and remember names, and listen to the shelling get closer. By the end, there were 2 of them, a boy called Caleb and a girl called Ilara, both 14. Both carrying an egg on a stretcher through a burning forest because their entire tribe had spent 3 centuries telling them the egg was the most important object in the world, and neither of them was old enough yet to work out that the egg was the reason all their relatives were dead. They got about 6 kilometers. I did not see the capture. I heard it. I heard Ilara scream once, very short, the way you scream when a hand closes over your mouth halfway through. And then I was in a crate, and the crate was in a hold, and the hold was on a ship bound for the Red Line, and somewhere above me 2 children were being carried in the other direction. The place they took us was a research institute. I want to be precise about that word, because where I come from, a research institute is a building where tired people argue about grant money. Here, it means a facility on the Red Line with very good equipment, very good scientists, and a basement. I was in the basement. I was a specimen. A man came down every few days and tried to open me with things, in ascending order of ambition, and every one of them failed, and every time one failed he wrote it down and looked pleased. Diamond drill, no result. Acid, no result. A saw so expensive it had its own guard, no result. I would like to state for the record that I was not being brave. I was a rock. A rock cannot flinch. They put Ilara 2 rooms over from me. They did not experiment on her much. She was too useful for something else. Lunarian blood does interesting things, and Lunarian blood regenerates, and if you keep the donor alive and fed, you never run out. So they kept her alive and fed. Do you understand what I am describing? They had a 14-year-old girl in a room with a tube in her arm and a chart on the door, and the chart was a schedule, and the schedule ran for years, and every single person in that building walked past that door twice a day on the way to lunch. Caleb went on the other list. pressure, temperature, chemicals, and a category of test I am not going to describe in detail, except to say that when he finally got out, he could recite the entire protocol from memory in order, and that he later used it on a man, and that he was smiling. 6 years. 6 years of me lying in a padded cradle under a lamp, listening through a wall to a girl getting thinner, unable to do one single thing about it because I was an egg with no legs and no voice and 1 plate out of 18. I have had a lot of very bad days since. Nothing has ever come close. The night it broke because of Caleb. He came out of his cell with somebody else's knife and somebody else's blood on him to the wrist, and he did not go for the exit. 16 years old, 3 floors underground, alarms going, and he turned left toward the blood bank. He got the door open, he got the tube out of her arm, and she would not come. I heard all of it through the wall. He was pulling on her and she was telling him to go, and it took me a second to understand her because she was not being noble about it. She was being logical. She had done the arithmetic. She could not run. If he carried her, neither of them got out. So the correct answer, according to a 14-year-old who had spent 6 years being drained on a schedule, was that he should leave her in the room and go. I have never wanted hands so badly in my life. Then somebody upstairs made the single stupidest decision in the history of that building. The guards came down the corridor, and the officer with them gave an order I could hear perfectly through 2 walls. Take them alive. They are not to be damaged. Because, of course, a dead specimen is worth nothing, and there were only 2 of them left in the world, and the whole reason those children had spent 6 years in that basement was that they were rare. Rare. That was the word he used, about people. Something in me came loose. I would love to tell you I hatched through the sheer force of my noble heart. What actually happened is that 6 years of listening to that schedule finally found somewhere to go, and the shell that had shrugged off an industrial diamond drill went out in every direction at once. I opened my eyes for the first time on a ceiling. Then I put a hole in it. Hyperbeam is a stupid name for what came out of me. It went up through the basement ceiling, and the ground floor, and the second floor, and the roof, and then it kept going and took the east wing off at the 2nd story and continued out over the water for a distance I did not measure and have always regretted not measuring. Daylight came into that basement for the first time in 6 years. Through the hole in the ceiling, I could see clouds. The guards had stopped moving. There is a specific silence that happens when a room full of armed professionals all revise their plans simultaneously. I walked out of the cradle. 4 legs, a gold ring around my middle, a body that did not feel like mine yet, and the first thing I did with it was walk past those men into the next room, because there was somebody in there whose name I did not know. She was on the floor. Caleb had her head off the tile at least. She was gray. I said her name. She had never heard my voice, and she did not know it was mine, and she still tried to sit up, because 6 years of being told the holy beast was the most important thing in the world does not switch off just because the holy beast is finally standing there looking like a large, annoyed deer. I put her back together. Then I said the rest of them. I stood in a basement on the Red Line with a hole in the ceiling and a dying girl at my feet, and I recited every Lunarian name I had counted through a shrine wall for 300 years. All of them. I did not skip. Caleb was on his knees before I reached the 40th, and I did not stop for that either, because the entire point was that somebody had to say them out loud once, in the world, where the air was, and there was nobody else left alive who could. When I finished, Alara asked me a question in a voice like paper. She asked whether she was allowed to cry. 6 years, on a chart, on a schedule, and she asked permission. I said yes. I have made a great many decisions since, and that remains the easiest one. Then the ceiling came in. Not my ceiling, a different ceiling, 1 floor up, and something came down through it that was about 6 meters of muscle and had a club. At this point in my life, I had been awake for roughly 4 minutes, so I had no idea what I was looking at. I found out shortly. The reason he was in the building was that a scientist named Baron had opened his cell out of scientific curiosity. The reason he was in my basement was that he had heard a noise and walked toward it, which is, I would eventually learn, the entire operating logic of the man. He looked at the hole in my ceiling, then at the hole in the roof above that, all the way up to the sky, then at me. Then he laughed, and every window that had survived my hyperbeam gave up. He wanted me to join his crew. He said it the way you order food, and I said no, because I had been alive for 4 minutes and I already knew exactly how much I disliked being anybody's property. So he tried it the other way. I do not have a good word for what happened next. He put out something that made the guards on the stairs fall down in a row without being touched, an aura, a pressure, a will with weight to it. And I put out the thing that had been sitting in my chest for 6 years with nowhere to go. They met somewhere above the floor. The floor cracked in a circle. Every light in the corridor exploded. One of the men on the stairs started bleeding from the ears. Neither of us moved. Draw. He laughed again, and I have to be honest, that was the moment, not the fight, the laugh. Because a man who loses cleanly and laughs is a man you can do business with. So we did business. Not a crew, a deal between partners in a basement over the bodies. I had 18 plates to find and no way to travel. He had a ship and no reason not to. He wanted power of the kind you can put in a fist. I could make that. Everything else was details. He turned into a dragon to get us out, which I have just written very casually, and which I would like you to imagine reacting to at 4 minutes old. A blue dragon, filling a stairwell with a cloud of fire under it. Caleb got Alara onto its back. I walked out the front of the institute on my own 4 legs. At the shore, I turned around. The building was still standing. Most of it. Lights on, people running, alarms going, and somewhere in there a filing cabinet with 6 years of a girl's donation schedule in it. I have thought about that moment a great deal since, and I have never improved on what I did. I brought the sky down on it. Not a beam, light in pieces, falling. A rain of it out of a clear night, coming down on that campus building by building until there was no campus. The East Wing went first, then the labs, then the hangar, then the housing block, then the basement I had spent 6 years in, and the room with the chart on the door, and the chart, and the man who wrote it. The Marines have a word for what a full fleet does to an island when the world government decides that island should stop existing. When the report on that night finally reached a desk, that was the word they used. They assumed it took a fleet. It took an 8-minute-old god having a feeling. We put in at a commercial island near the Red Line, and I found out who I had gone into business with. His name was Kaido. His bounty was $250 million and rising. He had been a soldier at 10, a pirate at 15, and had spent the years in between on the crew of a man called Hawk, doing things that were officially deleted from history, which he was happy to describe over breakfast. He gave Caleb a code name, because a wanted Lunarian walking around under his own name is a wanted Lunarian in a cell, and because Kaido's naming instinct was chess. Caleb became Duke. He put on a mask that day, and as far as the world is concerned, he has never taken it off. Then he offered Alara the gray slot, and Alara told a man with a billion-berry bounty to his face that she took orders from the Holy Beast and nobody else. He thought that was hilarious. She had not been joking. That was also the day I met Baron. Baron came round the corner carrying a bucket, not a small bucket, a bucket of sweet red bean soup with rice cakes in it, which he was eating with a soup ladle while walking, and he arrived at our extremely tense diplomatic summit and introduced himself as a genius. He was, technically. He had been on the Institute's research staff. He was also the man who had let Kaido out of a cell for fun, which is the only reason any of us were standing there, and Alara assembled that connection at roughly the speed of light, walked over, and kicked his bucket into the sea. What followed was 14 and 14 against 25, and it was not close, and Baron has never once told the story accurately. I gave Alara her power that day. The plate I had was fire, so what she got was fire. A Blaziken, if you want the name, which she did not because she cared about exactly one property of it. Devil fruits in this world come with a curse. Eat one, and the sea rejects you. Fall off a ship, and you are cargo. What I built for her was not a devil fruit, and it did not care about seawater, and I told her that in as few words as possible while she was still standing in front of me with her fists up. She flew that afternoon. First time off the ground in her life without somebody holding a schedule. Baron had a very bad half hour immediately afterward, one-on-one, with the entire deal formalized as the prize, and he lost, and he has also never told that story accurately. The deal itself was simple. I find my plates, every plate makes me stronger. Everything I get, I hand out, as power, to the people who help me get it. That was the whole contract. It has never changed. Our very first delivery came out of a fruit crate. Kaido kicked over an apple box on that island out of boredom, and something rolled out that was not an apple. Blue, swirled, and looking extremely wrong in the way that only a devil fruit looks wrong. a flying lizard type. I put my hand on it and rewrote what was inside, and Duke ate it. And the thing he stood up as had wings coming out of his back and hands that stayed hands, which mattered more than any of us understood at the time. He tested it by burying Baron under 4 boulders the size of houses. Baron dug himself out and had a small crisis about the nature of matter, and then we drank sake in a circle on a beach, and the beast's pirates existed. 4 people: Kaido, Baron, Duke, Alara. I was not a member and never became one. Allied. There is a difference, and both of us liked it. Baron's own power came last that night, and I want to be clear that it was his fault. I told him to hold still. He did not hold still. He asked a question halfway through, the power went where it wanted, and the result was a very large green dinosaur with leaf wings and a bunch of bananas growing out of his chin. 2 harvests a year. Edible. He checked. He complained for 6 hours and then discovered he could fly, at which point he became our transport, and he has never shut up about either fact since. He earned his keep that night, though. He knew what was in the Institute. 2 plates in that building, gone with the building, and at least 1 more sitting in a world government vault somewhere, plus 1 very interesting piece of trivia. Vegapunk himself, the smartest man alive, had spent months on a plate and got nothing, could not cut it, could not scan it, could not name it, and Kaido, 3 cups in, remembered something. On Hawk's ship there had been a treasure chest, and the chest had been lined with a flat gray stone, and the stone had been the wrong shape to be a stone. Where is the chest now? The chest went to a man called Arthur, so that was the job. Find Arthur, take the box, and I get my 3rd plate. We loaded onto a fishing boat that Baron modified, which is a sentence that should worry you, and the beast's pirates put to sea with a crew of 4, 1 god, and a banana dinosaur for a mast. That is not the worst crew I have ever sailed with. It is not the best either. The South Sea taught me the shape of this planet, and the shape is insane. 1 current right around the world, and everybody calls it the Grand Line. And on both sides of it there is a belt of ocean where the wind never blows, and nothing moves, and the things that live under that dead water are the size of towns, so nobody crosses it. There is 1 mountain you can climb with a boat, and 1 road through the middle, and that is the whole map, and every kingdom that ever mattered is stapled to that 1 road. There are also birds that deliver newspapers. I need you to understand that I learned this 4 days after leveling a government facility with light. Yes, newspapers, delivered by birds worldwide by a man called Dawson, who is himself a bird, and the reason it works is that Dawson will print anything, and the reason nobody kills him is that everybody wants to be in it. Our first paper had 2 stories in it that mattered. The first was the cover story on my basement. A meteor had struck a pharmaceutical facility, tragically, killing many. No lunarians, no basement, no chart. I read that in a boat off the South Sea and did not say anything for about a minute, and Duke, who was reading over my shoulder, said nothing at all and folded it up and put it in his coat and kept it. The second was a small item on page 4. The Arthur pirates had taken Marine Branch 277 at Kachira Island. Kaido put down his cup and picked the boat up out of the water. Kachira Island had a war on it when we got there. Oren's elite fleet was already inbound from Marineford because a branch base going down is the kind of thing that gets an admiral involved, and pirates were arriving from 3 directions because a name like Arthur pulls a crowd, and the crowd was enormous. 70 ships, 6,000 men. He was recruiting a grand fleet on the ruins of a marine base, running out of food doing it, with a government spy in the 3rd row taking notes. We came in on a cloud of fire, which I do recommend. Nobody looked up. A cloud came over the parade ground, and 6,000 men were grateful for the shade, and not one of them noticed that the shade was descending, or that the cloud was the wrong shape. Kaido listened to the speech from up there. He can do that. Observation haki is the sense that reads the world rather than hardening against it, and at his level, it enhances the ordinary senses. So he sat on a fire cloud at altitude and heard every word a man was saying to a crowd a long way below. His review was that the voice was Arthur's, and the tone was Arthur's, and that the content was things Arthur would never say. He said the man was strange. I suggested we land and get closer, on the theory that even a counterfeit is connected to the original somehow. He said that was too much trouble, and that there was a much simpler way to find out whether that was the real Arthur. Then he opened his mouth. I want to lay out the logic, because it is genuinely good logic, and it is also the moment I understood exactly who I had gone into business with. Arthur was a senior officer on Hawk's crew. If the man down there was Arthur, a casual breath from Kaido would not do much, and he would have an answer for it. And if he could not survive a casual attack, then he was not Arthur, and impersonating somebody carries a price. Either way, the test returns a clean result. The breath came down, and it was aimed at one man, and it did not arrive at one man. About 100 people near him stopped being people. They were still burning when the crowd worked out what had happened. Nobody stopped him. I want to account for that, because there were 4 of us up there, and every one of us had a reason. Baron could not have, and would not have. He does not think about other people's lives at all, unless there is data in it. Duke and Alara did not react. Their escape had lasted years, and the people hunting them had not only been the government. Marines, pirates, bounty hunters, and ordinary members of the public who had recognized a face on a poster. By 14, they had arrived at a position on humanity in general, and the position was that anything not concerning Lunarians was not worth a thought. And I could have stopped him, and had no reason to. I would like to be able to write something better than that. I have gone back to that afternoon many times, and the honest answer is that I was watching a test being conducted, and the test was well designed, and I was interested in the result. The one thing I did draw a line at was the Marine base. There were people from Kachira Island inside it who had been there when it fell, and I was allied with a pirate that week, and being allied with a pirate is not the same as becoming the other thing. Then the smoke moved, and a voice came out of it. Damn it, who dared to ambush me? Arthur was alive, and the crowd, which had been running, stopped running, because they had a champion. That is what happened in the next 10 seconds, and it is the strangest part of the day. In the Grand Line, everybody knows what a devil fruit is. This was the South Sea, and a great many of the men on that ground had never left the waters around the island they were born on, and had never heard of an ability user in their lives. So to them, the enormous blue thing in the sky was not a pirate, it was a monster. And there Arthur, with a 2.1 billion berry bounty, was the hero who was going to kill it. They started chanting his name. Kaido said, "This chatter is annoying, and that ants should at least have some sense of being ants." And then he put Conqueror's Haki across the whole base. I have described this once already, and it deserves the second pass. It is not a technique. It is a will with mass, and it comes off him in a wave. And when it went over that parade ground, the men in it fell in rows like a crop coming down. Foam, rolled back eyes, half the ground all at once, including the local heavy hitter one of them had been bragging about. The only ones still conscious were the ones who had never stopped running. I came down off the cloud myself while that was happening, and I want to note that I landed well. He lowers his own altitude when he releases that, so I dropped from a considerable height, and the only consequence was a crater and my own dignity. Then I asked the man in the coat where the real Arthur was, because I could smell it on him. Fear has a chemistry, and his was extremely loud, and whatever else is true about the actual Arthur, a man who commanded on Hawk's ship does not sweat like that at the sight of one dragon. He told me that he was Arthur, and that I was a mere superhuman, and that I should not be so arrogant. He thought I was somebody's zone pet. That is at least the second time that has happened, and it will not be the last. Then Kaido landed in human shape and asked him whether he remembered him, and the man said, "Kaido, old friend, long time no see. Why do you have to show up like this?" I watched Kaido's face go out. That was the tell. Not the sword, not the sweat, not the stiffness. 2 words, because there were men on Hawk's ship Kaido had liked, and Arthur was emphatically not one of them. And a genuine Arthur would never in his life have opened with old friend. Which meant we had the wrong man, and that the trail was cold. For me, that is a delay. Plates do not spoil, and cannot be destroyed, and nobody can take one from me permanently. I can look again. For Kaido, it was something else, and I only learned how much later. He had spent the voyage dreaming about it, not idly. He had a picture in his head of leading an army of mythical beasts into a war, and the road to that picture ran through a treasure chest, and the chest ran through this man, and he had just watched the whole thing evaporate because of a greeting. There is nothing you can do to a pirate that is worse than taking his dream off the table. He said, "An old friend." Then you can experience the care of an old friend, and he took the club off his belt. He wears it on his belt in dragon form. I have never worked out what that belt is made of. The club came down and the man tried to dodge and could not because the technique locks on. Wherever he moved, the arc followed his head, so he got a scimitar up in the way instead. The blade did not break. The blade was made of something good. What happened is that the force went through the steel into his wrist, and the sword left his hand, and two of my officers started reviewing his swordsmanship out loud, from about 20 meters away, in the middle of a massacre. Baron said the man did not know how to hold a knife. Duke said the posture was wrong, and that the strength in his left and right hands was too different for a two-sword style. Neither of them is a swordsman. Baron carries two blades as decoration and keeps the actual weapons inside his body. Duke uses a sword the way you use a shovel, with no forms and no school, purely as an object that cuts. And by their standards, this man was a beginner holding a prop. Then Alara said something neither of them had noticed, which is that the way he moved was wrong. Not the technique, the structure. His joints were slightly stiff. He moved like a thing being operated. She was 14, and she was the only one looking at the right layer. Kaido's club hit the head and went on into the ground, and he felt it land, and what he felt was wood, no blood. Fragments of a material nobody could identify, a scatter of white pieces that turned out to be bone, and a mask smashed in two. Baron walked over and picked up a piece of it without hesitating and identified it as a humerus, dried and assembled by some method he did not recognize. Then he pointed out, with real professional interest, that the thing had been talking. Kaido was not listening. He had already started walking toward the base because his own senses had picked up something in there that did not belong. And then 6,000 unconscious men stood up. Not awake, eyes still rolled back, no consciousness in any of them, moving anyway, and they formed up across the doors of the building and made it clear that nobody was going in. And the base loudspeakers came on. Kaido, what is a pirate like you doing in a place like this? He answered a public address system in a conversational voice and got heard, which tells you something about the acoustics of Conqueror's hockey. He said where he was standing was none of the man's business, that he had come for Arthur, and that he had no interest in the speaker whatsoever. The voice said, "Come and find me, and we will talk," and then said that the pirates of the four seas were useless trash, and that this way they could at least be put to some use. Then the whole crowd came at us at once, and that included the four of us individually, and I had men coming at me from 3 sides. I did not get to do anything about it. 2 figures crossed in front of me, one red and one gray, and everything within 4 meters of me left the ground, and then there was a wall of fire and rock around me, with 2 teenagers standing in it. I told them I was not that weak, and Alara said, "Holy beast, if just anybody can walk up to you, that is a disgrace to us. You do not have to do anything. Duke and I will handle it." Which is when a third voice arrived from behind, and it was extremely aggrieved. Baron, in full Tropius, with fearless pirates climbing his legs, wanting to know whether those two could possibly have said something before they vanished, because they had left him holding the entire crowd. He was not in danger. He was inconvenienced, which, for Baron, is worse. He had no heavy weapons on him, the guns inside his body were out of ammunition, and he had not yet developed any of the abilities he now has, so his only available tactic was to be extremely large at people. Meanwhile, the loudspeaker was still going. It told Kaido he was only an apprentice and that he should stop being arrogant and that he was badly outnumbered. And Kaido said, "What use is more of these?" Then he jumped, changed into his half-dragon form in the air, and came down. Not on the crowd, on the building. He went through the roof and the floors and out the other side of the ground floor and made a hole in the earth under it, and the pirates who had been so aggressive a moment earlier were simply irrelevant, because they had never been an obstacle. They had been scenery. And in the basement, sitting cross-legged, carving a mask, was a man with an expression I would pay to have seen. Kaido told him he had found him, and that among that collection of small fry, his presence had been as obvious as a torch in a dark room. That is a real function of that sense. There are people who can read the fine differences between everybody around them, and Kaido cannot, and does not need to, because he was not looking for a face in a crowd. He was looking for one strong thing in a room full of weak things, and that is the most basic use of the sense there is. Then he asked the question a final time. Where is Arthur? The sword marks outside are Arthur's work. He was here. Where is he now? The man did not answer. He put the mask on. It had horns on it. It was, in an abstract way, a face I recognized, because it was the face of the man standing in front of him. He announced that he was a paramecia user, and that Kaido's power would eventually be at his disposal. And then he became Kaido, not the half-dragon, The human form, exactly, standing in a basement. The fruit is a stage. Inside a space he has prepared, he can run a performance and make other people the cast. And the reason 6,000 unconscious men had stood up is that he had spent days turning that base into his theater, and Kaido had very helpfully rendered the entire audience unconscious first. He could never have taken that many at once if they had been awake. Kaido had done him the biggest favor of his career by accident. The Arthur in the courtyard had been a theatrical double made off a mask, and to make a mask that convincing, he needs blood or a piece of the person. The mask on his own face is the other half of the ability. The double stands in front of an enemy and feels how strong they are, and the body makes a mask from that reading, and wearing the mask grants him the strength the double felt. It expires within hours. And it only ever gives him the physical part. He cannot copy a devil fruit. Then he said, props, and a spiked club appeared in his hand. On his own stage, he can call up whatever the performance requires, including a weapon. Kaido's reaction to all of this was to drop his own transformation. He turned off the half-dragon and stood there as a man, because the mask could not copy the fruit, and he wanted the comparison clean. He said, a disguise. No wonder you could impersonate Arthur. Let me see how good a mimic you actually are. He had two objectives, in order. Get the information, and find out what it feels like to fight himself. The fight lasted a short time, and his face changed while it was happening, and what it changed to was disappointment. The counterfeit could swing the technique. It came out at exactly the power Kaido had used on the fake Arthur in the courtyard, and not 1 gram more, because that was the reading the double had taken, and a copy does not improve. And underneath the borrowed muscle, the man's haki was poor. Rudimentary armament, barely trained, and Kaido has spent his whole life on that single discipline. He said, out loud, that what the man was throwing did not deserve to be called by the same name as his own technique. Then he said, come and experience what it actually is. There was a human-shaped impression in the rubble afterward, and every pirate in that courtyard went down again at the same moment, because an unconscious ability user has no ability, and the entire performance ended with its director. Baron asked whether the man was dead. Kaido said no, he had held back, because the man knew where Arthur was. He is exceptionally good at that. He has taken more people to the exact edge of death than any surgeon alive, and he does it without concentrating. We left the base and took a marine patrol boat out of the harbor and left 6,000 men lying in the dirt behind us. The ones with any sense had sailed the moment it went wrong. They had come for profit, and there was no profit, so of course they left. Kaido knew the layout of that boat before he boarded it. Baron was still working out where the compartments were, and Kaido walked past him listing them. Cells here, magazine there, galley, precisely, immediately. He knew because he had been on that class of ship several times as cargo. It was his favorite kind of arrest back then. The food is generous, the crew cannot hold him, and he could allow himself to be taken, eat for 3 days, and leave. He described it to me as a very good buffet. He also identified the prisoner from memory because he had once read the wanted poster catalog on one of those boats out of boredom while in a cell. Kellen, 200 million, death drama, one of that year's supernovas. We anchored at dusk near a reef because the water was bad in the dark, and Baron took the helm, and Alara went into the galley, and Duke stood outside the cell with me listening to the chains move as the man came round. Then Kaido kicked the door open and put the last of the sunset on his own face and asked where Arthur was, and drove the club into the deck hard enough to throw splinters into Duke's mask. Duke told him to be careful of the boat. Kaido said there are plenty of these, and if we lose one, we will steal another. And Kellen, disfigured, chained, in a cell with a hole in the floor next to him, decided to threaten us. He said he was Arthur. He said the new apprentice was valued by the captain, and that we were finished, and that Kaido was only an apprentice himself and could never be Arthur's rival. Kaido observed that he did not seem to understand the situation and lifted the club to correct that. And Duke stepped in and asked for it. Brother Kaido, leave him to me. I have a way to make him talk. I looked at his eyes when he said it, and there was something in them I did not like, and I could not maim it, and I said yes anyway. I want to be exact about my own reasoning, because I have had years to examine it. I said yes because it was efficient, and because I was curious about what I was seeing, and because he had asked me for something, and it was the first thing he had ever asked me for. Kaido and I went out. The noise started shortly afterward. Baron came up from the wheelhouse looking for food, heard it, and asked what was happening. Kaido told him the Duke was interrogating the prisoner in the tone of a man reporting the weather. It went from loud to quiet to almost nothing over about half an hour. Then the door opened, and Duke came out wiping his hands and said, "Holy beast, he has agreed to speak. You may ask him anything. I have to step outside for a moment." And he looked at Baron on his way past, and the look was not neutral. Baron went in to see, and Baron has spent his professional life inside people. His summary was that the prisoner was in a bad state, and his second observation, delivered with genuine admiration, was about the workmanship. An arm broken in more than one plane, a face burned, a stone driven through the shoulder blade, blood over the whole floor, and not one fatal injury. Every wound placed off the vital lines, deliberately, by somebody who knew where they all were. He said the boy's technique was very good. He could tell at a glance, because you cannot modify a human body without learning every part of it, and he was reading a piece of work by a colleague. I told him to treat the man and to take the statement with Kaido, and that I would come back later and check for anything they had missed. He asked where I was going. Incidentally, that is the conversation where I learned what Baron actually wanted to call me. He had tried Big Brother, the way he does with Kaido, and had abandoned it because when he said it, Duke and Alara both looked at him, and after that he settled permanently on a set of stiff honorifics that he uses to this day. Everybody in that crew found their own solution to my name. None of them ever asked me. I went up on deck and found Duke leaning on the rail looking at nothing. I said, "Caleb, you seem troubled." He said I was overthinking it. I told him his face had already reported it, that there was nobody else up here, that keeping it in does no good, and that saying it out loud does, and that if he did not want to, that was also allowed. He was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "Holy beast, do you know that I would never torture you?" I asked him what he had just been doing then, and he said, "I repeated what those people at the Institute did to me, on him." Then he listed it. Break the bones to measure how fast they knit. Empty the blood to measure how fast it comes back. Inject an unknown compound and record the effect and the resistance. Cold, heat, water withheld. All of it in order, from a protocol he had memorized by being on the other end of it for 6 months. He had run the entire curriculum on a man in half an hour, and the man had lasted 15 minutes. He said that. He said, that pirate could not take 15 minutes. Ilara and I did 6 months. Once he started, he could not stop, and I understood what I actually was to him at that moment, which was not a god. There were no adults left. There was nobody who had known his parents. I was the only thing in the world older than him that he trusted, and so I was going to have to be the elder, and I have been doing that job ever since. Uncle Leo disappeared drawing the Marines off. Kavita died with a group of pirates. Aunt Ingrid died at the hands of the world government's agents, and their parents, in that list, without a separate sentence, because by then it was just a list. He asked me what they had done wrong. He said, from the day we were born, we were Lunarians. We did nothing. And ordinary people wanted to sell us, and the government wanted to open us up to find out how we work. There was fire on his back by then, and the hull was cracking under his palm, and the spray came up over the rail, and something landed on the deck at his feet that was not spray. Then he apologized to me for complaining, for making me listen to nonsense. And I said, it is nothing. But Alara, come here. You have been standing there a while. I did not turn around. I did not need to. Even with a third of myself, I can find anything within a considerable distance, and she had been at the corner of the deckhouse for most of it. She said she had only come to call Duke for dinner. I asked whether that required tears, and she said she had cut onions for the curry and it had gotten into her throat, because there had not been many ingredients aboard. And I said, Caleb, yours have already fallen. And he said, that is seawater, holy beast. The two of them stood on that deck and lied to me in sequence about the same thing, with the same conviction, and every syllable of it was load-bearing, because if either of them had admitted it out loud, they would have had to admit all of it. So I gave them something they could hold instead. I said, Alara, Caleb, listen. A blood debt is paid in blood. Everything owed to the Lunarians comes back with interest, all of it, and I swear it in my own name. You will see the glory of your people burning on the red line again. A people worshipped me for 300 years and got a lighter for it. They protected an object that could not protect them, down to the last 2 children, and did not stop. That earns a promise, and I made it, and the fire on both their backs came up while I was saying it. I have never taken it back. I have also never once been comfortable with the fact that I made it to two 14-year-olds who had no choice but to believe me. There was one more piece of that conversation, and it is the part that matters most. I asked Duke about his face when the interrogation ended. He said he could not describe it, but that afterward he had felt very comfortable. So there it was. A boy takes 6 months of it, loses everybody, and comes out the other side with a valve. And the valve only opens when he is doing it to somebody else. I did not tell him to stop. I told him that venting is fine, that he should do it appropriately, and that he must not fall into the feeling. Control the body. Do not let the body control the mind. That is what I said. In practice, what I built was a policy, which is that captured enemies can end however they end, as long as it keeps Duke operational, and as long as he never reaches the point where he cannot function without it. I have looked at that decision from a great many angles. I made it on a boat at 15 years old, with a 14-year-old crying about onions 2 meters away, and this is a world where the alternative to being ruthless is being inventory. I sent him to rest and went back below. Kellen told us everything, and I mean everything, in the manner of a man tipping a container out. Arthur had destroyed the branch himself, in person, and had left long before the newspapers reported it. The fall of that base was old news by the time Dawson printed it, and the delay was Kellen's, because his performance had kept the place looking occupied. They had met at Sabaody. Arthur had valued his mask ability and recruited him, and given him one job, which was to stand in the South Sea wearing Arthur's face and recruit a grand fleet and be as loud as possible, so that every eye in the world would be on the wrong island while Arthur went and did the real work. Baron lost patience halfway through and told him nobody was interested in his relationship with Arthur and asked whether he would like the perverted child brought back in. He said no, and then produced the actual answer immediately. The captain gave me something. If I have it, I can find him. It is in the lining of my hat. Baron tore the hat open, and a strip of paper came out, and it was leaning north. A Vivre card. Made from a living person, and it always points at them, and it tells you their condition, and it will not burn easily. It also does not tell you distance. We had a direction and no range, and no idea whether Arthur was 4 days away or 4 months, and that is what we had to work with. Then the snail on the table rang. Baron put it in front of Kellen's face and told him, pleasantly, that he had better know what to say and what not to say. The voice on the other end did not identify itself as anything except a name, Kellen. This is Cromwell. Oren's fleet reaches branch 277 in 2 days. Get out. He said, yes, I understand. And the voice said, you sound strange. And what has actually happened over there? Why has nobody else reported in? He said the pirates had been brawling and that some of the agency's people might have been caught in it. And Cromwell said, behave yourself. The treasure of Hawk is not for somebody like you to touch, and Oren is coming. Do not let it fall into his hands. Then he hung up, and Baron's expression became genuinely dangerous, and said, it seems you left something out. What came out then was the whole shape of it. Kellen had been arrested before he ever reached Sabaody, and was on his way to impel down when Cromwell got to him. The offer was the obvious one. Go into the New World, join a great pirate's crew, and report. Because the government's actual fear is not pirates. They have decided pirates cannot be eradicated and have stopped trying. What frightens them is a specific event, which is a pirate going insane in a new direction, the way Hawk did. Everyone knew Hawk was ambitious. Nobody predicted he would go for the celestial dragons themselves. Hawk had been a chain. He had forced a collection of monsters onto one deck and held them there, and when he broke, the chain broke, and every one of those monsters walked off in a separate direction and is now a country. Silvermane, Crimsonmane, Matilda Grimhilda, Arthur, Kagemaru, Iron Fist. So the policy became infiltration. Put a man inside each one and get warning next time. Cromwell had personally inflated Kellen's bounty to make him attractive as a recruit. That is what a 200 million berry supernova was, a marketing budget. His talent is real, incidentally, and it is also exactly the talent that fails in the New World. A mask that copies physical strength plus a puppet army is overwhelming in the first half of the Grand Line, where a devil fruit alone can make you a king. It is nothing in the second half, where everybody has hockey and the fruit is the least interesting thing about them. Then Arthur found him at Sabaody and crushed him, and he stopped wanting to be a pirate at all. He told Cromwell he did not want to go into the New World, and reported Arthur's situation instead, and Cromwell gave him a new deal, and the new deal is the one that explains this entire chapter of my life. Infiltrate Arthur's crew, find the treasure, and the government will erase your bounty and let you be an ordinary citizen again. That was the price. Not money, a clean record. And there is a second layer to it that took me a long time to appreciate. The world government has never mounted a serious hunt for that treasure, and there are two reasons. The first is practical, which is that Arthur is nearly impossible to find, and his power is nearly impossible to counter, and the manpower does not justify it. He is the only great pirate in the New World with no territory at all. He does nothing but look for treasure and take it. The second reason is that a large portion of Hawke's treasure was stolen out of the world government's own vaults, which means that if it is found publicly, the member kingdoms will read the manifest and start submitting claims, and the government will have to give it back. Found quietly, it belongs to whoever found it. That is why one agency chief was running a private asset instead of requisitioning a fleet. He was not recovering state property, he was doing a job on the side. Kellen only knew the parts Arthur had taught him for the disguise, and it amounted to this. Arthur had spent 5 years finding one clue. Hawke had never carried his wealth around with him, because Hawke was not a bank, and he had put most of it in places only he knew, because he understood perfectly well that every man on his deck had an ambition of his own, and that the moment his grip slipped, those ambitions would arrive all at once. Only somebody who had been on that ship could have spotted the flaw in Kellen's performance. Everybody who had been on that ship was in the New World. The one thing nobody planned for was an anomaly wandering around the South Sea. And that is not modesty, that is the actual sequence of events. Kaido listened to all of it and said the information matched and told Baron to get rid of him. Kellen said, "Wait, I did not lie. I told you everything. You said you would let me go." Kaido asked him when he had started hallucinating and pointed out that even Duke had never promised him that. He tried one more time. He offered to be our man on the inside, and Kaido said, "No, you cannot be trusted and you are too weak. I have no interest in you at all." Baron put him in the sea, which for an ability user is a complete sentence. You do not need a stone or a rope. Salt water takes the strength out of them and they cannot swim, and that is the whole method. I walked in while Baron was carrying him up. I asked what he was doing. He said the man was used up and Kaido had said to dispose of him. I asked whether he intended to simply drop him in the water. He said yes, he is an ability user. Is that not simple? So I asked him a question. What if he has some fishman ancestry and can breathe down there? What if a large fish swallows him and somebody catches the fish? If you are going to remove a person, remove them and confirm it, and then put them in the water. I have thought about how that sounded, and I have decided I do not mind. This was a professional trader who had been paid in citizenship, and I had no interest in his life either way. What I had an interest in was doing it properly, because in this world, a job left at 90% is a job that walks back into the room in 4 years with a grudge and a plan. Same outcome, 2 extra steps. Then I went and looked at the fruit in the galley. When an ability user dies, the fruit comes back. Somewhere in the world, at random, on some ordinary piece of produce, and if you are extremely lucky, it comes back near you. Nobody on that boat was extremely lucky. The apples were apples. But standing in a galley, holding an apple, I had a thought, and I made the mistake of saying it to Baron while he was eating one. I asked him whether a devil fruit can occupy any ordinary fruit. He said, yes, correct. Is there a problem? And I said, imagine somebody who already has an ability, eating a piece of fruit, and imagine that particular piece has just been reborn, and imagine they bite into it and the juice goes down. Everybody knows that eating 2 devil fruits kills you. Everybody knows the fruit regenerates at random. Nobody puts those 2 facts in the same sentence because if you do, every fruit bowl in the world becomes a hazard. The probability is negligible. It is not 0. He stopped chewing. He looked at the apple. He put it down. Then he picked up a knife and cut it in half, on the theory that a rebirth only ever occurs on a whole fruit, and that a halved fruit is therefore safe. He has done that every single day since. Every piece of fruit that has come aboard any vessel of ours for years has been halved first. I have watched that man cut a grape in half. 1 grape. He looked up and did not understand why I was staring at him. I did that. I said 1 sentence in a galley and gave a genius a lifelong compulsion, and I have never apologized for it, because he is right. Oren's fleet closed the ring on Kachira Island 2 days later. They took their time on purpose, widening the encirclement before they tightened it, and then 6,000 leaderless pirates went into the net in a very short period. Most of them could not explain what had happened to them. A few could describe a giant dragon. None of them could produce Arthur. So the Marines announced a great victory and reported that Arthur had fled in disgrace because their reputation had just been publicly dented, and a dent requires a victory. The prisoners went to various prisons, and a great many of them did not even qualify for impel down. Oren was still the admiral who did not kill, which means that of everybody involved in the fall of Marine Branch 277 and its aftermath, the man who did the most damage to those pirates by an enormous margin was the one who was not even looking for them. Cromwell got the news first. His asset had vanished, and he concluded that Kellen had run off with Arthur and the treasure, and he put agents on it. That single wrong conclusion has been worth more to me than any ally I have ever had. We were already gone, because halfway through that night something had started moving. I could feel a plate. Out in the calm belt, in the dead water, going north at about 9 knots, plates do not move. The thing carrying it was an anglerfish. I want to build this properly. In the calm belt, the sea kings are large. Everyone says that. What nobody conveys is that large is not a size here. It is a category error. Because the thing that came up under our boat had a lure on its forehead the size of a lighthouse and a mouth I initially mistook for a bay. The locals had a name for it. Lord Lantern. It had been eating that stretch of ocean for longer than the world government had existed, and it had my water plate somewhere in its gut, along with, as it turned out, several islands. Kaido threw a spear at it, not a metaphor, an actual spear, thrown the way the giants of Elbaf throw, a technique Grimhilda taught him back on Hawk, and it went into that thing and opened a hole you could have sailed the boat through. I put a beam through the hole, and Lord Lantern reared up out of the calm belt and vomited, and what came out was rock. Cliff faces, a stone stairway, half of a harbor wall with bollards still in it, and a flat gray stone that tasted like the dark. Dread plate. 3 of 18. I was still absorbing it when somebody stole our roast. There was a girl on our deck, 10 years old, give or take. She had come out of the Sea King's mouth riding a lizard the size of a horse, which was running along the surface of the water on its back legs, and she had used the confusion to take our dinner. And I would like it noted that she was still chewing when we spotted her. Her name was Greta. The lizard was Beatrice. She did not run. She looked at the 4 of us, correctly identified the largest and most dangerous thing present, and then waited until he was asleep, climbed onto his chest, and put an antique dagger to his throat. The dagger broke. Not the point, not the edge, the whole blade on his skin while he was unconscious. He woke up because of the noise. And a 10-year-old girl who had just failed to murder the strongest man in the room got told, from about 8 centimeters away, that she was his apprentice now, and that she should remember his name. There was more to her than that. She was not 10. She had been 10 for about 150 years, because there was a ring on her finger made of something called pure gold, and pure gold does something to time. Her island had been eaten with her mother on it. She had lived in the stomach of that thing ever since. She hated pirates specifically and thoroughly, and she had just been recruited by the worst one in the ocean, and she took the job because 150 years in a stomach teaches you what an opportunity looks like. 2 days later, the stomach produced her father. He came ashore in the shredded remains of a dinosaur costume. That is not a joke, and I did not laugh at the time. There had been 2 survivable regions inside Lord Lantern. Greta got the one with the fruit trees. Gaston got the one with the dinosaurs. And he had lived among them for over a century by dressing as one, eating nothing but meat, and being fortunate that dinosaurs are not detectives. He was the man who invented pure gold. He was from Arsamy Island, which no longer exists, and he had spent 100 years assuming his daughter was dead, and she had spent 100 years assuming the same about him. And when they finally understood what they were looking at, she took the ring off her finger and threw it at the ocean. Baron caught it with a grappling hook 1 meter above the water, and I have never respected him more. Because Gaston had not made that ring to keep her small, he made it because she was dying, and it was the only thing in the world that could slow the illness down, and he built it and put it on her hand, and then watched 150 years happen to everybody except his child. Baron looked at her for 11 seconds and cured her with a syringe. South Sea Emperor fever, solved 30 years ago. Standard course, 1 injection. She screamed the roof off. Not about the century, about the needle. Gaston earned his passage that same afternoon with the only genuinely clever thing anybody said that month. If Baron could measure what a plate was made of, and Gaston could build a core out of pure gold, Then between them they could make a machine that pointed at plates. I stopped hunting the ocean at random the moment he said it. The price was that I unlock the harvest trait on Baron's chin so his bananas grow back faster. He negotiated that himself. He was extremely proud of it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, a government agency was walking into a wall on my behalf. Cromwell had the vivre card out of a hat and had confidently informed his superiors that it was Kellen's. It was not. It was Arthur's, which meant that when his people followed it, they did not find their missing asset. They found the actual Arthur in the kingdom of Natho, standing next to a man called Iron Fist. An agent named Carson filed that report, believing he had done something clever. We got there by way of a lesson in teaching. The dread plate opened something in me I had not had before, a space where I could put a person's mind and let them learn at their own speed while about 90 seconds went by outside. Alara went in first and came out with Swords Dance, which does nothing visible and multiplies everything you already have, and we measured it on Baron's metal arm, and it came to 65%, and Baron wanted the arm back. Duke came out of it as our weatherman. Sunny day. He can clear the sky over a battlefield, which sounds like a garden party trick right up until you are the man whose fire attack has to travel through rain. Kaido learned Swords Dance directly, at a worse rate, out of pure competitive spite. Natho was a ring, an actual ring. A kingdom built in a circle around a lake, and every 3 years the tide goes so far out that the lake drains completely and the surrounding land floods, and for 3 days there is a bottom where there used to be water. They call themselves the Grey Kingdom because they will trade with anybody, and they pay their heavenly tribute on time, and in exchange, nobody asks them anything. We arrived 4 days before the drain. Baron bought a steam barge. We put Greta and Gaston in the central hotel, and then the water went out. I want to explain the hotel because it becomes the entire problem later. That building is the second most important structure in the country after the palace, and the kingdom of Natho has spent generations making it what it is. The rooms are expensive, and everything inside is free once you have checked in. Entertainment, appraisal, medicine, all of it included. And the rule, the one rule, the thing the whole national business model is built on, is that a guest's safety inside that hotel is absolute. That is why the underworld trades there. Not the tolerance, the hotel. Nobody had broken it in living memory. On the third night, the alarms went off across the whole kingdom, and the civilians started moving their possessions to the boats, because for the next 3 days, their farmland was going to be sea. At Arthur's camp, a short man in heavy medieval armor asked him whether he was sure. Iron Fist, shield mounted on his arm guards, a silver axe in his left hand, and nobody on Hawk's crew ever learned his real name, because nobody on Hawk's crew ever saw him out of the armor. Arthur said, of course, that the clue had come off Hachinosu, that the great low tide comes with the full moon, and that the treasure would show its face to them. Our treasure, he said. He was lying by exactly one word. His actual plan was that everybody in that camp was going to die in a hole. The environment down there was lethal if you knew how to make it lethal, and he knew, and the deaths served 2 purposes. They removed everybody with a claim, and they told the world that Arthur pirates had been wiped out, and that Captain Arthur had died with them, which is precisely what a man needs if he intends to live the rest of his life under a different name with the largest fortune in the world. His own crew were in that arithmetic. He had done the sum, and they were on the wrong side of it. And under his helmet, at that exact moment, Iron Fist was smiling, because he had no intention of sharing either, and his thumb was already on a snail. Kagemaru's ship had been sitting off Donut Island for half a month. That was the plan. Wait for the low tide, wait for the outer sea to rise, and come straight in over the flooded farmland while everybody was busy in the hole. And in an alley behind the camp, 2 of Arthur's men were lying in the dark with 2 members of CP0 wearing their coats. And a kilometer up, in the clouds, there was a blue dragon with 4 passengers. 4 separate ambushes, all set on the same lake bed, none of them aware of more than one of the others. The moon came up full, and the lake went down. The bottom of it came out of the water, slick and stinking, and everything that had lived in that lake had gone somewhere else. And out beyond the ring, the sea rose and swallowed most of the kingdom, and the ships that had been sitting on dry plains all season floated up on their moorings. From the air, the shape was unmistakable, a skull. When the lake is full, it is just an irregular circle, but drained, with the shore rocks in frame, it is a skull. And Kaido looked at it and said, Hawk must have had a preference, because Hachinosu is the same shape and this one is better executed. Then Arthur took an armband off his wrist, 2 half-sphere on it. He folded it, and they made 1 sphere, and he held it up over his head into the moonlight, and the reflection landed on a rock 40 meters away and lit up a spherical socket in it. The key, sitting on his arm for 5 years. And that is the moment a gun went off. One of Iron Fist's men went down, and the man who shot him was one of Arthur's men, and the man who shot him was actually a member of CP0 in a dead man's coat. 2 agents, several hundred armed pirates, including officers in the 100 million bracket. They were not going to contain that crowd, and they knew it, so their entire operational plan was to make the crowd contain itself. 1 bullet. Perfect execution. Iron Fist said, "Arthur, you move fast." And Arthur said, "Would you believe me if I told you this was not my idea?" Which was true, and which was the single most useless true statement of his career, because his plan required the treasure door to be open first, and he would never have fired before that, and none of that mattered, because Iron Fist had already stopped listening and given up on waiting for Kagemaru. Then a few hundred men who had been allies for a month killed each other on the floor of a drained lake. Over 100 in the first few minutes. Muskets and axes and swords and the shovels and picks they had brought to dig with, because most of those men were not proficient in hockey, and a shovel works fine on somebody who is not either. A trained sniper can kill through a defense in this world, and those are rare, and everybody else uses what is in reach. Then the 2 principals found each other in the middle of it. Iron Fist is short and built like a bank vault, and his country forged the best armor in that half of the world, out of some special alloy, and it is heavy, and it is nearly seamless, and under a full moon it throws light back at you. The axe came down, and Arthur did not meet it. He is a 2-sword man, quick, and he went sideways and came in. And Iron Fist did not evade, which was reasonable, because he knew Arthur, and he knew Arthur could not open him. There is a slit at the eyes. There are joints. That is the whole list, and with hockey over the plate he was willing to take a hit in exchange for landing one. Arthur's charge was a feint. He succeeded the axe head, came off the shoulder, and put his second blade into the ribs. Iron Fist did not react, because there was nothing to react to. Armament over the steel. A sword on that surface is a noise. And then he stopped moving. He said, "When did you eat a devil fruit?" Because the armor was intact. There was no hole in it, and there was a long sword inside his body. I want to be precise about why that worked, because it is a beautiful piece of exploitation, and it is the reason a man survived Hawk and did not survive that night. Iron Fist had worn that armor for so long that his hockey went onto the armor, not onto him. Decades of habit had put his defense on the outside of the shell, and there was nothing at all on the man inside it. So when Arthur's blade arrived without crossing the intervening distance, it arrived in a completely undefended body. Door fruit. Not doors as objects, doors as a principle. He opens one in the air, and the blade goes in one side and comes out somewhere else entirely, and armament is not bypassed. It is simply never encountered. He twisted the blade to finish it, and it was not enough. That is the new world. He had put a sword clean through a man's torso from the inside, and the man was still holding an axe. Arthur said he was not going to explain, and he had to back off the axe swing, and he has said since that the regret of that moment was the worst of his life, because you do not get a second free hit on somebody like that. He was right. Iron Fist put his hockey on his body from then on, and never made that mistake again for the rest of his life, which was about 2 hours. There was blood coming through the joints of the armor, though. They fought their way toward the middle of the lake bed, where the ground turns to mud, which is bad ground for a man in 100 kilos of steel. So Iron Fist took out a flare and fired it. And Kagemaru's ship, still well out, opened up on the lake bed. At Iron Fist's own position. That was the plan they had made a fortnight earlier. Drive Arthur's people into a footprint, and then remove the footprint with heavy artillery. And Iron Fist stood in the middle of his own bombardment with armor and hockey and took it. Because he was the anvil. The barrage lifted, and Arthur was standing there without dust on his clothes. He had stepped into the door space, not behind cover, into a place the shells could not be, and then back out of it. And Iron Fist asked him again what he had eaten. Arthur told him only an idiot would answer that, and that the knife should have gone through his kidney, and that he was interested to see how long he could keep going. He still thought the guns were Iron Fist's own men. He worked out otherwise about a minute later, when Kagemaru came ashore with enough men to put a ring around everything Arthur had left. Kagemaru told him to open the treasure door, and pointed out that even an ability user does not beat 2 of them. And Arthur said, "That is true, and it does not surprise me at all that you 2 ended up in bed together, and if you want my treasure, you can have it in your next life." Then something started moving under the ground, and every one of them felt it. Kagemaru had his greatsword up and ready to take Arthur's head off, and he did not swing. And this is the detail I find most human about that whole night. The treasure was not open yet. 5 years and nobody had found it, and it was under their feet, and the only man alive who could open it was standing in front of them, bleeding. So 2 pirates with billion-berry bounties stood there holding their weapons and did not use them, because killing him solved the wrong problem. And that pause is what broke the CP0 agent's nerve. Their plan had been Arthur against Iron Fist, mutual destruction, then collect. Kagemaru's arrival had ruined the arithmetic. What they wanted to be standing over at the end was 1 badly wounded great pirate, and what they now had was 2 healthy ones about to cooperate. They are, on paper, the strongest agency in the world. Proficiency in the 6 styles is the entry requirement. The weakest member of CP0 could hold a senior officer's post in any great crew in the New World. And they are assassins by trade, and it was dark, and both pirates were looking the other way, and they genuinely had a shot at rebalancing that field. Somebody was faster. Lightning came down out of a clear sky, not a bolt, a field of it, indiscriminate, across the whole lake bed, and the majority of it locked onto exactly 2 men. Then the clouds came apart, and there was a dragon in them, with 4 figures standing on a cloud of fire, and Kaido announced that there were a lot of old acquaintances down there, and called them bastard seniors. That word settled his identity. Only somebody off Hawk's deck talks like that, and a Zoan keeps enough of the original voice, and Kagemaru had him placed inside a second. Kagemaru said, "Is that not the apprentice brat from the ship?" and observed that that woman was not around to protect him anymore. And Kaido said he could handle both of them without her. Then wind blades came down across the floor of that lake, and this is the part that gets left out of every version of the story. Kagemaru and Iron Fist were fine. Men at that level have answers for area attacks. What Kaido's opening did was kill an enormous number of subordinates, and most of them were Arthur's, because Arthur's men were the ones already caught between 2 crews. Between the lightning and the wind, Arthur pirates effectively ceased to exist as a fighting force in about 90 seconds, and not one of those deaths was aimed at. Kagemaru's read on our roster was immediate and completely wrong, and I have never stopped being grateful for it. He looked at 4 people with impossible powers standing on a fire cloud and said, "You have picked up some remarkable abilities, Mythical Zone. Have you allied with Arthur? You have some nerve." Because that is the only explanation available. Mythical Zoans are rarer than Logias. 4 of them in 1 crew does not happen, and the treasure of Hawk is famous for containing things nobody can catalog. So he concluded that Kaido had already been into the vault. Kaido let him. Kaido has let everybody believe that for years. He told him only that Arthur had something he wanted, and later told me, plainly, that this was the best possible cover story, and that the fewer people who understood where the powers actually came from, the fewer people would come looking for me. He worked that out on his own, in the middle of a battle, at 19. Arthur tried to recruit him. Right there, mid-fight, he shouted an offer up at the cloud. "Team up, take these 2, split the treasure." Every single person in that hole laughed at him. Kaido laughed. Iron Fist laughed. Kagemaru laughed. Kagemaru shouted at him to look at his own credibility, that even the apprentice would not believe him, and that he should hand the treasure over. And Arthur said, "Do the 2 of you really trust each other? We are all the same, and if you want it that badly, then go and look at it yourselves." Earth Flipgate. He had been using the fruit on that ground since he arrived. What he did now was treat the entire bottom of the lake as a door and open it. The whole floor turned over. Several hundred men went into the air at once and came down through a hole in the world, and underneath the inverted ground there was a space, and the ones who could not control their descent simply fell. Kagemaru, Iron Fist, and both agents did not fall. They jumped, on purpose, because they had already seen what was down there, and Kaido went in after them wrapped in fire, because a man who can fly is not frightened of a hole. Arthur went down last, smiling. That was awakening. A paramecia that starts affecting the terrain around it has crossed a line very few users ever reach, and none of us had yet worked out what the fruit even was. The cavern under that lake was the size of a district, bioluminescent plants on the walls, so it was not dark, an hourglass shape, wider at the bottom than the top, with a thick rock ceiling between the 2 halves that nothing could get through except a door. And the floor was not floor. The entire circumference of the lake bed, all the way down, was treasure. Not a chamber with treasure in it, treasure as the terrain. The ordinary pirates were rolling around concussed, The officers were all upright and all looking at one man, and Arthur told them that this was the treasure they had come for, and also their grave, that Captain Arthur had died here too, and that he was going to go and start a new life, and goodbye, idiots. Then he opened a door to leave, and I taunted him. That is the actual name of it. It is a rule rather than a force, and the rule is that for a while afterward the target cannot do anything except attack. It does not add power, it removes options. I have a lot of powerful abilities. That one has won me more than any of them, because in this world, you can train a weak attack until it hits like a strong one, and you cannot train your way out of a rule. Arthur, one step from a door and a new identity, stopped wanting to leave. The anger told him that the only acceptable outcome was killing every person in that cavern personally, and I had not aimed it at Arthur. I put it across the entire space, everybody except our own, which is the part that actually mattered, because his own crew had just heard him say that everyone here was going to die. They asked him. They said, "Captain, what did that mean?" On any normal day, Arthur manages that. He is charming when he needs to be, and he had a lifetime of practice at keeping a crew that he privately regarded as expenses. He was not having a normal day. He told them the treasure was all his and that they might as well die here too. That is what the ability does to a specific kind of person. On an ordinary man, it removes the option of retreat, and used well, it is close to a stimulant. On a man whose interior is already mostly appetite, and who has spent 5 years lying to everyone he knows, it takes the lid off. Then he brought the ceiling down on all of them. The rock above cracked into slabs the size of houses. Because a door has a door panel, and the panel is also part of the door, and he did not need to touch anything anymore. Slabs came down across a cavern full of men who were already fighting each other because of me, and the casualties were enormous, and every survivor still standing arrived at the same conclusion at the same moment. Whatever has happened to this man, if we do not put him down, we all die in this hole. And the hole was now sealed. The passage in had collapsed. The tide comes back in 3 days. Ordinary men could not have cut out of there in 3 days, and these were not ordinary men, and they still had to deal with Arthur first, so everybody hit him at once. Iron Fist with a sword hole in his torso, Kagemaru, both CP0 agents who no longer had any reason to keep pretending, and Arthur's own officers who had done the arithmetic and found themselves on the wrong side of it after all. It was a completely uncoordinated attack, and they hit each other repeatedly doing it, which the taunt also helped with. Kagemaru finished it. Greatsword threw Arthur into the ground, nearly in 2 pieces. And the moment he was down, my ability came off him, and I imagine the last thing that man experienced was clarity. Kagemaru asked whether he had any last words, and Arthur said, "Do you not know that the people who talk too much are always the ones who die?" Then the whole cavern moved. He had one more in him. He treated the lake as a door and lowered it. The center, which had been higher than the surrounding land, became the lowest point in the country, and the sea that had been politely staying outside started coming in, through cracks that the fighting had already opened. Kagemaru killed him for it, immediately, and it changed nothing, because killing an ability user ends the ability and does not repair the terrain. The geology had already been rewritten. The water was already moving. And then Arthur's body opened. He had used the fruit on himself. There was a space inside that man, and he had been carrying the real treasure in it, which is why I had never been able to sense my plate on that island, and why 5 years of searching by the world government had found nothing. The chests came out of him onto the floor. Splash plate. Water. 4 of 18. Then Kaido came down on Kagemaru from behind, and the noise of it started new fires. Kagemaru got his greatsword up in time and said, "Finally, apprentice, I thought you were going to hide up there forever." He had known Kaido was there the whole time. So had Iron Fist, and they had both consciously decided he was the lesser problem because Arthur was the one holding the door, and because helping Arthur would have made Kaido the enemy of every pirate in the whole, and because he was, in their memory, a teenager who used to carry things. The first exchange corrected him. He was driven back and had to plant his feet, and he said out loud that the power was too much. Kaido had not been idle up on that cloud. He had spent the entire battle stacking sword stance 3 times. That is the ceiling. He had watched 3 great pirates and 2 agents exhaust themselves on each other for the better part of an hour and used the time to multiply himself, and then he came down. He told Kagemaru not to underestimate him, and asked him why he thought they had all been fighting each other in the first place, and pointed out that when you are outnumbered, you use your head, and that Arthur had run a decent operation, and that it was now their turn. Then the rest of us came off the cloud, fresh, into a room full of men who had been fighting for an hour. Fire and rock and leaves in a treasure cavern. Kagemaru's summary, again, was that Kaido had found himself a formidable set of subordinates and must have gotten a great deal of Hawk's treasure to arm them. Kaido did not correct him. Kaido never corrects anybody about that. Then Kagemaru made a genuinely good argument, which is that we were standing under a flooded lake, and that whatever Arthur had done up there, the ceiling was now holding back an ocean, and that ability users cannot swim, and did we really want to settle this here? He was buying time to reach Iron Fist, and he turned around and saw that Iron Fist had stopped moving. I had put the dark down over the whole cavern by then. 2 states come out of that, depending on how much resistance the target has. Sleep, which is total, and drowsiness, which is intermittent. Iron Fist was carrying a sword wound through his body and had nothing left to resist with, so Iron Fist was asleep on his feet in a suit of armor. Kagemaru was healthy, so Kagemaru only got heavy eyelids. Against Kaido, that is the same thing. He understood immediately, and he understood all of it at once. He said, so the anger earlier was also that creature. He had experienced 2 inexplicable states in one night, and he was not a fool. He tried to come at me instead. Nobody let him. Kaido was on him, close range, no room, because Swords Dance runs out, and Kagemaru was never going to give him another 10 seconds to rebuild it. And then the walls stopped seeping and started failing. The sea came into that cavern all at once. Baron saw it coming and had a very bad moment before he noticed that the water was going around us. I had the splash plate by then. I had had it for about 4 minutes. Kaido asked me one question, which was whether I could hold the water if he opened the ceiling. I said it was seawater, not an ocean. Then he put lightning into the flood. Every man in that cavern was standing in salt water, and the 2 best armored men in it were wearing conductive metal from the neck down, and their armor had been an asset for their entire careers and became, in about a second and a half, the reason they died in it. Iron Fist was asleep, submerged, and welded into his own suit. We also electrocuted Baron. The later water was under my control. The earlier water was not, and Alara and Duke had simply evaporated themselves dry with their own fire, and Baron cannot do that, and the braid at the back of his head was wet. He was under Kaido's body and out of the main field, and it got him anyway. He came out of that battle as the most seriously wounded member of our crew, entirely through friendly fire, for the 2nd time that month. Alara crouched down next to a blackened scientist, poked him to see whether he was structurally complete, and told him he looked much better like this. And Baron, from the floor, tried to trade. He said it had not been his decision, and that she should stop blaming him, and offered to give her the current locations of several of his old research colleagues so that she could go and settle up with them instead. He specifically had one man in mind and has been trying to sell that address to somebody for years. Then Kagemaru stood up out of the electrified water, beard fried into something that looked like a cooked octopus, shoulder armor gone, shoulder gone with it, face open. He had taken 2 consecutive hits from a man stacked 3 times on Swords Dance, and he stood up holding his sword in one hand. Kaido told him his life force was remarkable and that he would prefer he died here anyway, because Kaido recruits constantly and would not touch him. Everybody off Hawk's deck has an ambition of their own, and none of them will ever be second to anybody, and he knew it, and he was not interested. Kagemaru's last words were that a mere apprentice should not think he could do as he liked just because he had acquired some powerful abilities, and then he put everything he had left into one slash that went through the whole cavern. And Kaido said that when it comes to hockey, he was still no match, and went through it. He agreed with the man, incidentally. He said so afterward. Abilities are given. Hockey is earned, and he has never once let his own training slip. And the only unfair thing about it is that some people reach in an afternoon what others cannot reach in a lifetime. We left the treasure. Baron protested. He was our treasurer at that point and had spent his personal money on his own equipment and was extremely attached to the idea of a mountain of gold. Kaido told him it was a small treasure and that we would come back for it. Because we do not have Arthur's fruit and we could not carry it, and the location was now known to exactly 5 living people, all of whom were standing on a fire cloud. That cavern has been our treasury ever since. It has paid for Gaston's entire wage system, every ship we have built, and every crate of extinct plant matter Lyra has ever asked for. We took 2 bags. Then I opened the roof with a beam and let the lake fall through, and split the water down the middle, and Kaido flew us out of a collapsing hourglass while the sea came in. It was dawn outside. We had gone in at midnight. Duke stood on the cloud looking at his own shoulder and said we were still too weak. There was a mark on it. It was already closing because Lunarian and Zone and my power stack into something that repairs itself faster than anything has a right to, and he was looking at it as though it were an accusation. He said, "If a pirate can do this to me, I am not qualified to talk about revenge yet." Ilara had nothing on her. Her opponents had been random, and none of them had been able to touch her. And Baron, flat on his back on the fire cloud, asked whether next time the two of them could possibly consider the location of their own people. Kaido told him he was too weak, that he should have felt the current coming and put Haki up before it arrived, and that he would be training with Duke from now on. Baron said there was no need. Kaido said not to be polite about it, since he was crew. That is how Baron entered the program he has never left. Below us, the lake was a whirlpool. The bottom had gone, and the sea was pouring in through the cracks, and the water level did not drop, and unless somebody sends a fisherman down there with a shovel, nobody will ever find out what is underneath, because everybody who knows is either on that cloud or in it. Then Baron sat up, rubbed his eyes, and reached for a telescope. He said, "Is that not that kid's lizard?" Beatrice was running across the open sea on her back legs with a hole in her belly, and there was blood going into the water behind her the whole way, and she was roaring up at the shape of a dragon in the sky. She is never away from Greta. The only exception she makes is me. Duke went down off the cloud and came back up carrying her. She was not crying out from pain. She was reporting. I translated. Greta had been taken. Gaston was in the hotel, and she did not know whether he was alive. It had happened between the moon setting and the sun rising, and she had memorized the man's smell, and would we please hurry. Baron was handed a lizard and told to be a veterinarian and complained the entire time, which is his method of concentrating. He had treated animals before. He had never treated a species that had been extinct for 200 years, and he did not have a reference for it, and he did it anyway, and she lived. Human traffickers was Kaido's first guess. And then he said, in the central hotel of the kingdom of Natho, do they not understand they will become the enemy of the entire underworld? That is how safe that building was supposed to be. Kaido's face had gone completely flat by then, and I want to be accurate about what had actually offended him, because it was not sentiment. His subordinates are permitted to fail. They are permitted to make mistakes and have personalities. What is not permitted is that somebody reaches out and takes one, because that is a statement about him. He sent Baron and Ilara to the hotel. I sent Ilara specifically because I remembered what Baron had told me about how difficult a top materials scientist is to replace, and because I had already decided that Gaston was not going to die in that building. The wall of my own room had a hole blasted through it. Gaston was on the floor next to it, exactly as Beatrice had described. A punched-through wound in the chest and a long opened cut across the abdomen, surrounded by hotel security and hotel doctors, and one of the doctors shouting for blood packs and demanding to know why Type S had not arrived yet, and shouting, twice, that nobody was permitted to die in this hotel because it was His Majesty's order. They had him stabilized before our people arrived. Whatever else is true about that country, their emergency medicine is excellent, and they knew exactly what the alternative was. The reason he lived is that he is fat. I am reporting the doctor's own assessment. The chest wound and the abdominal cut both went into fat before they reached anything structural, and 100 years of eating nothing but dinosaur had put a layer between that man's organs and a government agent's fist. Baron walked in, took out a syringe, and terrified the entire medical team, who had just spent an hour saving a man and did not want him ruined by a stranger with a needle. He told them the emergency work had been done well, that the rest was his, and to bring him every unit of Type S blood in the building. They asked whether he was a doctor. He said yes. They said in that case there was no problem at all. And then they asked, very politely, whether we would consider canceling the room reservation and offered a full refund. That is the most Natho sentence in this entire story. Their guest had been shot through a wall inside the one building where that cannot happen, and their instinct was to get him off the ledger and refund the night. Carson had Greta in a safe house across town, and he was being clever at her. He had a whole approach prepared, all about Arsamy, all about her father and what her father knew, and how a girl in her position had no options, and how he was the only man in the world who could help her. She bit his ear. He had iron body up when she did it, so she broke a tooth on him, and she did it anyway. And she was still shouting at him with blood in her mouth when Kaido's claw came through the wall of the building. He burned him and broke him and did not finish him. He put a table leg in Greta's hand instead. She was 150 years old, and she had never killed anybody. And she had spent that whole century in a stomach deciding that pirates were the worst thing in the world, and it took about 4 seconds. Then she stood there and breathed for a while. Then she called him captain for the first time. I did not stop it. I want that on the record too. Next to everything else, I did not stop that year. Afterward, there was a flag problem. We had a new barge, a new crew, and 4 plates, and we did not have a flag, because it turned out that not one person aboard could draw. Kaido's attempt looked like a potato with grievances. Alara refused to participate. Duke produced something so precise and so wrong that Baron laughed for a full minute and then did it himself. And that is why the Beast's pirates sail under a horned skull designed by a man with bananas on his chin. The vault gave us 2 other things. A necklace stolen from a celestial dragon, which was unsellable and therefore hilarious, and an unmarked devil fruit. I rebuilt Beatrice first, because she had crossed open ocean with a hole in her. She came out of it a sniper. Intellion, if you want the name. Water off a fingertip at roughly Mach 3, accurate enough to go through a hull and hit the gunner behind it, and during the calibration phase, she nearly gelded Baron twice. He now stands behind her, always behind her. Then Greta ate the white fruit and got an Arctic fox, and I put my hand on it while it was still settling and turned it into something else. Zoroark. Illusion. Not a picture in the air, a lie that photographs. The first thing she did with it was walk out of the cabin as a slimmed-down Baron and tell him he was looking well. Kaido put her on a schedule that day and put Baron on a different schedule, the kind where you get hit until your defense improves, and Baron's defense improved a great deal that month for reasons he did not enjoy. The newspapers caught up with us about a week later. Kellen's bounty had gone up, the dead man, 500 million, and the poster said alive only, because Cromwell had told his superiors that his asset had gone rogue and stolen the treasure of Hawk, and that he could absolutely still deliver him. Kaido went to 1.5 billion. And back in Marijua, Cromwell's son, Cromwell Jr., burned the office and the Vive card in it to cover for his father's paperwork, and Cromwell survived the fallout by spending money he did not have, and then gave his son a beating that put him in bed for a month. I read all of that on a boat in the New World with my plate count at 4 out of 18, and I understood, for the first time, the shape of what I was actually up against. Not an army, an institution, with a filing system, a naming department, and no memory at all. We were going to have to build something bigger than that. The government's investigation of Natho reached a conclusion, and the conclusion was a accessory. They went back after we left. The lake bed had cracked in the aftershock and washed a few bodies out, and Lunarians are not the only people in this world whose corpses do not rot on schedule, so they could still identify the faces of men who had been dead for weeks. Fine, reasonable. Then they gathered evidence, and among the evidence was a small antique dagger with a broken blade, and the writing on the handle was Archemy script. So the file now said this. Kellen, a dead man, had faked his own disappearance, murdered 3 great pirates, stolen the treasure of Hawk, and located the last surviving trace of pure gold. They put a special bounty on a corpse, and they never took it off. Carson they found too. The Kingdom of Natho had already collected the body, because pirates die in brawls there constantly, and the paperwork is standardized. The government's own man looked at the burns and the fractures and the sustained blunt trauma to the head, and wrote down that the deceased appeared to have been under interrogation, and then wrote down that he did not know what the deceased had discovered, and then went home because the Duke of Natho had called Marijua 4 times that week about the damage to his economy. We reached Sabaody a few months later, and I want to describe our ship at that point because it was ridiculous. 2 Lunarians, the last of their kind. 2 survivors of Arsamy, a place that had been erased from the map. A basilisk lizard from a species officially extinct for 2 centuries, and a fat scientist with fruit on his face, and everybody aboard was covered in bruises. No, to be precise, only Baron was covered in bruises. Gaston does not fight. Greta's beatings had not started yet. Duke and Alara were covered from head to foot in cloth, so even when they were injured you could not tell. Baron is very large and has regeneration, and even so, under Kaido's tutelage, he was patterned. It worked. Everyone's armament improved that month. Baron's improved fastest, for reasons that will not surprise you. Greta had all her clothes altered around then, too. Every shirt she owned had Arsamy across the chest in large, friendly letters, and after a man had held her in a room and asked her about Arsamy for 6 hours, she went through her own wardrobe with a knife. She never mentioned it. She just did it. The other thing that happened at Sabaody is that Kaido finally got his first real crew. He had not had one. He had never wanted one. But your bounty goes past 1 billion and a certain kind of man starts showing up at the dock wanting to sail with you. And Kaido looked at a few hundred volunteers and said yes to most of them, because he was not trying to build an elite. He was trying to build a number. They worked out the hierarchy inside a week. Baron ran the day-to-day. Duke ran anything strategic. Kaido ran nothing whatsoever and disappeared regularly, and the crew adapted to this with the speed of people who understand that a captain who is out of contact cannot give you extra work. And anything involving me went through Alara, which they learned the traditional way. Somebody said something about me at a banquet. He was nearly ash before his glass hit the deck. Then the captain went missing properly. Not the usual 2 or 3 days, a week, and going, and his Vivre card was moving in a direction that made no sense, and none of us could work out what had happened until the morning paper landed on the deck. Marine Base G4 had discovered an unidentified creature in the cargo warehouse. Investigation determined the creature to be the wanted criminal Kaido. He was in custody. A prison ship was due in the morning. I read that twice. I want to lay out the sequence as I eventually confirmed it. He got drunk at a banquet. He turned into a dragon. He flew, drunk, without a destination, and he smelled alcohol. And the alcohol was in the supply warehouse of a marine branch base. And he landed inside it and kept drinking until he fell asleep on the floor. His bounty at that moment was 1.5 billion berries. He was arrested for warehouse trespass. The crew wanted to storm the base. I need you to appreciate this. 300 men who had been pirates for 11 days, on one barge, wanted to assault a fortified marine installation commanded by a vice admiral in order to rescue a man who could not be rescued because he was not actually trapped, because he was not. The handcuffs would be sea stone, and sea stone comes from one place in the world, and that place is a locked country, and what leaks out is low purity. Low purity sea stone on a man like Kaido is jewelry. The instant his blood alcohol dropped, he was going to walk out of that base by himself and be annoyed about the interruption. But we were partners, and the whole crew had already decided, and I looked at 300 idiots being loyal and thought, fine, fine. This is an examination. Greta. She and Beatrice went in that night, and I have never been prouder of a piece of homework. Duke flew them up. Beatrice glides. She does not fly, so she needs altitude, and Duke was the altitude, and he'd hooked her out over the searchlights with a 150-year-old girl on her back. Beatrice came down inside the wire without touching a light. Then Greta put an illusion over both of them and walked into a marine base as 2 Marines. It was not clean. The illusion is a lie about what you see, not a change to what is there. So the picture was of 2 grown soldiers, and the actual body inside it was a 10-year-old, which meant she kept walking through door frames at the wrong height and clipping her shoulder into things that a grown soldier would have cleared. She swore about that for weeks. They picked a patrol and took the back 2 men off the end of it. Beatrice came down off a wall and pulled one into a corner with her tail like something out of the crew's worst nightmares, and Greta did the rest with her hands, and then they walked on in the dead men's faces. The cell was a wine cellar. That is not commentary. G4 did not have a holding facility built for a man that size, so they had emptied the wine cellar, and the barrels were still stacked around the walls. Outside it, on a folding chair, was Vice Admiral Hedera. 3 days without sleep, 1 job from retirement. His own men kept telling him to go to bed. The handcuffs are on. He is a devil fruit user. He is helpless. And he kept saying the same thing back. Purity is too low. Quantity is too small. He is a remnant of Hawk. The prison ship comes in the morning. That man was right about everything, and it did not help him at all. Greta got into the cell easily because the bars had been spaced for Kaido, and Kaido's arm is thicker than her waist. She left a copy of a sleeping prisoner in chains sitting there for the guards. Beatrice put water into the lock and turned it. And then Greta hit the actual problem of the mission. How do you wake a drunk? She tried his shoulder. She tried shouting into his ear, quietly, which is a skill. She pulled his beard. She pulled his beard with both hands and her feet braced on his chest. He did not stir, and she was sweating by then, because holding a lie over 2 people for that long costs a 150-year-old girl with an 8-year-old body real physical currency. So she looked at the barrels. She dragged one over and poured it on his head. It worked instantly. He sat up against the wall, belched, looked at the chains on him with visible contempt, and asked her if she wanted a drink. She said, "Captain, this is a Marine base. It is not a place for you to drink." He started crying. Nobody outside the crew knows this about him, and everybody inside the crew knows it by heart. Drunk Kaido has two modes. He sleeps, or he has feelings, loudly. And what came over him in that cellar was that he had been arrested by the Marines and was being rescued by an intern, and the shame of it was too much, and he threw the barrel across the cell into the bars, which set off the alarm and blew Greta's illusion, and put roughly 40 men and 2 cannons in the corridor. He picked her up in one hand and Beatrice in the other, turned into a dragon inside a building, and walked out through the base. Not flew, walked, mostly, through the middle of them, and then out the gate. He stopped once to tell them the wine was good and to thank them for it by name. And then somebody on the wall fired a coastal gun at him, and he turned round and breathed on the emplacements until the ammunition in them started going off on its own, and left while they were putting the fire out. I met him on the deck. I asked him what he had gained. I was fairly direct about it. Days lost, 1 intern nearly caught, 1 vice admiral's retirement ruined, and nothing to show. He was still soaked in liquor, and his eyes were completely clear, and he asked me whether I believed in prophecy. I said no. Instantly, no hesitation, which apparently surprised him. The past is closed, and the future is not yours, and the only thing that has ever existed is now. And he laughed and said that was exactly why he did it. He was born in the Vodka Kingdom, which is a country that takes omens seriously, and somebody told his family that the boy would die on a battlefield. So he became the strongest soldier that kingdom had ever produced by the age of 10, and then he went to sea, and every few months for the rest of his life, he walked into somewhere that should have killed him and walked back out. Prison ships, because prison ships cannot hold him. Now a branch base, because a branch base cannot hold him. He was not being suicidal. He was compiling evidence. I told him I did not care about his hobby, but that he had cost us 2 days, and that we were going to take the mechanical island first, and he was not drinking again until we did. He agreed. He was drunk. I would like to note that he still kept it. Then he did something I had not expected. He asked me to set a strong power aside, not for himself, for a child he did not yet have, because the paper had come that morning, and the paper said that Oren's family had been murdered. Not Oren, his family, wife and small son, killed by pirates in their home, and the man responsible was taken alive and shipped to Impel Down, because Oren had built a career on never killing, and the rules that made him a hero also made him a man who watched his son's killer get processed. An admiral of the Marines could not keep his own house safe. Kaido read that and did not care about the man. He cared that a 3-year-old had died with no way to fight back, and he decided, out loud, in a boat, that whatever he eventually produced was not going to be that helpless. I told him we would discuss it when he had one. He is not a good man. I want to be clear about that. He never has been. But there is a thing in him that is genuinely there, underneath, and every single terrible decision he has ever made about a child came out of it. We crossed into the new world over the top of the red line. Everybody else does it underneath. 10,000 meters down, through a coated bubble, past an island of mermaids that my entire crew had spent the whole voyage discussing in tones I will not reproduce. Kaido announced that we were flying instead, and lifted the ship on a cloud of fire, and 300 pirates watched their one chance at Fishman Island disappear beneath them. The new world greeted us with a thunderstorm that had no rain in it, just lightning. Black sky, dry air, and strikes coming down on the deck like a downpour, one after another, and men going flat and holding on to whatever they could reach. That is a normal weather event out there. That is Tuesday. I put a beam up into it, and the clouds stopped existing, and the sun came out over 300 men lying on a wet deck. That was deliberate. Kaido advertises constantly. I do not, and up to that morning, most of the crew's respect for me had been second-hand, borrowed from the Lara's willingness to set people on fire about it. So I picked one moment where the whole ship was looking at the same problem, and I removed the problem. The Boeing got noticeably worse after that. It was worth it. It also woke me up, which I mention because it was the actual reason. New World navigation is its own subject. Ordinary compasses are useless out there, so you carry a log pose that locks onto an island's magnetic field and points until you arrive, and the New World's fields are so chaotic that the pose has 3 needles and you choose between 3 routes, and the more complete the route, the less the needle jumps. We bought 14 of them at the first island with Arthur's gold. Spares, because they break, and a ship in the New World without a pose is not lost, it is dead. Then the papers again, and the papers came with a message from the bounty office. Kaido at 1.6 billion, which he ignored because a man stops being pleased about that number somewhere around the first billion. Greta and Beatrice's first bounties, 50 million each, faces unidentified. The photograph on Greta's poster is her fox form standing on a fire cloud because the illusion was still up right until the moment she ran out of energy, and by the time she was visible to a camera, the only visible thing was the lie's owner. And the announcement about Arthur's death, which the government put out deliberately, hoping to smoke out the man they thought had killed him. What it actually did was open 3 territories at once. Kagamaru's went to Silvermane, Iron Fist's went to Matilda Grimhilda, who moved before the news had even confirmed he was gone, because she is not stupid. And Arthur's, which sat between too many other powers for anyone serious to want it, turned into a free-for-all. 2 factions at each other for months. On one side, that year's rookies fresh from the first half of the Grand Line, several with bounties over 100 million, none of whom had yet grasped what the New World actually was. On the other, the veterans, men who had knocked around the New World for years without ever getting strong enough to hold ground. And on the island itself, a third party nobody counted, the civilians. That island was heavy industry. It had a real weapons factory on it, and a foundry, and it made coastal guns, and the men who worked those machines had formed a militia and pointed their own product at everybody, and bought themselves a little space that way. Nobody wants to be in a boarding action when artillery starts arriving from a direction that hates you both. They were also one day from running out of food, because no supply ship had come in for weeks, and nobody sails into a battle for a delivery fee. Which is why the 2 pirate factions finally sat down at a table and agreed to become one pirate faction. Kaido crashed that meeting alone, in human form, on foot. I was not there for the first part. I got the rest from 20 separate people, and they all told it the same way, which never happens, so I believe it. He came in through the door of the hall where 2 crews were about to toast their new alliance, and he ignored every man in the room and walked to the side table and picked up a jar with the character for wine painted on the side and drank it in front of them. The room did not know what to do with that. There is a length of silence that means armed men are all waiting for somebody else to decide. Then one of them fired. He missed. What he hit was the jar. Every gun in that hall went off. Somebody brought a shoulder-fired cannon to a negotiating table and used it. They kept going until they physically ran out of ammunition, and the smoke filled the room, and men in the back were asking each other why they had even started shooting, and getting the answer, "I fired because you fired." The smoke cleared on a man without a mark on him, holding a broken jar, and he asked them if they knew how many days it had been since he last had a drink. I have been given the number of survivors of that room, and I do not think it is accurate, because I do not think anybody was in a position to count. We came in at the harbor while that was happening. This was our new crew's first real work, and they did it well. The mooks handled the numbers, which is what a number is for. Beatrice went up the mast and started taking gunners off enemy decks through the hulls, which is a thing that had not existed as a tactic 3 months earlier, and which ruined the morale of every gun crew who worked out what was happening to them. Duke put spikes of rock up through a deck and swept it. Baron chased runners, and Gaston carried shells. He is 100 and something, he has no combat ability whatsoever, and he is the man who redesigned our gunpowder. He walked a crate of his own experimental rounds up to a gun crew during a boarding action, told them where to put them, watched one go off, accepted their compliments, and went back inside, because he knew exactly how useless he was out there, and exactly how useful he was in there. I have a great deal of time for that man. Then somebody on the island fired a coastal gun into the pirate camp. The shell that came over was not a normal shell. Foundry Island, remember, they build the big ones there. Duke went up and cut it in half in the air with his wing, caught both halves and threw them into the next 2, which told me who was actually shooting, and it was not pirates. So I sent Alara and Duke into the town, and I gave them one instruction. Gently. This is our territory as of this afternoon, and I would like the people on it alive. The man who had fired was called Rylan, and he was the best gunsmith on that island, and he had done it without permission. His village chief was standing in front of the barrel with his arms out when they arrived. The 2 of them had been having the same argument for an hour. Rylan had counted the food, which was 1 day, and looked at the watery potato soup they had all been eating, and decided that a battle between 2 exhausted pirate crews was the one chance the island would ever get. The chief had spent weeks buying that island's safety by being useful and unthreatening, and understood precisely what happens to a village that shoots at pirates and fails. Then 2 figures landed in the street with wings out. Alara told them the island belonged to the beast's pirates now, that the shelling would be forgotten, and that they could put the weapons down. Then she kicked the coastal gun. That gun weighed more than the building beside it. It went across the street, and there was slag on the barrel afterward, in winter, and Alara and Duke had a quiet, professional conversation about the quality of the island's steel while it was still cooling, because she had not used her full strength and had expected it to go further. Every weapon in that street went down, except one. Ryland stood there with a flintlock in his hand and told two monsters, out loud, that they were not laying down arms, because safety you are handed by an outsider is not safety. Duke twisted the barrel of that pistol into a knot in his fist and told him that nobody was standing with him and that all his resistance would earn was grief for his family. And then his palm caught fire. And the village chief stepped in front of him, not with a speech, with a price. Rylan is the best craftsman on this island. You have taken this island for its factory, and if you kill him, nobody left here can do what he does. That is the only argument that works on a pirate, and the chief knew it, because the last owner of that island had been Arthur, and reasoning with Arthur had never once worked. Duke let it go. He said one thing on the way out, which was that if the man still had that attitude when the rest of us arrived, he would really die. And then Rylan volunteered to guide us to every pirate base on the island. Not out of loyalty. He had already drawn up the map for his bombardment, so he knew where they all were, and he went because he did not believe for 1 second that they would let him live, and if he was going to be killed, he preferred it happen somewhere his mother could not see. He came back 2 hours later without a scratch on him and could not speak. He had gone with them to point out positions. What he had actually done was watch 2 people erase several hundred pirates and 2 ships without taking a wound, at a distance where he could hear it, and come to understand that everything he had said in the street about not laying down arms had been a noise. They gave him back to the village along with food, because the supply problem was ours now, and pirate ships are full of supplies, and prize goods have to go somewhere. The island ate properly that night for the first time in a month. So did we, elsewhere, because Kaido had been sober for 9 days and had a reason. Then Gaston took over the island, and this is the part of the story where we stopped being a gang. He had run personnel at Arsamy. He looked at a conquered industrial island and did not see a mine, he saw a payroll. So the factories reopened, and the islanders went back to their machines, and they got wages, small ones, below the outside rate, with the difference booked as their tax, and written down and paid on time. And rules. Written rules about not harassing civilians, which several pirates found genuinely confusing and which became enforceable the week Alara made an example of 3 of them. The islanders were not grateful. They were satisfied, which is better and lasts longer. Under Arthur, they had worked those same machines for nothing, because Arthur's territory had no use for a person who could not demonstrate value, and a man who could not demonstrate value did not get fed, and on a winter island, that is a sentence. The captured pirates went to the mines, and their conditions were not good, and Gaston's regulations about beatings did not extend to them at all. I am not going to pretend that was justice. It was a policy. Kaido started expanding outward from there. Surrender and you are recruited. Refuse and, if he liked something about you, you got a second chance, and if he did not, you got a pick. Winter Island in the middle, mines to the north and east, agriculture on a summer island, a trade island with a spring climate, plus every unnamed rock in between, which we numbered because naming them would have taken all year. 6 months after I hatched, I had a country, a small, ugly, functional country with a foundry in it. The winter island turned out to have been one of theirs. Baron worked it out about an hour after we took it. That precision machine shop in the middle of the factory complex was not local. It was a MADS site, one of the research group's own secret facilities, mothballed years ago and left with the equipment in it. There was a machine tool in there capable of cutting parts to a tolerance nobody else on that island could have used, which is the only reason the plate radar exists. He and Gaston spent months in that shop. I helped where I could, which mostly meant standing in the room emitting a plate for calibration, an experience I would describe as being a very expensive tuning fork. They hit the wall at the core. The core has to be pure gold. Nothing else conducts the way the machine needs. And pure gold is not a metal, it is a recipe, and the recipe is 100 and some years old, and Gaston still had every step of it in his head, and when he wrote out the list of what goes in it, Baron started sweating. Not the minerals are only expensive. The problem was that pure gold contains living material, and Gaston's world had been gone for a century, and in that century, several of the plants and animals on that list had stopped existing. The ring on Greta's finger was the last pure gold in the world. All of it. Ever. I had to sit with that for a while. There is a version of me from 4 months earlier who would have taken it very badly. What I actually did was tell them to build me whatever the ring could produce and to start looking for an ancient island, because if anything on that list still grows anywhere, it grows on the kind of island that time forgot about. What the ring produced was one radar with a range of 1,000 meters, 1 kilometer, on an ocean. Gaston apologized. He did not need to. He had reverse-engineered a Vegapunk prototype, improved it, solved the core problem, and stretched the material as far as it would go, and the result was a device that could find a plate provided I was already standing within a kilometer of it, which in ocean terms means provided I had already found it. Then he found the second answer, which was better than the first. Take the location function out. If you do not need to know where, only whether, the same material goes further. So they cut the good one down and built a second one, a few hundred meters, no direction, just a yes. Because you can dig up a few hundred meters of ground. You cannot dig up an ocean. So instead of one god wandering the sea at random, we now had 3 search parties. Kaido got the small one on a leather wristband, made from a sea beast hide elastic enough to survive a transformation, with the pure gold sealed away from his skin so it would not stunt him. Ilara got the range one. I kept myself. Ilara also tried to build me a statue that month. I said no. She asked twice. I said no twice, and then I went out through the factory gate and every villager in the yard stepped off the path and put their eyes down, and I understood that the statue had been a formality. She had been working on them the entire time we were in that shop. Nobody in that village had any illusions about what happened to a person who was disrespectful about the holy beast. Mine, apparently, was a load-bearing name. I never asked for a religion. I would like that noted since it becomes relevant later, and since by the end it had a book. Then Kaido ran into something he could not finish. I found out because the supply boat came alongside with a crew who were carrying ammunition crates at a jog, and I asked why, and they said the captain had asked for more. Kaido does not ask for more. The man's name was Garrett Stone. 200 million. That number is a lie, and everybody involved knew it was a lie. Stone had fought fleets belonging to Silvermane, to Crimsonmane, to Roger, and to Orin before Orin went behind a desk, and he was still sailing. A man like that is a billion and change. 200 million was a decision, made in an office, on purpose, because the world government did not want the world to be frightened of him. He was not a warlord. He did not hold ground or collect tribute. He destroyed things. Marine ships, pirate ships, harbors, towns, whatever was in front of him, for no purpose I could ever locate other than the pursuit of a freedom so total that it required nothing else to exist. The government's actual policy on him was to keep the price low so that ambitious young pirates would keep going after him and getting used up. He was a wood chipper they left running. He had come to our sea for the foundry. His shipwright had drawn up a cannon and needed the island's machine shop to build it, and the cannon was going to end the world, and I am reasonably sure he believed that. By the time I reached the battle, it had been going on for most of a day. Kaido in his half-dragon form against a small, dark man covered from scalp to heel in hardened armament, and the ground between them looked like a quarry. Neither had an advantage. Stone's devil fruit multiplies. Not size, not weight, not damage, speed. He was running at 30 times his own top speed and hitting like it, and against that, Kaido's toughness was a wall being hit 30 times a second. There is a Marine who says constantly that speed is weight. He is correct, and Garrett Stone is the proof, and the reason nobody quotes Stone on it is that Stone does not explain things. The rest of the battlefield was worse for us. Ilara was alone in the sky over our ship, and not one enemy shell got through her. Not one. The entire enemy artillery advantage, which was substantial, was being deleted by one 15-year-old girl. Our own guns had gone quiet. That is why the supply run existed. We had the better cannon and we had emptied the magazine, and the moment your guns stop in a sea battle, you have 2 options, which are to leave or to close, and Kaido does not leave. So the plan was to close and board, and the problem with the plan was that their hull was faster than ours. Which is why Duke was on their deck trying to reach the engine room. Their shipwright met him there. Corbin. Square hammer, hair tied into 2 square pigtails, and a paramecia that turns things into cubes and lets him move them and stack them. He put a lattice of them across the deck to cut Duke's path, and then started throwing cubes of compressed air that detonated as they arrived. It did very little. Duke can fly, and cube space is a floor-based technique. and a man who does not have to use the floor removes most of it from the argument. What Corbin actually achieved was time, which was the assignment. Their doctor joined in too, 80 years old, striking people with a style she developed herself and calls a form of herbal boxing, and dosing our men with things when she got the chance. And on the bridge, a small, sick man in a coat was running the entire engagement with a snail in his hand, and running it well. Ethan Gray, Stone's older brother. No combat ability at all, no health, and the best tactical head on that ocean. He normally rides on his brother's shoulder. When there is a real enemy, Stone puts him down somewhere safe, which tells you the whole relationship. He was calling the shape of it in real time. Break off, hold the range, they are low on shells, use our rate of fire. And Percival, deal with that ability user. Because Alara was the entire problem, and he had identified it inside a minute. Percival is a fishman crossed with a giant. Blind, from an old fight, and it makes no difference to him, because observation gives him the whole field without eyes. In water, he goes transparent and simply stops being locatable. He came up under her over and over. He would surface, throw a shark made out of the sea at her, wrap her in the spray, and try to drag her down, and every single time she blew him back to the seabed and went straight back to catching shells. Once he got close enough to try it properly, and she came off the vertical faster than he came up, and he went back into the water with a burn across his shoulder. He thought he had failed because he had not brought enough sea with him. He had it backwards. He had gotten her wet. She hates that more than she fears drowning. I have never met anybody else with that particular ranking. He also tried, several times, to go under our ship and open it from below, which would have finished the battle immediately. And she stopped him every time, and always at the halfway point, and always with fire that reached him through the water. That is the whole reason Duke was the one boarding. Alara stays with the hull. Duke goes and breaks theirs. Neither of them had to discuss it. Then Stone threw a rock at her, in the middle of his own duel with Kaido. He picked up a piece of the ground, multiplied it, and put it through her wing from the side, and she dropped most of the way to the water. It bought Percival breathing room. It was tactically correct. It is also the single worst decision Garrett Stone ever made. I have seen Kaido genuinely angry perhaps 4 times, and the trigger has never once been anything done to him. What happened next is that Stone came in with a 30 times fist at the side of Kaido's head, and Kaido did not block and did not evade, and swung the club at the same moment, and the exchange was supposed to be a wound for a wound. The club hit. Stone came away coughing blood and teeth, and Stone's fist stopped in the air, 12 centimeters short of anything. I had given Kaido exactly 2 things. One was Swords Dance, which is his spear. The other one he had never mentioned to a living soul, and it is a wall of absolute refusal that exists for a moment and does not care in the slightest what is arriving at it. A punch at 30 times speed with full armament behind it hit that wall and did not move it, not deflected, refused. And the entire force went back down Stone's own arm and swelled his wrist. Then Kaido twisted and took him up into the air with a rising swing, and Stone came down without his helmet. You could watch him lose the thread after that. 2 clean hits in a row, and once you are inside Kaido's rhythm, you do not get out of it. And Stone spent the next stretch rolling away from combinations instead of answering them, with his head ringing and one wrist wrong. He said out loud that mythical Zoan abilities are capricious. He had assumed a barrier meant a fruit. He was standing 4 meters from the actual answer, and he never once looked at me. He tried gravel next. A handful off the floor, multiplied 20 times, thrown as a shotgun blast, and Kaido stood in it and let Swords Dance shred the whole spread in the air, because by then he could hold the technique while moving, and had worked out that a thing which multiplies your cutting also works as a screen. Then the club came down wrapped in dragonfire, and the scales tipped, and everybody on both ships could see it tip. And that is when Baron arrived. I want to give Baron's contribution to the largest engagement of our first year in full, because it is complete. He came in over the enemy deck as a very large green dinosaur, and opened up with a machine gun that is built into his mouth. Seeds, thousands of them, and he cleared most of a deck. He also hit a number of our own men. His defense afterward was that the men he hit were merely injured, and the men he cleared were the ones who had been about to kill them, and that on a net basis he had reduced our casualties. That is correct. It is also the single most barren sentence ever constructed, and he has repeated it at every opportunity for years. The morale effect was real, though. Ships appearing on the horizon and a flying officer overhead turned that fight, and the world pirates started losing their own deck. Then he hovered there and shouted something triumphant about himself, and Garrett Stone, who was supposed to be a kilometer away fighting Kaido, appeared in the air beside him and punched him into the sea, straight through our own gunwale on the way down. Duke had to pull 4 men off the boarding action to fish him out, mid-battle, because he cannot swim. The extraction was itself only possible because Baron had just cleared the deck, which he has also never stopped pointing out. His total participation was 1 strafing run and a splash. The fight ended because Stone chose to end it. He was in the air, one eye closed, armament gone off him entirely, using a technique to stand on nothing that I have no idea where he learned. And Kaido came up after him, laughing about how long it had been since he had found anybody worth the trouble. Stone had fainted. He put full multiplication into his own speed purely to break contact, because Kaido cannot hold him if he genuinely wants to go. 2 reasons he wanted to go. The first was that he did not know whether that invisible wall could be used as a weapon, and had decided not to find out with his own face. The second is the one that matters. He looked at his ship. He had not been betrayed yet at that point in his life. He still liked his crew. And he could see that if the duel continued, he was going to win it and lose everything else, including his brother, who was standing on a bridge with a snail in his hand and no way to defend himself. So Ethan Gray gave 2 orders. Recall Percival, run the emergency plan. Kaido did not intend to permit it. He came down out of the sky as a dragon wrapped in fire with the wall of absolute refusal mounted on the front of it, because a thing that cannot be broken is also an excellent nose for a battering ram, and every man on both ships moved out of the line of it without being told. Stone had nowhere left to stand, so he multiplied himself 100 times. His skin split in a dozen places before contact. Blood came out of his nose and mouth from the acceleration alone. That fruit does not protect the body, it accelerates, which is the entire reason he had spent years learning to armor his whole surface. And at 100, he was past what the armor could hold. And he put 1 fist into the head of a charging dragon and stopped it. He went down doing it. The charge stopped anyway. Then Corbin took the ship apart into cubes and rebuilt it as something else, and reinforced the structure to survive what was coming, and their engines went past every limit they had. The whole vessel left in a straight white line. That is their answer, and it is why nobody had ever managed to keep him. It can only go straight, and it destroys the hull permanently, and it does not matter, because by the time you have understood what happened, he is over the horizon. Too few of you, and you cannot beat him. Too many of you, and you cannot hold him. Even Crimson Mane never managed it. The Beast's pirates stood on their deck watching a white streak disappear. Somebody asked whether that meant we had won. Kaido, back in human shape, told him of course we had won, and then ordered a banquet, which was the actual objective of his entire day. We lost people. Pirates take that the way pirates take it, which is loudly, once, at the banquet, and never again in public. What happened on Stone's ship afterward, I only learned much later, and I have thought about it more than I have thought about the battle. They had broken out into open water, and they were wrecked. Stone down, Corbin and Percival both injured and both spent, and the only man aboard in perfect condition was Ethan Gray, who could not fight. And then a gunshot, and several more holes in a man who was already dying. Their newest recruits were government agents. The entire last intake, placed months earlier as part of an operation to walk world pirates into an ambush in a specific sea area, which our battle had accidentally ruined by putting them somewhere else. Their orders had been updated during the fight. Take him alive if the opportunity comes. The opportunity had just come. And half the veteran crew moved with the agents, not out of fear, out of an offer. And the offer was that if Stone and his officers were handed over, everybody else would be pardoned. Ethan Gray asked them how they could have let agents aboard. And then he asked the other question, the one that was actually killing him, which was whether they had not been comrades. One of them tried to answer and could not finish it. He said, "I am sorry, brother Ethan Gray, but the captain has gone mad. He wants to destroy the world government. How could that ever work?" And then he said, "And besides," and could not say the rest. His partner said it for him. "If Stone and his people are taken, the rest of us are pardoned. Surrender, and you will not suffer." So Ethan Gray, standing over his shot brother, declared himself acting captain and disbanded World Pirates, out loud, formally, so that every man aboard had permission to stop being one and run. Their doctor threw a powder over her own people that stimulated them past what their bodies had left, which always has to be paid back afterward and which there was no time to worry about. And Percival got 3 officers into his arms, took a great deal of fire doing it, and went over the side, and a fishman's stamina did the rest. Stone they cuffed in sea stone. And once he was aboard and the boat was moving, the agents turned around and executed the men who had believed in the pardon. Of course they did. Those men had been in the room. Their existence was a loose end, and the entire operation had been run quietly, and quiet operations do not leave witnesses walking around with a story about how the world government makes deals. One of them said, as it happened, that he had done exactly what he was told, and the agent's answer, which somebody survived long enough to repeat, was that the government does not forgive pirates, and that there will always be somebody naive enough to believe it does. It is not even universally true. The warlord system was only a few years away, and there are pirates who have made deals with that government and kept them. But a warlord brings something to the table. Those men had nothing to trade except other men, and they had already traded it before asking for the money. There is a version of me that files that under somebody else's problem in another sea. I did not. Same institution, same filing system, same habit of writing down what it did and then not remembering. And one day I am going to be standing in front of it, and I intend to have read the whole file first. We turned the battle island into a cemetery. Its own population had already left it years earlier, and the ground was ruined. So I put our dead there, and we cut stones with names on them. Pirates do not get that. Pirates get the sea, and a sea burial is a nothing, a body over the rail, and a captain who has already forgotten the name. Our men walked around that island reading each other's headstones, and something changed in the way they held themselves, and Gaston's list of extremely annoying regulations suddenly looked less like a leash and more like the price of a place. Then Kaido paid out for the battle. Money first, because money is what most pirates actually want, and because in our territory they had to pay for things. Gaston had negotiated them a crew discount and then absolutely refused to let anyone take anything for free, and enforcing that had been the worst month of his professional life until Alara made an example of a few cases. But Gaston and I had also built a rule, which was that the top reward only goes to a man with a clean record over a period. No incidents, no harassment, nothing on the sheet. The man who qualified was the first onto Stone's deck, and also the first man over the side to fish Baron out of the ocean, which I consider the greater feat. Babanuki. And Baron produced a stage, and on the stage, a prize wheel. I want to explain why, because it looks like a joke, and it is a piece of political engineering I am still proud of. Powers are the most valuable thing I have. There will be hundreds of these ceremonies. And the day a man believes I gave a better power to somebody standing next to him for reasons other than merit, I have a faction problem. People do not resent a god. People resent a coworker. So the outcome is luck. Publicly, visibly, with a dart. Nobody can be angry at a wheel. The wheel had words on it. Most of them were skills. A very small wedge said mythical beast, and every man in that yard could read. Babanuki threw. It landed on the line between 2 words, and Baron told him to choose one, and that there was no second throw, and he picked the one that sounded simpler, because he did not fancy the other one, and had no idea what either meant. Then I asked him whether he had eaten. He said yes at the banquet and looked confused, and I pulled his mind into the learning space, and his body went down on the boards. He was under for 60 hours, 2 months on the inside. That is talent. Ilara did swords dance in 7 hours. Kaido did it faster. Babanuki spent 2 months in there and came out at beginner, and came out starving, and the crew above him spent 3 days running a betting pool on when he would wake up. He got up, ate for an hour, and then walked over to a boulder half buried in the yard. The part above ground was taller than he was. He put both arms around it, and his shoulders swelled to roughly twice their size, and he tore it out of the earth, lifted it over his head, and threw it into the sea. 300 pirates in absolute silence, and then noise. I have never needed to advertise again after that afternoon. Not once. Baron brought out a replica plate, told the crew to memorize the shape, and said that anyone who brought back one, or even a confirmed piece of information about one, could name their own price. Then he read out Gaston's extinct materials list with a few decoys mixed in. And a group formed in the crew that week, which I did not create and could not stop. They worked out the structure very quickly. Power comes from Arceus. Kaido cannot order Arceus. Therefore, the shortest path to becoming strong is being the kind of person Arceus notices. That is how the Arceus Church started. Sycophancy with a theology bolted on later. Ilara at the center of it, obviously. Somebody else came out of that battle changed, and he came to us on purpose. Scotch. Right arm gone at the shoulder, most of his face burned off, alive, and finished as a fighter. Gaston had already found him a support posting, and in this world, an injured pirate on a support posting is a man who will be poor for the rest of his life. He had war record, so he spent it. He walked into Baron's lab and asked to be modified. Baron had been waiting years for somebody to ask. One day. A rotary machine gun where the arm had been, joints in metal, and a nerve interface that should not have worked. He came out heavier and slower and considerably more dangerous than he had been with two arms, because in a world where most men cannot cut steel, a man who is partly made of it has options. Most people will not do that. Most people would rather be poor. I understand both positions. Then the newspapers arrived, and Ilara set a house on fire. Kaido had gone to 1.8 billion, which is Stone's price added onto his own. Our officers all got their first posters, and somewhere in that stack was a bounty poster with my photograph on it, taken from the deck of Stone's ship by an agent with a camera, and the government's naming department had done its work. Unidentified creature. Beast's pirate's pet. 5,000 berries. 5,000. I want to be fair to the office that produced that. They do this. A reindeer got 50. A bear got 500. There is a man in that building whose whole job is to look at a photograph of something nobody understands, put an animal noun on it, and pick a number out of the air, and I want to make it clear that I personally was not upset. Ilara put a building down. Not indiscriminately, even in a rage, which tells you what her childhood was. She only ever breaks the cheapest thing in reach. It was just that this time she could not hold the fire in, and the cheapest thing in reach was made of wood. Her stated intention, to a yard full of terrified subordinates, was to go and find the man who wrote it and kill him. Their team leader talked her down, using the only two levers available. 1. Nobody knows which official wrote it. 2. The holy beast is against pointless slaughter, and your standing orders are to remain on this island. The two extremes canceled out. She calmed down. She put a bounty on the copywriter through the black market instead, and asked for a sparring partner. Every man in that yard took one step backwards, and Baron came round the corner. He had come to collect a delivery. He walked into a burning house, a raging Lunarian, and 300 men who parted for him like a curtain and bowed as one and thanked him for his service. He tried to leave. She was already in front of him. He asked, reasonably, for a reason. She said she wanted to check her recent training results. I am told the beating lasted a while. Afterward, Baron sat down with a cup of tea served to him by grateful subordinates, read my bounty poster, and doubled the black market price on the copywriter out of his own pocket, on the grounds that if it were not for that man, none of this would have happened to him. And Kaido read it and laughed exactly once, with nothing behind it. Nothing in his territory has been priced at 5,000 berries since. Not a barrel, not a night's lodging, not a coffin. Prices in the Beast's Islands go from 4,900 straight to 5,001, and everyone has stopped asking why. Meanwhile, Greta and Duke had gone shopping, wearing Kellen's face. This was my idea, and it is one of the better ones I have had. The government had already convinced itself that a dead man had the treasure of Hawk and the secret of pure gold. All right, we needed to buy the components for that recipe, in quantity, on the black market, which is exactly the kind of purchase that gets a name attached to it. So the name we attached was theirs. Every special purchase we ever made went out under Kellen's face. Every ordinary one went out under our own. And the flag on the mast on the way in and the way out was always ours, because Kellen only ever existed inside those buildings. The market itself was on an island that does not appear on any chart, and you cannot find it without a permanent pose, and from the harbor it looks like a small town with legitimate businesses. You give a phrase in a tavern and go down. The people inside were mixed, some of them under hoods, some walking around with their faces out and a crew emblem on the chest, because their emblem was a great pirate's and nobody in that room was going to touch them for it. And the merchandise was minerals, timber, gold, and people. Long arm in one cage, fishmen in another, ordinary humans, plenty of those, and glass containers with things in them that had been inside somebody an hour earlier. Greta went quiet. She had been in Natho and had never seen this. She had been in a stomach for a century and had never seen this. She was 150 years old, and she had genuinely believed that the worst thing in the world was pirates. Duke did not comfort her. Duke told her to put her face away because the expression she was wearing was a signal, and the men in that room were professionals who read signals, and a soft-hearted buyer is a target on the way out. Then he told her the actual rule, which is the one I would have given her. You cannot help them here. Not today, not with what you currently are. If you want the world to go the way you want it, you will need enough strength to make it, and until then, you will keep your face still. She held it together. She has never once let it go since, which I sometimes regret. Then 2 children tried to mug her. I was not there. I got this from Beatrice, who reports with total accuracy and no editing whatsoever, which is why I love her. There were 2 boys in the market, 8 years old, apprentices off a ship, having a screaming argument about which pole of the world is colder. Not a fight about money, about geography. A large, silver-haired man came over and knocked both of them down with 1 punch each and told them to buy the supplies and stop. And then the one with the red nose spotted Greta counting out 10 million berries in banknotes, and the free gift the slaver had thrown in on top, which was a treasure map. Those 2 planned the robbery out loud. They started whispering, and it escalated, because that is what those 2 do, and by the end, they were arguing at conversational volume about which of them would frighten a little girl into handing over a treasure map approximately 4 meters behind a zone whose hearing was enhanced even out of transformation. She turned to Beatrice and asked whether those 2 were idiots. Then she walked into a dead-end alley and let them follow. She did not touch them. There was no need. At that level of the world, an illusion is total, and neither of them had any way to see through one, and the whole of Greta's contribution was to make each of them look, to the other, like her. She left them to it and went back to the ship when the phone rang. The silver-haired man found them sometime later, both unconscious, 1 black eye each, symmetrical. They got a new rule out of it. Neither of those 2 was permitted to go ashore alone again for years. And 2 men who would eventually be counted among the 4 strongest pirates alive spent the rest of their lives with that story in the world. And to this day, neither of them knows it was a 10-year-old. Greta's other purchase that day went worse. She bought 13 people, children, 12 or 13 years old, unremarkable, the ones the slaver could not move because they were too old to train and too young to work. He knocked the price down to get them off his books and threw in a nautical chart as a sweetener. She bought them to let them go. That was the entire plan. Buy them, sail to somewhere inhabited, open the door. We stopped at an island 2 days later, and the crew lowered the ramp, and she took the chains off, and she told them they were free. Not one of them moved. Duke had already known. He had looked at those 13 backs on the first day and told me that the scars were old, layered, and inflicted over a long period, and that somebody had almost certainly promised them freedom before, and that the promise had been part of the process. The mark is not the collar. The mark is that you no longer believe in doors. They looked at an open ramp and a smiling 10-year-old, and they did the arithmetic they had been taught, and the arithmetic said that walking down that ramp was a test. Greta stood there with the chains in her hand and asked, out loud, how something this simple had gotten so complicated. They came with us. They work in Gaston's shop. They have wages and rooms, and after about 2 years, the youngest of them started arguing with him about scheduling, which is the only recovery metric I have ever fully trusted. She trained harder after that island, considerably harder. Nobody told her to. The chart the slaver threw in was in an ancient script, and Greta could read most of it because Archimedes' writing had been ancient too, and pictographs rhyme. She brought it to me instead of Kaido, and she brought it to me for calculated reasons, which she admitted years later. Kaido would have said yes and then sent her alone as training. Alara would have decided she had spare time and scheduled more of it. I was the only one on that ship who would simply take a child treasure hunting. The words on it said something about a great treasure and something about immortality and the phrase that mattered. Midnight wings pierce the clouds and moonlight guides the final direction. We were 4 days out on that hunt when Baron started a war over bananas. He had planted a farm. Not on our land, because you do not turn your own food islands over to a cash crop unless you enjoy famine, so he had picked an uninhabited rock out on the border between 3 territories, put defeated pirates on it as labor, and grown 6,000 square meters of a banana that does not exist anywhere else in the world. His own bananas grow back twice a year on his chin. These were the seed line off those, second generation, sweeter than any banana in the ocean and with a shelf life that made no botanical sense. He flew out to it because several crates had gone missing, picked early, artificially ripened, stacked in a shed, and then not there. And the men on that island had been asleep because it was an unmarked rock in the middle of nowhere, and it had never once occurred to anybody that a person would come and steal fruit. They had gone missing because Matilda Grimhilda had eaten one. I need to explain Grimhilda, and I am going to do it in one line, because it is the only line that matters. She is one of the strongest people alive. She has an intelligence network that reaches every corner of the underworld, and every so often she gets a craving for a specific food, and if she does not receive that food, she will take an island apart until she does. Her last craving had been banana mousse. Her men had gone hunting ingredients. Somebody found a plantation with no flag on it and helped themselves, and she tasted Baron's bananas, and every other banana in the world stopped working for her. So her eldest son came back with a fleet to annex the island. Their ship came around the headland, and the workers stopped what they were doing to look at it because it is decorated like a confectioner's window. The flag is a skull wearing lipstick, and the crossed bones behind it have been replaced with 2 candy sticks. That is the Big Mom pirates. They have the least threatening fleet in the world, and it is a fleet, Cassian. 19 at that point, a devil fruit made of candy, a tongue about a meter long, and the exact posture of a young man who has been sent to fix something and has told his mother he does not need help. He had specifically refused to bring any of his siblings. That detail matters later. He informed the plantation that the island was Big Mom territory as of that morning, and that if they paid a sufficient tribute in bananas every year, they would be permitted to fly the flag. He was not negotiating. Outside Totoland, borrowing that flag does not cost you years off your life. It costs you a quarterly delivery, and the alternative is that the island stops existing. He was reading them the terms. One of our men started to tell him who the island belonged to. He got 4 words out before a mass of candy came over his head and closed his mouth. Cassian asked whether anybody else had an objection, which is when the objection arrived from above. Baron came down out of the sky on him, and the first thing Cassian knew about it was seeds embedded in his own candy wall. The opening exchange was a green energy ball against a wall of solidified syrup, and the wall held, because that candy is harder than steel, and he had built it to stop artillery. What it did not do was hold quietly. It cracked, and the fragments came out sideways at speed and went through a row of banana trees, and both of them stopped. I have this on multiple accounts, and they agree. 2 men who had been trying to kill each other 4 seconds earlier both went silent and looked at some split fruit on the ground, and then looked at each other's shoulders and read the marks. The tattoo on Baron's right shoulder, the emblem on the chest of one of Cassian's men. Because at that moment, each of them worked out who the other one answered to. Baron knew there was something between Kaido and Grimhilda. He had been on the phone calls. He knew she had been on Hawk's deck when Kaido was a teenager, and that Cassian had been a small boy on that same deck. And he knew perfectly well that it was not the kind of relationship that stops a fight. 2 great crews with a warm history will still go to war the instant their interests actually cross, and everybody on both sides of that field understood it. So the mark did not diffuse anything. What diffused it was the fruit on the ground. They both stood there looking at split bananas, and they arrived, simultaneously, at exactly the same conclusion, which was that they needed to kill each other in whatever way did the least damage to the merchandise. Cassian offered to buy them at a premium. He was not frightened of Baron. He was frightened of going home empty-handed, because he had told his mother he did not need help and had left his siblings behind to prove it. And the punishment for failure in that family is measured in years off your life. Baron said no, and I want to quote the position accurately because it is the most Baron thing he has ever said. All of the bananas are mine, and nobody takes even one. He meant it structurally, incidentally. If he could not keep them, he intended to destroy them rather than let them go, and he said so. So Cassian put syrup under his feet, quietly, while smiling, and Baron folded the leaves on his back toward the sun, quietly, while smiling. Cassian was standing with his back to the light. He has never lived that down, and he has never understood why. Solar beam is charged, not thrown. The leaves gather the sun, and then it comes out as a sustained line of concentrated light, and it is weaker in bad weather and useless at night. And in clear midday sun on an open plantation, it is close to the strongest thing Baron owns. And candy, whatever else it is sugar. Cassian's fruit is genuinely excellent. That material is harder than steel, and he can grow it out of nothing, and it will stop artillery. It has one flaw, and the flaw is that heat does not have to break it. Heat only has to persist. The syrup wave went to steam before it reached him. The wall he put up melted on contact instead of after it, which is the difference between a defense and a decoration. And his entire escort went over backwards, because none of them could get out of the way. Baron had put a scent into the air. It reads as pleasant. What it actually is a mild toxin that dulls a body's reactions, and every man on that field had been quietly slowed by several percent while the two of them were being polite to each other. Cassian survived it because he is a Charlotte. He was 19 and still growing into his power, and he was not the strongest of his siblings. And Baron was 25 and considerably more complete, and Baron's opening had specifically countered his fruit. He lost. He lost the way you lose to a matchup rather than to a person. Then Baron gloated. He got about 4 sentences into it. He praised himself. He praised his own power. He informed his subordinates of the historical significance of what they had just witnessed. And then, as a flourish, he said something disrespectful about Alara, on the entirely reasonable theory that she was several days away. The specific claim was that she was only a woman, and that if a certain person had not been going easy on her, she would never have beaten him anyway. One of his own men, to his credit, told him it was not right to say that behind her back. And Baron said, behind her back, I would say it to her face. Then he reached for a cigar, and somebody held out a burning finger. He lit it. He inhaled. He enjoyed it. And about half a second later, his brain caught up with the shape of the hand. I want to record that he did the correct diagnostic first. Before he turned around, he checked the calendar in his head because he has an entire private system for predicting the days on which it is unsafe to be near her, and the arithmetic came back clear, and that is what actually frightened him because it meant there was no explanation. Alara was in the air behind him. She was passing through. My treasure hunt route ran through that sea. We had heard artillery, and she had come over to look, and she had been there for the whole speech. He asked whether she had come all that way just to hit him. She said no, that she had only been passing, and that they had been planning to resupply here. And then she said that she had changed her mind, and that since they were stopping anyway, and since he was clearly feeling confident, they would get started shortly. He said she had misheard him, and offered his own subordinates as witnesses. Alara looked at the subordinates. They sold him instantly, not reluctantly. They formed a line, bowed, apologized to him by name, and stepped away from him, all in about 4 seconds, because Alara had already arrived, and denial would not have changed the outcome and would have made them part of it. Baron called them cowards, internally, and has never disputed that he would have done the same. Then, as she came down, he grabbed her ankle. Not to fight her. He can read her ignition sequence, because he has been on the receiving end of it more than any living creature, and he had seen the fire start at the corner of her mouth and knew exactly which technique was coming, and he knew what it was going to do to 6,000 square meters of banana trees. She was flying low. She lost her balance, the technique aborted, and she put her other foot into his face and asked him whether he had defected to the enemy. She did not believe it. He is a bully who preys downward. He cannot beat her, and he knew I was 2 hours away. There was no version of that where he had turned. She simply could not construct any other explanation for what he was doing. So he made a case, and the case was a piece of pure rhetorical engineering. Let Cassian go. Kaido has a relationship with Big Mom. Killing her eldest son creates a diplomatic problem for the Holy Beast. Capturing him means guarding him, which wastes the Holy Beast's time and delays the Holy Beast's treasure hunt. Would you not agree that releasing him is genuinely in the Holy Beast's best interests? He built an argument out of my name and handed it to the one person in the world who cannot ignore my name. It did not work. And I want to be clear about why, because people underestimate her constantly. She puts me first in every decision she makes. Her intelligence does not drop to 0 when I am mentioned. She told him that if she let them go, they would come back with more men, that he would lose that fight, and that the outcome would therefore be identical. And he said, no, it is different. If I have time, I can move the trees. If you fight here, the grove is gone. That was the truth, finally. And her expression changed when she heard it. She called him something. Then she said fine. She would use a gentler method, and that she remembered his armament had been coming along well lately, and that she hoped so. He asked what she was doing. What she did was use his own body. Her leg is the strongest single thing on our roster. He was still holding her ankle. He weighs about as much as a small boat and had spent a year growing a hide specifically to survive her, and she braced at the hips and fired him across the field. Baron Bowling. She named it herself, on the spot, after the ball. He went through Cassian's entire crew, every one of them, and Alara came in behind him at speed, kicking stragglers into the trajectory so the count would be complete, and burning off the candy rails Cassian threw down to deflect him. Cassian, watching a screaming officer approach at that velocity, initially assumed it was a coordinated technique between the two of them and tried to redirect it, and then gave up on his men and put a shell of solidified sugar around himself, which made him, visually, the last pin standing. Then she kicked him unconscious. Final tally on the second engagement. Big Mom's side, wiped. Our side, 1 unconscious and 1 injured. The unconscious man was the one whose mouth had been filled with candy at the start and who had run short of air. The injured man was hit by the ball. The ball itself was fine. Armament plus a modified body plus a shape already close to spherical. And one of the crew asked, out loud, whether a thing kicked with the foot can properly be called bowling, or whether it ought to be called a goal. Nobody answered him. The count was the count. They buried Cassian to the neck in wet sand at the tide line. Entirely practical. A banana plantation does not stock sea stone, so they dug a pit below the waterline, let it fill, and put him in it, which for a devil fruit user achieves the same result with the added benefit of suction. Wet sand behaves like quicksand, and he had nothing left to pull against. The additional consequence, which nobody planned and which I regard as the finest detail of the entire incident, is that his tongue is a meter long and it was lying in salt water. He has a sweet tooth. He tasted brine, continuously, for hours. Then his snail rang. They did not hold it up for him. Alara set it down on the sand in front of his face and told him to work it out, and observed that she thought he had the equipment. So the eldest son of the Big Mom pirates licked the receiver off the hook and took a call from his mother while buried to the neck in a beach. And those snails do not merely transmit a voice. The snail's face becomes the face of the caller. So he was looking at his own mother's expression, reproduced on a small animal in the sand at eye level, while she asked him why he was not back yet, and pointed out that he had said it would only take a few hours. He started to explain. She said there was no need. She said the loser has to be punished, and that they would discuss that part later. And then she said she was coming to him now. Meanwhile, Baron, having personally generated the entire situation, took the whole problem and gave it to Kaido. He kept that call under a minute. Then he immediately applied for a transfer onto my treasure hunting expedition, on the grounds that he was an expert in treasure hunting, and Kaido told him that on his return, he would be receiving supplementary armament training because his combat performance had been lagging. He accepted that instantly. He calculated, correctly, that a beating in 3 weeks was preferable to being on that island when Matilda Grimhilda arrived, and that with enough drinking in between, there was a real chance Kaido would forget. Kaido did not forget. Cassian was dug out by his older sister, and I only learned the next part years later, and it remains one of my favorite things about this world. Marzipan came instead of their mother, which by itself told him the anger was still inside the manageable range. She told him his punishment this time probably would not be severe, and that the reason their mother had not come in person was that there was now a guest on Cake Island. Then the men who had gone back into the grove returned, carrying the bananas that had been ruined in the fighting. Burned peels, fruit halved by candy shrapnel, crushed ones. Everything we had left behind because the cargo hold was already full of intact fruit, seedlings, prisoners, and men. Cassian looked at a pile of damaged goods and asked his sister for a favor. Because Marzipan's specialty is candied fruit, that is her discipline in a family where every daughter has one. You cut the fruit, cook it with sugar and spices, and hold it in syrup, and it was originally a preservation method before it was a dessert. So they cut the bad parts off, they cooked the rest, they took it home and told their mother it had been seized in the battle. It worked completely. Her judgment on the subject of food is not reliable when food is present. Marzipan tried some herself and found it as good as promised, and then asked the only intelligent question available, which was what they were going to do if their mother developed a permanent craving for this specific banana. Her brother told her they would deal with that later. He was robbing one wall to pay another, and he knew it, and he had no capacity left to think about the second wall. I want to note that not one of the men who had been there ever reported it. Cassian told them that if he was punished, they would probably lose their lives, and that if they wanted to live, they should work quietly under Marzipan's direction, and that he trusted none of them would do anything as stupid as informing. In that family, there is no mechanism by which a good deed offsets a bad one. Reporting would not have earned them anything. It would only have moved them from a small punishment to a large one. So the entire crew committed fraud against their own captain out of straightforward self-interest. Kaido, meanwhile, flew to Cake Island, not to fight, to keep the fight off his own property. He knows exactly what she does when she is angry, and he ran the arithmetic. And the arithmetic was that if this went badly, it should go badly on her real estate, rather than his. Almost 8 years since they had last seen each other, she came out of her own front door, looked up at a blue dragon over her island, and told him that her little brother from back then was not cute at all now that he had grown up. She recognized the beast form immediately. She had no reason not to. That fruit was a gift from her. And her first real question was about Arthur's treasure. He denied it flatly. I want to defend him here because the newspapers have spent years implying that this man is a drunk with a club. That cavern under the lake is the financial foundation of everything we have ever built. Gaston's wage system was expensive in the early years and was paid for out of that hole. And Kaido, 3 sentences into a conversation with somebody who could take it from us, lied about it without a flicker, because the number of living people who know about it is 5, and he intends to keep it there. Then they drank, and he brokered. She opened by wanting the bananas shipped to her annually, in perpetuity, and offered to pay market rate. He refused. He offered a share of future output once the growing area expanded, and refused the money outright. Because he was not selling fruit. He could only ever have made a small amount of money selling fruit, and he has no interest in small amounts of money. What he wanted was her intelligence network. Every great pirate has one. Ours, at that point, consisted of birds delivering a newspaper written by a bird who prints rumors for cash and has been known to invent them outright. Hers reaches into every corner of the underworld, because a woman who needs rare ingredients delivered on schedule and who collects rare species as a hobby is necessarily on excellent terms with everybody in the world who acquires things. So the deal was fruit for information. She got her moose, I got a search engine, and Kaido took a cut in the middle for doing nothing except standing between 2 parties who each had something the other wanted, and he found that so funny that he brought it up for a year afterward. And then, in passing, she mentioned that she thought she had heard of the strange, indestructible stone he was describing. That is how the 5th plate reached me, traded for bananas by a man who was drunk at the time. The other thing that happened at that table is that Grimhilda's husband walked in. He saw his wife with her arm around a young man, drinking, and he raised his voice about it and asked who that was, and asked how she could be drinking in her condition. She was pregnant. It has never affected her combat capability in the slightest. I want to be precise about the position of a husband in the Charlotte family, because he had evidently never worked it out. She values capable children. A husband is a stage in a process. Most of them are gone before the child can walk, and none of them are ever mentioned again. It is the single most common mistake made by men who marry her, and the mistake is to overestimate their own importance. He had a few months left on his term. He spent them on that sentence. She hit him, and he became the shortest-serving husband in the history of Todo-land, and Kaido finished his cup. Out on the treasure hunt, we were anchored under a cloud bank waiting for midnight. The map had led us to a stretch of open water with nothing in it, and the last line of the riddle was the only instruction we had, and Greta had spent 2 days getting there with Gaston feeding her the harder characters over the snail because she had only been 8 when Archemy went under and had never finished learning her own alphabet. Baron spent the whole approach insisting it was a scam, great treasure of immortality. He had seen 100 maps like it, and every one of them was a lie sold to somebody stupid. He was also refusing to go home, so his commitment to the argument was theatrical. At midnight, the clouds opened in a line, and moonlight came down on the water in a straight road. Something had gone through them. Then it fell on our deck, 8 or 9 meters of it, green back, white belly, long fur, 4 limbs fused into wings, hind legs like a bird's, and a tail lying across our boards. It looked like something that had been designed before anybody decided what a dragon was. There was a black arrow through its wing, thick as a forearm, barbed, with a chain on the fletching and a weight on the end of the chain. Baron identified it in 2 seconds and could not stop himself. A Millennium Dragon. Legendary. Supposedly the bones grant eternal life, which is nonsense, and he knew it was nonsense because Mads had tested it. The dragon roared at him and tore its own wound open doing it. Beatrice translated, and I want to give the translation in full because it was the first thing that creature ever said to us. It said that this fat one had experimented on its kin, and that if he had any part in it, it would bite him to death. Baron backed up, not because of the dragon, because Alara was behind him, and the one subject that is never raised in front of her is what a laboratory does to a race, and he had just raised it. They could not cut the arrow. It was made of something our tools did not touch. Beatrice cut it with her tail blade in one pass and did not comment. Then Greta anesthetized a dragon. Her illusion is not a picture. It is a lie a body believes. So she told a Millennium Dragon that nothing hurt, and it believed her, and 2 ordinary ship's doctors pulled a barbed arrow out of its chest cavity while it lay still. The wound underneath was not survivable. Broken organs, bone fragments, and a doctor whose usual working day is fevers and knife cuts looking at me and saying, with great professionalism, that if he pulled it out, the animal would die. I told him to pull it out anyway. Then I put water on it. Life dew is a name for something very simple. Every wound within reach closes faster than it should, all at once, including the cuts on the men holding the instruments. The tissue in that hole went from dead to alive while the ship's doctor was still holding the arrow. He said out loud, "Divine power," and then stood there. Greta shouted at him to sew, because holding a lie that thorough is expensive, and she was paying for every second of it. The cook shaved the dragon because he was faster with a blade than the doctor was. It woke up, looked at the bald patch on its own belly with total confusion, and told us it was 200 years old and did not know very much, but that its father was 600 and might, and that we should come home with it. Then it said it was hungry and asked if we had any fish, 200 years old. Then a cannonball landed beside our ship. Baron went after them because he needed to be seen going after something, and I sent Alara behind him because he could not be trusted to do it correctly. The flag on that ship was not a skull or a cross or a seagull. It was a scalpel and a sphere. I did not know the mark. Baron did. The Organ Trafficking Assassination Group. Here is their business. They assassinate people to keep the organs intact, and then they sell the organs. And the reason they assassinate rather than kidnap is that a body arrives in better condition when it does not know it is about to arrive. When a rich man's son needs a new heart and does not want a machine, somebody has to go and get a heart, and it has to match. And matching means going through however many people it takes. They also take celebrities and powerful people because those organs price higher. And they were the ones who had put an arrow through a 200-year-old animal, because their information said the celestial dragons were buying dragon bone at a premium, and the customers needed the whole carcass delivered to prove authenticity. They had been tracking that flock for a year. Baron went aboard and cleared the deck with a seed gun, then came down in person to be thorough, and made a point of keeping his mouth shut this time because he could feel Alara on his back. They turned off all the lights and came at him in the dark, with high-powered lamps in his face and chains around his neck, and swung armament-coated blades at his throat on the theory that his neck was the weak point of the transformation. Nothing happened. One of them said, in genuine outrage, that the attack had armament in it, and Baron exploded, not tactically, emotionally. He grabbed 2 of them by the head and asked what their little techniques were worth next to armament earned by a man who has been beaten every single day for a year by 2 different monsters, and then put both of their heads through the deck. Then he adjusted his glasses and pointed out that he was wearing sunglasses and asked what exactly they had expected the searchlights to do. They ran below. He took a purple fruit out of his pocket. I had given him the ability to carry a fruit and release its properties as energy. He had immediately worked out that if you inject a fruit with a virus first, you have a delivery system that cannot be dodged, and he called the result playgrounds. And this particular formulation he named vegetative state. It is not a gas, so their gas masks did nothing. They went down where they stood, conscious, unable to move, on a 3-minute timer to unconsciousness, and a longer one to something permanent, and he stood on the deck, counting down out loud. Ilara dropped a survivor in front of him from the crow's nest and told him his observation was still lacking. Then Baron went below to loot and came straight back up and asked her to come and look at something. The lower decks were clean. Disinfectant, tanks of product and preserving fluid, and below that a slaughterhouse and a prison. And on the wall of a corridor, mounted, as decoration, a pair of black wings. Baron recognized what they were, because Baron has treated both of them, and knows what a Lunarian is, and he backed 2 full steps away before he finished his sentence. Ilara asked for 1 survivor and the antidote. Baron has told me a great many stories about that night, and he has never once described that part. He has said only that he had called Duke a pervert for enjoying interrogation, and that after watching Alara, he considered Duke's version to be the behavior of a well-adjusted young man. What she got out of it was this. The wings had been bought at auction decades ago from officials of the world government, taken off Lunarian dead, and hung on that wall because somebody thought they looked nice. There was a matching pair at their headquarters. She burned them herself, Lunarian flame, from her own body, which is the only thing that will do it. That is their funeral. That is the entire rite, and it had not been performed for anybody of that race in over 30 years, and she stood in a corridor on an organ ship and did it properly for two people whose names nobody alive knows. I said the names again. Not theirs. Ours. The whole list out loud over the fire because there was nobody else who could. Then she took the ship. All of it. One breath from the bow and the entire hull went to ash on the water with every member of that crew still inside it, because she had interrogated one of them about the wings, and there was no version of this where witnesses walked. She thanked Baron afterward. He nearly lost his sunglasses over the side. He asked her to repeat it. She told him not to misunderstand, that she still hates researchers as a category, but that one thing is one thing, and that he could bring it up the next time she wanted to hit him. He asked if the thanks came with an exemption. She said no, but that she would consider going easier. He has never once cashed it in. He is saving it. He has been saving it for years. The dragon led us home, and its home was directly above us. That is what the riddle meant. Wings pierced the clouds. There was a sky island up there, one of the lower ones at a few thousand meters, and the dragons living on it hunt fish that live in a sea made of cloud, and when they punch up through the underside of that cloud sea to feed, they open a hole, and the moon comes through the hole, and the light lands on the water directly beneath the island. The dragon had brought us to the correct location. It had simply given us a Millennium Dragon's route home, which involves flapping. Sky islands are reached either by a hidden staircase of cloud or by a vertical current called a knock-up stream, and this island had neither. So I made one. I put a foot on the deck and pushed energy down through the hull into the sea, and the water underneath us started to boil, and I told everybody to hold on to something. Then a column of ocean came up under our ship and threw it into the sky. If there is no current, there is a splash plate. We came up through the underside of the cloud sea into the middle of a massacre. 2 large ships, a dozen small boats launched off them. Men with specially built harpoons going after dragons in the open air, and dragons fighting instead of leaving, because they had captives, and because that was their territory, and because a Millennium Dragon will not abandon ground. And these were New World dragons, not the East Blue kind. Same species, different school. Faster, stronger, and considerably harder to put a harpoon into, which is why the hunters had brought heavy launchers mounted like artillery. They were also equipped entirely for a capture. Harpoons, nets, and enough tranquilizer to stop a large building. Their shell magazines were half-stocked and already spent. We came up out of the cloud with full magazines and a range advantage of a third. The men on our deck had spent weeks watching Babanuki throw a boulder into the ocean, and they had all done the same piece of arithmetic, and that arithmetic was that battle merit is the only currency that buys a turn at the wheel. I have never had to give a speech. Beatrice ended it, technically. She went up high and put water bullets through the firing chambers of the heavy launchers, one after another, silently, and a precision instrument with holes in the breech is a length of pipe. After that, there was nothing on that island that could hurt a dragon. Ilara went through the rest of them off the leash. I did not stop her. She had come up out of a corridor with a pair of wings still burning in her memory, and I let her have the whole island, and by the end she was so soaked that her clothes were finished. She wears red and black specifically because they hide blood, and she had gone past the design tolerance. Our tailor is the 3rd most valued professional in the Beast's Pirates. Above him, the weapons engineers and the doctors. That is the entire list, and it is in that order for reasons that end up being about clothing that survives a transformation. The dragons lost 7. Out of 27. Nearly a quarter of the flock, in one morning, and most of it before we arrived, and all of it happened because the hunters had been trying to take them alive, and the dragons had refused to be taken. The leader thanked me. It was over 10 meters long, and it lowered its head to a creature the size of a horse and thanked me, and then apologized because it had never seen a plate and could not help. But it could ask. Every 1,000 years an island rises in the East Blue, and every Millennium Dragon alive goes to it. That is the whole reason for the name. The next gathering was under 30 years out, and the leader believed that somebody in that assembly would have seen one of my stones at some point in the last 1,000 years. 30 years is nothing to a species that measures its life in centuries. Then it said it was moving the flock because the island had been found. I offered them a better option. 20 dragons and 3 eggs came home with us. 15 adults, 4 passengers each, which is 58 seats, which is an air force. There is exactly one other pirate in this ocean with any aerial capability at all, and he built his out of a devil fruit. The cover story was straightforward. I changed their appearance. Not much, and not their bodies, only the surface, into something I called an archaeops, and everybody who ever saw one was to use that word and nothing else. The younger dragons liked the new look. The older ones found it undignified, and agreed to it anyway. For the same reason, 2 Lunarians wear masks. The Zap plate came out of the wreck of the Hunter's Hold, 5 of 18, and every man on that island heard thunder over an island where the sky was clear, and lightning came back to me, and lightning is the only element in this world that people still treat as a verdict rather than a weapon. Kaido's plate arrived at the same time, off the Big Mom trade, and it turned out we had both been planning to surprise each other, and I ruined it by sensing mine from 4 kilometers out. He was genuinely disappointed. He complained about it during the banquet. The wheel came out again that night. The dart landed on a blue character that meant leap, splash. I want to be honest about the atmosphere in that yard. There was a betting pool on how long he would be under, and he tied Babanuki's record at 3 days. And he woke up starving, and everybody crowded round him, and he did not look excited at all. Then he walked to the water and jumped onto it. Onto, not into. His legs had been rebuilt around a single idea, which is that water is a surface if you disagree with it hard enough, and he could now cross open sea on foot as fast as a man can run. He spent the rest of the banquet bounding around out in the bay while several close friends rowed after him in a panic in case he stopped believing. Is that a good power? In a world made of ocean, yes, it is a spectacular power. It simply does not look like anything, which is why he stood there for a while feeling cheated, and why the crew organized a brainstorming session about applications that went on past dawn. And then we finally built a real ship. The timber Duke had bought in the underworld market got laid down in the shipyard on the Winter Island, and it took months, and what came off the slipway was the beast Duke. 650 berths. And her guns were the reason Garrett Stone had come to that island in the first place, because the foundry there had been built to make the biggest artillery in the New World, and we now owned it, and the broadside on that hull was equal to anything the Marines float. The islanders provisioned her, and they got a share of the prize money afterward. That was Gaston's design too, and it is the cleverest thing anybody has ever done for me. Do not tell a conquered population that your wars are righteous. Give them a stake. They will not enlist, and they will not love you, and they will never again lobby against a campaign, because a campaign that goes well pays a dividend. The old men on that island had lived through 4 owners. They told us, without being asked, that we were the best of them. That is not a compliment I have ever felt entitled to keep. It is just true, and it is the reason I have never let Kaido burn a territory. Then we went to collect the second pair of wings. Their headquarters was on an island that does not appear on any chart, and I want to describe the man who ran it, because he is the most honest person in this entire story. He wore a suit. He chewed gum. He required his staff to address him as manager, because he considered himself a legitimate businessman, and by the standards of the world government, he was one. No bounty, no warrant. Not one member of that organization was wanted for anything, because they had spent years cultivating officials, and on paper, they were a medical supply concern. The organization did organs, and also assassination, and also mercenary contracts, and also anything else that arrived with money attached. Their own internal name for the armed division was the Merchandise Capture Department, and under the office, in the basement, they kept the inventory. Not corpses, people. Living people, on scientifically formulated meals, made to exercise on a schedule, because a petri dish will never be as good as a body, and a body in good condition sells for more. They called that level the farm. When a buyer came in with a blood type and a requirement, they went down to the farm and they matched, and then the matched ones stopped being inventory and started being product. Their business network covered the entire world, which means that room emptied and refilled continuously, every day, for years. And in a separate room, with padded walls so she could not hurt herself, they were keeping a girl. She was a mink, wolf, white, and she had left her country a few months earlier because she wanted to see the world, and she was a child. They had her bound in specially made rubber because a mink can generate a current off her own fur, and rubber does not care how angry you are. The buyer was a king in the West Blue whose son had been born with organs that did not work. He had heard that demi-humans are stronger, which is true, and had concluded from that demi-human organs would make his son stronger, which is not how anything works, and had put down a fortune for a heart and a pair of kidneys. She had worked out what was happening to her within a day of arriving. She had spent every hour since trying to damage herself badly enough to be worthless, which is why the walls were padded and why the manager wanted her processed early. The morning we arrived, he was telling his second-in-command to notify the surgical team. That is the sentence he was in the middle of. Notify the surgical team. The heart and kidneys are the important part of this transaction. There must be no accidents. Then the ceiling shook and gravel came down on his shoulder, and he brushed his shoulder off with an expression of real irritation because his suit was expensive. We came in with the Beast Duke's full broadside. Kaido did not go in first. He could have ended the whole island in about 90 seconds, and instead, he sat on our deck and let his crew do it, because a man who only survives under a monster's protection is not a warrior, and he wanted warriors. It was not a battle. The organ trafficking assassination group had never fought a war in its life. They fought people who did not know they were being fought. Their armed division was very good at surrounding a house at night, and had no answer at all to Duke coming across a courtyard at low altitude with his wings out, cutting a line through it, throwing flaming rock behind him, and leaving nothing for our own men to do but collect. The manager came out of his office to look and found his entire life on fire. He asked, out loud, when they had offended anybody from the beasts. Nobody answered him. Nobody could have. In that line of work, you offend 40 people a week, and eventually one of them turns out to have a flagship. So he pulled out a snail and started calling for help, and this is my favorite part of the day. He called Cassian. They had done business. He had been negotiating for months to borrow the Big Mom flag, which is the standard arrangement in the New World, and the negotiation had stalled because he thought the price was too high. Cassian picked up, asked what he wanted. He said he was under attack by very strong pirates, and that he would like to revisit the matter of the flag. Cassian, who had been about to name an extortionate figure, asked who was attacking him, and when he heard the answer, he asked the man to repeat the previous sentence. The manager repeated the bit about the flag. Cassian said, no, before that. The manager said, do you remember me? And Cassian said, I do not remember. Who are you? How did you get this number? Then he hung up. I have thought about the mechanics of that because it is a lesson. If the flag had been lent, Grimhilda would have come. Not out of affection, out of credibility, because a pirate who lets a client under his flag be destroyed has no clients afterward. There would have been a war between two great crews over an organ farm purely on the arithmetic of face. But the deal had never closed. So the eldest son of the Big Mom pirates spent about 4 seconds working out that the beasts now controlled his mother's tongue and that a criminal middleman controlled nothing, and he made the correct commercial decision without even consulting her. He told the people around him that some insignificant little bugs had offended the beasts and that the underworld was about to be reshuffled. The manager stood in his own burning courtyard, listening to a busy tone, and drew the wrong conclusion, which was that Big Mom was afraid of Kaido. Then he ran, because he had watched through his own binoculars as men on his payroll put their hands up and got no result from it. He had built an escape route, obviously. A cunning man has 3 burrows. There was a passage under the farm to a private harbor on the far side, and a ship and other strongholds, and a plan for a comeback. He sent his second-in-command to pack the valuable stock and gave him 5 minutes, and went to his office for the collection, because he had things on those walls that he loved. Then the cast-iron front gate rang. The men behind it had retreated all the way back into the building by then, and the building had made them feel better. Pirates do not carry siege equipment. A ship's main gun is bolted to a ship. That door was a foot thick. It melted, not blew, melted, downward, out of its own frame, and became a river of steel across the entrance hall floor. Ilara came through the gap. Duke came through behind her and laid rock across the molten steel so that our ordinary men could follow, because otherwise there was nowhere to put a boot for 20 meters. She said one thing on the way past, leave no one alive, and then she was gone, and the men in that hall saw only a red shape leaving, because her power is acceleration, and she had been stacking it since the beach. Duke's own men told him to go with her. They had all worked it out by that point. Nobody in the crew knew what a Lunarian was. All they knew was that these two never showed their faces, and that this particular operation had been ordered without a profit motive, and that both of them had come personally. That was enough. Whatever this was, it was theirs, and the crew told the strongest man on the island to go and stand next to her. The passages down were built enormous because the organ trafficking group's usual product line included giants, and they had needed corridors that would take one, which meant Duke could fly indoors. He split off from her because she was too fast to follow and because the layout below was a maze, and he began going through the lower levels methodically, and the lower levels were where the senior staff had gone. Ilara had a different problem. Her observation could tell her where living bodies were, and every single one of them was a stranger, and observation does not come with name tags. She could feel a cluster of people moving in a group directly below her, and she could not find the stairs. So she went through the floor. She put a foot down, and the floor stopped being a floor, and she landed in the middle of the group her senses had found, which was the second in command and his detail carrying the high-value stock out. They were better than the men upstairs. They were the manager's own confidants. It made no difference at all. The second in command died on the floor of a corridor asking her why. "What have we done to you? Why are you killing all of us?" He asked it in real bewilderment, and I believed the bewilderment because he had done this to so many people that he had lost the ability to model it happening in the other direction. She did not answer him. She had no reason to. Then she looked at what they had been carrying, iron cages under black cloth. She pulled the first cloth, and it was crates of preserving fluid with product in it, and she put the cloth back down. The rest were people, healthy, undamaged, and better looking than average, which had nothing to do with anything except price. And in the last cage, alone, in high-temperature resistant rubber, the wolf girl. Ilara broke the cages in half and told them all to find somewhere to hide and to stay there until the noise stopped, and then she left, because she was not there to run an evacuation. The wolf girl followed her. She came out of that cage and picked up Ilara's scent off the air and went after her at a dead run through a facility she had spent weeks mapping, because at certain hours they let the inventory out of the cells to exercise, and she had used every one of those hours looking for a way out and had failed, and now she knew the building better than the woman who was fighting in it. She caught up in a corridor. Ilara had just put a burning leg through a man and into a wall, and there was a crater in the plaster, and she heard a noise behind her and turned and kicked without looking. She got most of it back. She pulled the flames off, and she pulled most of the force out of it. Most is not all. And the child caught her ankle, went with the rotation, flipped twice in the air to bleed off the impact, and landed on her feet. Then she asked whether all the minks out at sea can make fire. I want to explain what was happening in that girl's head, because it is genuinely one of the funniest misunderstandings of my life, and it changed the trajectory of 2 nations. A mink is a person with fur. That is the whole definition as far as her country is concerned. Everyone at home has fur. Humans, in her view, are minks with a very bad hair condition, and she had always assumed that overseas there were other kinds she had never met. Ilara, at that moment, was in her half-transformed form. Bird legs, clawed hands, a crest, covered in something that was not skin, that is not fur, it is feathers, but nobody had ever explained the difference to a wolf, and nobody had ever explained what a devil fruit is either, and the only conclusion available to her was that this was a mink from the outer sea who could set things on fire, which was obviously a thing that overseas minks could do, since at home every child can make a spark by rubbing her own tail. So the first free minute of her life after weeks in a cage, she spent asking a stranger about her species. Ilara told her to go and hide. She said no. She said, "You are here for the rotten manager. That is what happens in the stories. And also you bent those iron bars with your hands, and also are there many flying minks out at sea?" Ilara told her again to hide, and that she did not have time to look after a little girl. And the little girl told her, with tremendous dignity, that she was not a little girl, that she was going to be the next Duke of Zhou, and in fact, the first Duchess in its history. And then she mentioned, as an afterthought, that she knew where the manager was, because she could smell him, and that Ilara's own nose was clearly not very good. Ilara picked her up. Not gently. She got an arm under her and told her to point, and while she was doing it, the girl leaned in and rubbed her cheek against Ilara's cheek and said a word. Garuchu. That is how her people greet each other. Face to face, cheek to cheek, and you say it. It is not affection exactly. It is closer to acknowledgement. It means you are somebody I have met. Ilara had no idea what any of that meant, and did not object, because Lunarians greet each other by knocking their wings together, and she understood the category. Minority races have handshakes. Fine, she would allow it. It cost nothing. And then the girl started giving her directions by sniffing the air. They arrived to find Duke standing in a corridor full of bodies. He had already done the important thing. There was a Lunarian family sigil on the wall down there, and a second pair of wings under it, and both of them were already gone. And Alara flapped once to make sure, and there was nothing left of either. He told her the manager was not here. He had interrogated several of the senior staff, separately, and they had all given him the same story, which was that the man was elsewhere, and the men Alara had killed with the cages were bait. Alara paused, because the girl in her arms had just told her she could smell him. She put her down and asked her whether she was sure, and the girl pointed at a body on the floor, in the middle of a corridor full of bodies, and said, "Yes, that one, that is what he smells like." Duke went and looked at it again. He had kicked that man in the chest, personally. No breathing, no pulse. And also, he now noticed, muscles already stiff, joints resisting, body temperature down. All correct signs of death. All of them far too early. Rigor does not arrive in 4 minutes. Duke put his fist through the head to settle the question, and the body twisted out of the way and grew gray fur, and the manager of the organ trafficking assassination group finished his transformation into an opossum. He had never once shown that power to anybody. You do not climb to the top of that industry on administration alone, and his contribution to his own security was a devil fruit whose signature talent is to be extremely convincingly dead. His confidants had covered for him. He had personally fed Duke the false report during his own interrogation, and when Duke moved to finish him, he had simply gone limp and stopped. It had worked. It had completely worked. He was going to be evacuated with the bodies, or left in a burning building, and either way he was going to walk out of that corridor alive. And he was exposed by a piece of his own inventory. He said so on the way up. He said, "Damn mink brat, I should have had you killed on arrival." She said out loud to nobody that he had turned into mouse fur. Alara put a hand on her head and told her that was a devil fruit, and that she had just been a very great help, and put her down out of the way. Then Duke said something I have never let him forget, which was that his own martial technique was clearly still lacking. 4 boulders came out of nowhere and locked around the man from 4 sides. That is a control skill, and Duke now uses it more than any other, because he learned that day that the fastest thing in the world is a man who is pretending. Then he drew the sword off his hip and put fire down the blade and swung, and a dragon of flame went down that corridor, and the temperature in it rose so far, so fast, that the wolf girl backed all the way to the wall, because fur is a coat you cannot take off. The manager survived that, charred through, still breathing, still asking, and Duke walked up to him with an expression that the fabric of his mask reproduces well enough to read. He asked why they were going to this extreme. He said, "We have never offended you." Duke told him the dead do not need to know that much, and that he had done it, and that it was unforgivable. Then he took the head off, and burned the head, and burned the body separately, because Duke does not believe in third chances, and had learned an hour earlier what happens when he does. The rest was logistics. We took the gold and the art, which we did not understand and sold anyway, and every one of the prisoners. Kaido put them on a nearby island with a functioning government and left. Not out of kindness. He wanted the story told, and there is no better distribution network in the world than 400 freed people arriving somewhere with an explanation. The beasts do not run a ferry service. They got a shore and a direction, and one of them refused to get off. She attached herself to Alara's leg like a pendant and would not be removed. Alara tried to explain the situation to her, which involved standing on a beach and telling a child, in as many words, that we are pirates, we are criminals, we are the bad people. The girl said, "But you are good people. Only good people rescue people." Alara, who had spent the previous hour setting men on fire in a corridor, could not construct a rebuttal to that on the spot. So she tried a demonstration. There were several of our men walking past with crates, and she ordered them to look menacing. I want to record that they tried. They put real effort into it. And the result was that a wolf looked at a row of humans making faces and was not impressed. Because a human's most frightening expression is nothing at all next to the resting face of an actual predator. And the crew leader eventually reported back that they did not seem to know what to do. Alara told them to go back to work and carried her onto the ship. She could have removed her at any moment. She did not, because that child had spotted a corpse that a Lunarian and a torturer had both signed off on. And Alara does not forget a debt in either direction. Her name is Rena. She was, at that point, the 9th person aboard who was not a member of the Beast's pirates, and the 4th who had arrived by accident. Her vivre card to her homeland had been taken off her when she was captured. Without it, nobody finds Zoe, because Zoe is not a place. It is a very large animal walking around on the sea. We could not have sent her home even if she had wanted to go. I asked Alara about it that evening and got the summary, and I said, let her stay. People have to live with their own decisions. She had made one. Kaido was delighted because minks are a warrior race and he had just acquired one for free. And I went out on deck that night and made something. 5 plates in a ring on the boards. Fire, water, dark, steel, lightning, with the zap plate in the middle. Up to then, I had only ever modified. Take a devil fruit, take an animal, rewrite what is inside it. That is craft. It is also cheap in the sense that the material does the work. Creation is different. Creation is mine, and it does not require plates at all, and it costs so much that I had never once bothered. A point of light came up off the deck and started developing like something in an egg. It took a long time, long enough that Alara came out to watch and then stopped watching and stood at attention instead. What stood up when it finished was about 1.5 meters tall, yellow and black, upright, built like a cat that had learned to argue. He knelt down on one knee. He said, Blitzskin. Hello, my lord. I gave him language and a working set of the world's basic facts, which is the expensive part, and it is why he came out able to speak instead of able to roar. Everything else he would have to learn the way anybody does. Then I gave him a job. From today, you are a mink born overseas. Get along with the girl in the wolf fur, and your goal is to become the next king of her country. I want to be honest about what I was doing there, because it was not sentiment. Zoe has an alliance with a locked country called Wano, and no relationship with anybody else. 20,000 minks, every one of them worth 3 ordinary soldiers, sitting on the back of an animal nobody can find, ruled by a succession system with no bloodline in it. Anybody strong enough who has the country's approval can take the throne, and a mink under a full moon becomes something I have not fully measured yet. I had just been handed a child who intends to rule that place, and who had already decided that the 2 of us were good people. I made her a friend who cannot lie to me, and cannot betray me, and who will still be there in 50 years. That is a farm. I built a farm. He looks exactly like a cat mink. He uses electricity the same way they do. There is one difference, and it is the transformation under the full moon, and I fixed that later with a coat of paint. I introduced him to the officers that night while Rena was asleep. Duke and Alara raised no objection, but Alara felt something, and I watched her feel it, and I did not say anything about it for years. She had been the first. 6 years through a wall, 1 basement, 1 list of names. And there was now a new creature on this deck who had been made out of my own power and who had called me my lord within 4 seconds of existing. She never once said a word about it. She simply began, from that week, to be more useful than any 3 other people alive, at everything, all the time, forever. I am aware of what I did. I have chosen not to correct it. Rena met him the next morning by smell, decided he was the genuine overseas article, and said Garuchu at him, and he said it back, and that was the first step. Then the clouds moved, and I found out what a mink does under a full moon when nobody has taught her. Her fur went white from the tail up. Her hair grew out several times its length in about 4 seconds. And then she stopped being a child at all and swung at the nearest living thing, which was fortunately a tree. Sulong. Every mink has it. Under a full moon, it is not a transformation. It is a door opening, and behind the door is the animal, and a trained mink comes out of it several times stronger, and a trained mink is the operative phrase. At home, they do not let the young ones outside on those nights. There is a whole system. She had lost track of the calendar in a cage and had no idea what day it was, and she had been out in the snow, and she had been genuinely happy because she had never seen snow before and had spent an hour playing in it. She looked up. Ilara and Blitzskin went after her and could not do anything because you cannot reason with it, and neither of them was willing to hit a child. So they simply followed her around the island at a distance while she tried to fight everything, and then, having established that she could not beat either of them, gave up on fighting and just ran. Baron caught her by the face on the way past his front door. He had come out to see what the noise was. Years of being hit by everybody had left him with reflexive armament, so the impact did nothing, and then he had a small, furious white animal in both hands. He looked up at the moon and understood immediately, and explained the whole thing to a Lunarian and a mythical beast, because for all that we treat him as the punchline, he is the only person in this crew with an education. He also explained the failure state. Untrained, you do not stop. You stop when the moon goes, or you stop when your body runs out, and running out does not mean falling asleep. He offered a sedative and said he doubted it would take. Then a bell rang behind them. Healing bell does one thing, which is that a condition ends. Whatever it is over. It is not a cure, and it is not force. It is a full stop. She went out like a light in Baron's hands, and I told them to put her to bed and hang thicker curtains. Blitzkin got his upgrade that night. Some Pokemon come in a second color, for reasons that have never been fully explained to me either, and I gave him access to his, so that on a full moon he can turn white and put out considerably more current and look exactly like a mink in Sulong to anybody who has never seen a real one. She woke up around noon with no memory of the evening and a distinct weakness in the legs, and put her hand on her own face, and then went out of the room at a sprint to find out how much of the island she had destroyed. Nothing. The answer was nothing. She stood in the middle of an undamaged street looking for a hole she had not made, and then went to Blitzkin's door and tried to climb in through the window, and he came round the corner behind her and told her that it was already afternoon. She asked if anything really outrageous had happened. He said she had transformed and that nothing had happened. She let out a very long breath and then admitted out loud that she had been afraid of being thrown out. She had been with us for 11 days. Then she asked to be taken to me so she could say thank you, and Blitzkin had to stop her because her plan was to say thank you in the traditional manner, which is cheek to cheek, and he had a strong instinct that rubbing her face on the holy beast in front of the Arceus church was going to cause a diplomatic incident. That is a real problem he had to solve, and he solved it by teaching her the customs of the outside world slowly, over months, while never once explaining why. She also asked him to teach her to control Sulong, since her own country had told her she was too young. He said he could not. She said, "You cannot do it either. Then we can learn it together." They started that week, under the bell, with me as the emergency brake. That is how Zoe does it too, incidentally. Somebody who can do it stands next to somebody who cannot, and they go again until it takes. There is no better method. There is only the bell, and having a god on hand to hold the door shut. Riverwalk drew his power around the same time, and I have to tell that one properly. He was the man who could jump on water. In the assault on the headquarters, he had not been in the main push, because his skill set is mobility, so he had spent the battle bounding around the sea behind the island, and while he was out there, he had run directly into the boats carrying the organization's actual liquid assets out the back door. The manager had taken the collection he loved. He had left the money with subordinates. Riverwalk caught the money, which made him top of the merit list twice running, and the Yard was extremely vocal about it. 2 men on either side of him telling him his luck was obscene. Him saying, cheerfully, that he was just lucky. Then he threw the dart at the smallest wedge on the wheel, the smallest one, the one marked Phantom. Hit it dead center, which put him into the second wheel for attribute, and he got water, which means he does not need a devil fruit and does not lose the ocean. Then the third for method, and he got direct modification, which means no waiting for us to find a fruit for him. 3 impossible results in a row. The Yard had gone completely silent by then, and on the last wheel, for the actual creature, his dart landed on a red carp. Magikarp. Now. The transformation looked spectacular. Red scales came up over him, and 2 long gold whiskers came out at the corners of his mouth, and for about a second and a half, in silhouette, it read as something in the same family as Kaido, and I heard 300 men inhale at once. Then it finished. I have never heard a crew laugh like that. It went on for minutes. Men sat down on the ground. He shouted at them. They shouted back that they could see he had gained power and that they were sorry, but they could not stop. And had he become a fishman, and could he go in the water? He said yes, and more than that. And then he jumped into the fountain and floated there, and the laughing changed shape a little, because a devil fruit user cannot do that, and every single man watching knew what it costs to be unable to swim in a world made of ocean. Then he climbed out and stabbed himself. Small knife straight into his own side, in front of everybody. The blade slid off. There was no mark. A Magikarp is essentially nothing but scale and bone. There is barely any animal in there. What he had acquired, functionally, was a suit of armor grown out of his own body that ordinary weapons do not open, plus the ability to breathe underwater, plus a jump that had gone up by a factor of several, plus the tenacity of a species famous for surviving conditions that kill everything else. He let two men slash him with real swords to make the point. It left marks. It did not get through. For a scout, that is close to the perfect draw. He could go into the water, under a hull, past an anchorage, and come back out, and nothing short of a real fighter could stop him on the way. He also became, permanently, the funniest man in the crew, and both of those facts are still true. They fed him drink for 3 days, and he did not survive it. They tied him up and carried him to his bunk on the last night, and I am told that even unconscious, he was still jumping. Rena watched all of it from a table with a chicken leg in both hands and asked Blitzkin whether people out here can just turn into fish. He said, "That is the power of Lord Arceus," and asked whether she did not want to get stronger, and told her to work hard because she had a chance too. She said she did not want to become a fish. And then Dawson printed the raid, and printed it as heroism. I want to be clear that we gave him nothing. 400 freed people arrived on an inhabited island with a story, and the story was that the Beast's pirates had destroyed the organ trade's headquarters, and because those people had been rescued, they told it warmly. Dawson took that and added details, reasons, process, motive, whole scenes. Our own crew read that article and did not recognize a single event in it. And I heard two of my own pirates having an argument on deck about whether we had gone there for treasure or for revenge, and neither of them was sure. It sold extremely well. He knows exactly what he is doing. There are 1,000 stories a year about pirates burning a village. There is almost never one about pirates doing something you can approve of, and scarcity is his entire trade. At Marineford, a very young Marine read that headline and had to put the paper down. He had been in the service for about a year, and he was already the kind of man who believes that certain words cannot be attached to certain people under any circumstances, and Dawson had just attached one to us on a front page. I did not know his name for years, Kenji, and in a meeting room in the world government, the interesting fight happened. Two factions, and neither of them cared about the organ farm. The first wanted us erased. Not on principle. Because the official leading that faction had been the man brokering the organization's product to the Celestial Dragons, and he had been boasting to his clients about what he could deliver, and we had set his supply chain on fire. The second faction wanted us left alone because they were the people whose revenue comes from artificial organs and prosthetics, and the market that had just opened up was theirs, and it had come to them for free. They argued about the disposition of a great pirate on the basis of quarterly figures. The motion to eliminate us failed. Below that meeting, in the part of the world that actually runs things, 6 people got on a call. I was not on that call, and I have a very good account of it because 2 of the 6 eventually became business partners of mine, and one of them cannot stop talking. Every one of them sat in a separate room on a separate island with 5 projection snails in front of them, which is how the underworld holds a board meeting, and every one of them was there for the same reason. Their industry had just lost a member, and nobody knew why. Von Hess, loan sharks. He controls the movement of money in the dark half of this world, which means he owns a piece of every exchange counter and most of the casinos. And at that point in his life, he was middle-aged and only beginning to swell. Dawson. Newspapers. A bird who runs the only global information network in existence, and who is not on that board because he is powerful, but because he is unavoidable. Sylvie. The red light districts of the New World, and the legitimate entertainment industry attached to them, and the only woman on the call, and nobody knows how old she is. She is also a CP0 agent. Pirates talk in bed, and the women who hear it work for her, and a great deal of what the world government knows about this ocean comes through that channel. Kemal. Shipping. He holds several hidden currents nobody else has mapped, which is why every pirate in the New World moves cargo through him, and why his rates are what they are. Lockhart. Warehouses. He stores what Kemal moves. Between the two of them, they are the entire logistics of the underworld. And Grim Mace. Assassination. New, young, still carrying his own scythe, already off the field and taking bookings. He was the one having the worst month, in the sense that it was the best month of his career. The organ transplant business had gone to a legitimate medical concern with government ties. The assassination business had gone to him. He had inherited a whole industry in a fortnight for free, and he had just been offered a contract on Kaido by the survivors. There were other strongholds in the 4 seas and the first half, and the organization had not actually ceased to exist, it had merely stopped mattering, and what was left of it wanted revenge and had money. He did not take it. He also did not decline it, which is a different thing. What that call was actually about was fear, and I mean specifically the fear of a man whose business is very similar to the business that just got erased. Every one of them had taken a throne the same way. The previous king of loans, the previous king of shipping, they all died in a struggle and the winner took the desk. That is comprehensible. That is the industry working. We had destroyed a headquarters and taken nothing and replaced nobody and given no reason. If a great pirate will do that once, he will do it again. And if these 6 ever united, they could not fight Kaido, but they could absolutely starve an island. Cut a territory off from every supply route in the world. Pirates cannot use official channels. That is real leverage, and everybody on that call knew they had it. They also knew that using it means dying, so what they actually wanted was information. They asked Dawson, because Dawson is supposed to know. They asked him whether he really had no idea why Kaido had done it, and Dawson wheezed at them and said, "What if I told you every word in that article was true?" Grim Mace said that was not funny. Dawson said it was a pity, but that he genuinely did not know either. I would have paid money to hear the 4 seconds after that. Then Sylvie, who had been quiet, asked whether nobody had received Grimhilda's message yet. Matilda Grimhilda holds a tea party several times a year. It is not a metaphor. There is tea, there are desserts, the guests are the kings of the underworld, and the occasions are usually her own weddings or the naming of a child, and sometimes there is no occasion and she simply wants one. You do not decline an invitation. If you decline, she sends you a gift, and the gift is the head of somebody close to you. They had all been to a dozen of them. It was, by that point, essentially a professional conference with better catering. And on this guest list, for the first time in the history of the event, was a pirate who was not family. Kaido. Sylvie's tone changed when she said it, and that was not for the board's benefit. She had orders. A woman on the CP0 payroll had just been handed the assignment of finding out why 2 remnants of the Hawk pirates were in contact. Because that is the thing that frightens the government. Not an organ farm, not a burned headquarters. The 3 most dangerous pirates alive were all on the same ship once, 20 years ago, and since that ship broke up, they have never cooperated. Arthur and Iron Fist and Kagemaru spent their entire careers backstabbing each other, and Marie-Joie slept well. And now 2 of them were having tea. We did not know any of that at the time. Our actual agenda was fruit. Baron's plantation had gone into production. Bananas at volume, plus 3 new varieties off my improved seed, and the yield had gone past anything our own islands could eat. Fresh fruit spoils. Dried fruit spoils more slowly and still spoils. Either we opened distribution or we composted the surplus. And Kaido had a second objective, which was to unfrighten the underworld, because after Dawson's article, every middleman in the New World had quietly decided that we were an unsafe counterparty, and an unsafe counterparty does not get sold anything. He also mentioned, on the way out, that he did not like the format. No barbecue, no spirits, honey glazed meat and black tea and cake, and a man who drinks out of a gourd taller than a child was going to sit in a chair and be served a dessert fork. He went anyway. He hates tea and he understands leverage. I did not go. I had Duke and a sea chart and a pebble. That is my actual search method and I would like to defend it. When you have no information whatsoever, a random selection is not worse than a considered one, and it is significantly faster. I would pick up a stone with an energy hand and drop it on the chart and we would go to whatever it hit. The crew called it the will of fate, because of course they did, and because I never corrected them. Ilara stayed and held the entire territory alone, which was not a compromise. She was stronger than Duke by then. She had been stronger than Duke for months, and neither of them had made an announcement about it. Kaido took Baron, and the children asked to come. That is Greta, who is 150, and Beatrice, whose species has no meaningful age, and Blitzkin, who was under a year old, and Rena, who was the only genuine child aboard. 2 of the 4 were pretending, and all 4 had exactly the same reaction to the phrase tea party, which was, "What is that?" Greta's assessment, delivered from flat on her back on the training ground, was that a tea party is where a group of adults talk for an entire afternoon and nothing happens, and that she had endured several on Archemy. She was on her back because I had been running an observation drill. That drill is mine. Kaido teaches armament because he understands being hit better than any living creature. I teach observation because what observation needs is somebody who can control the frequency and the exact moment of an attack. And I can put a club barrage down at whatever rate I choose and stop the club a centimeter from a child. Some of them do it blindfolded now. I keep the power controlled. It still hurts a great deal, and it is supposed to, because a lesson you can shrug off is a lesson you do not carry into the field. Rina and Greta were both down when Kaido came out and offered them the trip. And then Baron tried to leave with them, and Kaido said, "I canceled the children's training, not yours." Then he pulled the club out from behind his back. He did hold back that day. He did not go for the face, which for Baron constitutes a gift. Afterward, Baron limped to his own laboratory and picked a citrus berry off a tree and ate the flesh out of it and stood up straight about 40 seconds later. That is the real reason Kaido's training got worse that year. My fruit works properly on anybody carrying my power, and the complete version of a citrus berry restores a man's stamina, and Baron had grown a stand of them behind his lab, which Kaido noticed. Which meant that the ceiling on how badly Baron could be beaten had moved, and Kaido moved with it, immediately, and Baron has regretted growing that tree every day since. He also checked the crates before loading, twice, to make sure no complete fruit had gotten mixed in with the export batch. The export line is deliberately sterile. 3rd generation, no reproduction, flavor only. The full version stays home. That was not a business decision, it was a security decision, and I made it the day I understood that a fruit which restores a fighter's stamina is not produce, it is ordnance. Their approach to Totoland I got from 4 people, and the 4 accounts do not agree on a single detail. The sea around it is juice, not seawater with fruit in it, juice, in colors. And Greta, who had spent 150 years in a stomach full of fruit and had only recently stopped gagging at the smell of it, had to stand on a deck over that for 2 days. The first thing they passed was a cream pie the size of a house floating on the surface, with a flag on it, and Rina hung off the gunwale by both hands because she was shorter than the rail and reported it to Blitzkin as a large pie. It is a fortress. Sail past it uninvited and it opens fire. The Big Mom Pirates' warships have smiling faces on the prow, which makes them the least threatening-looking fleet in the ocean and does not make them less of a fleet. Cassian came out to escort them personally, on a ship with the word candy on the mainsail. He and Kaido knew each other. 9 years between them, both on Hawk's deck when Kaido was a teenager and Cassian was a small boy with a long tongue. He greeted him with an old acquaintance's warmth and then looked over the rail at Kaido's crew and did the same inventory I would have done. Unnamed mooks, ignore. Baron, known quantity. And then 4 children, 2 of them minks. He did not recognize Greta. Her poster is a fox on a fire cloud, and she was standing there as a girl, and in any case, nobody in the New World remembers a 50 million bounty. There are too many of them. That is not arrogance, it is arithmetic. What he concluded, and he was not wrong, was that a delegation that brings 4 children is not a delegation that intends to start a war. Then Rina informed Blitzkin, at conversational volume, that this man's tongue was longer than Uncle Clara Finch's. Clara Finch is an anteater mink from her home island and had until that morning held the record. Cassian heard all of it. He is a professional. He kept smiling and made a pleasant remark to Kaido about how many children he had brought, and privately noted that the last person he had seen travel everywhere with a crowd of children was his own mother on Hawk's ship, where nobody had dared touch one of them because most of them had been one off their previous owners. Cake Island itself is the strangest place any of them had ever stood. The buildings are cake, not shaped like cake, cake. You can eat the wall of a house on that island, and there is a demolition crew whose entire profession is eating the buildings that are approaching their expiry date because otherwise the food would spoil and Grimhilda would see spoiled food in her own kingdom and somebody's children would be punished for it. And a great deal of it is alive, a cake that walks, an egg tart on a swing, a teapot that talks. Those are homies, pieces of a soul put into an object, and a large fraction of the years Grimhilda collects as rent in that country have gone into making the furniture sociable. Chess soldiers on patrol, handing lollipops to children. And Rina, walking through the sweetest-smelling city in the world, stopped and started sniffing the air. Blitzkin asked what was wrong. She said, "I smell something rotten." Cassian told her, with real confidence, that this was not possible because nothing on Cake Island is ever allowed to spoil. And she said, "I am not wrong about that smell. It is not food, it is a person. It is the same smell as that manager." Wolves are vengeful. That is not folklore, it is what she is. She had been in that facility for weeks, and she had memorized a handful of the people who mattered, and one of them was the man who had put her in the cage, and the head of the merchandise capture department had just walked past her in the street. Blitzkin believed her instantly and told Kaido. Kaido had already decided. He said, "Don't worry, they will come to us. Just wait." And then he did nothing, on somebody else's island, at somebody else's function, because the one thing you do not do is throw the first punch at Matilda Grimhilda's tea party. Anyone who disrupts that event answers to her, and he would very much rather it was them. The venue is on a mountaintop, and the guests come up in a candy elevator. Up there, the underworld was already seated, all 6 of them, all waiting to hear the reason for the raid, and Sylvie was waiting for something else entirely. Then an honor guard carried in a photograph, a framed picture of a nun, escorted with more ceremony than most countries give a head of state, and set in its place at the head of the room. Agnes, Grimhilda's benefactor. The public version is that Agnes was a saint who ran a shelter called the House of Lambs for children of every race, and that she took in a monstrous little girl her own country had exiled. The actual version is that Agnes was a human trafficker with a code name, that the House of Lambs was a training program, that the children in it were being raised as assets for the world government, and that she had chosen Grimhilda because Grimhilda's talent was terrifying and the plan was to hand her over. Something happened on that island. Nobody living knows what. Agnes is gone, and Grimhilda has a photograph, and the photograph goes to every tea party, and if anything happens to it, Grimhilda enters a state that even her own children describe in a lowered voice. Sylvie handed over a gift chest, because you do not arrive empty-handed, and she and Grimhilda are old friends, and Sylvie is one of about 4 people alive who calls her by her first name. Grimhilda wanted to open it immediately, and Sylvie talked her out of it on the grounds that the packaging would never go back on. There were 2 babies on the cloud behind her. Odin, which is a homie made from a fragment of her own soul, functioning simultaneously as a weather system and a cradle. 2 daughters, sisters, and she introduced them by name and then said that the tea party was not about them. It was about a misunderstanding some of the people in this room had formed. Then Stollen came out, head chef, and the man who found her and brought her to the sea in the first place, and he pushed out a cart of banana mousse made from Baron's bananas as the pre-dinner course. Grimhilda put a baby back on the cloud to free her hands, which for her is a statement about priorities. And then, from down the mountain, in the guest passage, there were gunshots and a flash of lightning. She put the plate down and stopped smiling. Ryu stopped her at the door. He was 1 year off adulthood and already the strongest of her children, and he gave her a perfectly reasonable public argument, which was that these were her guests and it would be improper for the host to leave. The real reason was Cassian. That was Cassian's passage, Cassian's escort, and Cassian had already failed once that season over a banana grove and had been given a formal warning, and Ryu had spent his entire life protecting his siblings from 2 directions, from enemies and from their mother, and the calculation he ran in that doorway was as follows. If the trouble is something I can handle, I handle it and mention it later when she is in a better mood. If it is something even I cannot handle, then she will not blame Cassian for it, because she cannot expect from him what she does not get from me. Either way, she must not go down there personally. She said fine and told him not to disappoint her. He could not fly. He had to run. Cassian was already in it. He had gotten Kaido's party most of the way up when the attack came out of a side street, and he blocked it with a wall of candy, and then a group of people in extremely inappropriate clothing came out of cover, and he stood there with his color visibly draining out of him. The remnants of the organ trafficking assassination group. Their informants inside the underworld had not been cleaned out yet, so they knew about the tea party, and they had come for us and for the 6 kings, and they had chosen the passage because the top of that mountain is too well guarded to approach without an invitation, and this was the last place on the route where an ambush was physically possible. Cassian's expression was not fear. I have the description from 3 people, and they all use the same word, which is despair. Because his siblings had walked that passage a dozen times, and the one time in the history of Totoland that an armed group attacked a guest in it, it was his shift. He turned to Kaido and told him, with great courtesy, to please go on up to the tea party and that he would handle this. And Kaido did not get on the elevator. He looked at Rina instead. He said, "Kid, you said that was your enemy." She said, "Yes. That is the one. I remember his stench." And he said, "Then do you still have the nerve to bare your fangs at him?" Blitzkin told me afterward that it was the cheapest provocation he had ever heard in his life, and that he had watched it work in under a second. She was already past Cassian. Blitzkin asked Kaido what exactly he thought he was doing, and got an answer that I have never entirely forgiven and cannot fault. He said, "I know what Arceus told you to do. Go." Nobody ever forgets who stood in front of them. I had given Blitzkin a mission that required him to be accepted by a nation that does not accept outsiders, and the only route in is for a native of standing to vouch for him, and the native of standing available was an 11-year-old wolf who had just run at a squad of professional killers. Kaido had not been told any of that. He had worked it out on his own in about a week from watching. He is the only person in this story I have never successfully lied to. Blitzkin's fur lit up, and the light of it was nothing, a spark, a rounding error, and then he was not there anymore. He went in front of her, not to her side, in front, between a running child and the men she was running at, and the way he did it is a technique of his own invention which I did not teach him and which I do not think exists anywhere else. The original form of that ability is a strike and an immediate withdrawal, designed for a fighter who has somebody waiting to take over behind him. There is nobody waiting behind Blitzkin, so he rewrote the order of operations. He selects an ally. He appears at the ally's position. He deletes what is in front of the ally, and then he throws the ally backwards out of the engagement. He picked her up by the back of the collar in transit and put a ball of lightning through the man she had been about to reach, and then tossed her back down the street. She spun twice in the air and landed on her feet, because she is a mink, and that is free. Then she shouted at him. He told her this was too early for her, that she should learn to walk before she runs, that charging a formation alone is not something she gets to do, and that she should stay near the chess soldiers. He does not object to her fighting, he objects to her fighting alone. And his actual solution to the problem of an 11-year-old who does not listen is not persuasion. It is to remove every enemy from the street before she can reach one, so that the disagreement becomes hypothetical, which he then did in under a minute to several dozen full-time killers. Lightning around him and past the chess soldiers who had formed a cordon and who did not get a chance to use it, and the men in that street went down in rows. Some of them he never touched. The current coming off him in passing was enough. He used his fists. That was a decision. He has claws, and if he had used the claws, that street would have needed to be power washed, and there were children present, including the one he had just thrown backwards. So he used his fists, and most of the men he hit were merely unconscious, and the chess soldiers collected them. The heat off him melted the candy on the walls. Cassian, standing in the middle of it, formed his second private opinion about our crew that day, which was to wonder why every single one of these people appeared to be fireproof. The pirates watching from the surrounding streets had a simpler reaction, which was that minks are terrifying. That is a genuine misconception that we planted and have never corrected. Everybody in the New World knows a mink can use electricity. Nobody had ever seen one do that, because no mink can do that, because he is not one. And Rena, who had grown up in a country that has not fought a war in living memory, and had never once seen its own strongest warrior throw a punch, sat down on the step and watched the whole thing. She is a wolf. Her people are not beasts, but they kept the parts of the beast that matter. And one of the parts that matter is that strength is attractive. Kaido's assessment, delivered to Baron while it was happening, was that Blitzkin was too young and did not understand women. His argument was that Blitzkin should have waited until she was actually in trouble before intervening, that the injury would have been worth the effect. Baron asked him, in a carefully joking tone, whether he had a great deal of experience with women. Kaido said he was extremely popular, and that Baron simply had not seen it. I want to note that this is true. It is one of the most upsetting true things I know. Ryu arrived at the top of the last slope to find it finished. Nothing left but chess soldiers, loading bodies, and a repair crew in chef's whites patching a street. 2 of his brothers with him. He asked where the enemy was, and Cassian told him it was resolved, and Ryu told him their mother had wanted to come down personally and that he had stopped her. Cassian thanked him. They both understood the transaction. Ryu was not claiming credit. He was telling his older brother to handle the aftermath properly, because there was no version of this where anybody could save him a second time. Then Ryu declined to attend his own mother's tea party and went to interrogate prisoners instead, because the one question Grimhilda was certainly going to ask him was who sent them, and he intended to have the answer before she asked. And Cassian, escorting Kaido into the elevator, stopped smiling the second the doors closed, and told his men to take those people apart and find out who was behind them. Every one of them. That is what a good day looks like in that family. Upstairs, Kaido came off the elevator and Grimhilda behaved as though the previous 10 minutes had not occurred, because Kaido was standing there, which meant her sons had dealt with it, which meant it was a solved problem, and therefore no longer a subject. She introduced him to the room without saying he was her little brother from the old crew. She could say that to her children in private. She could say it to him on a snail. She could not say it in front of 6 men who would immediately understand what it implied about the balance of power in that ocean. Then she looked at his delegation and said the children were adorable, which is true, and which is also one of the few completely uncomplicated things about her. Sober and not craving, she does not discriminate against any race in the world. Everybody is either useful, edible, or cute. She detailed 2 of her own children of roughly the same age to take the beast's children away and entertain them, and told the adults to get on with it. Moscato was one of them. 16th son, 9 years old, and the child in that family with the strongest sense of right and wrong, which is a diagnosis rather than a compliment. Years later, when his mother's craving came on and every one of his siblings was too frightened to move, he was the one who stood in front of her, and she did not recognize him, and she took a large part of his life for it. He was, that afternoon, an excellent host. Then Baron put a case on the table. Sylvie told me years later exactly what went through her head while that case was opening, and the list was a new prohibited drug, the heads of people who had crossed us, a set of contracts, or a weapon. It was fruit. There is a specific silence that a room full of criminals produces when it has braced for a threat and received produce. Nobody understood. 2 remnants of the Hawk pirates, one of whom had erased a headquarters 6 weeks earlier for no stated reason, had convened the entire senior underworld to discuss agriculture. If any ordinary man had done that to those 6, they would have laughed him out of the building. Since it was these 2, they sat there with completely still faces trying to work out what the fruit meant. It did not mean anything. It was fruit, and Grimhild was already delighted, which was the only reaction in the room that mattered. Baron gave the presentation, and I want to record that he was excellent at it. Not the fighting, the selling. He named each variety, described the flavor, and then, without being prompted, gave the industrial applications, because he had thought about it. This one's leaves make a superior sugar. This one's skin dries and grinds into curry powder. The flesh of that one is sweet and sour and holds up in a preserve. Then the kitchen took the samples away and started cooking, because the Big Mom pirates employ more chefs than any crew in the world, and they were not going to sit and look at fruit. Sylvie picked up a piece of pechaberry with a fork and could not describe what happened. She told me it was still recognizably a peach, and that it was also a completely new experience, and that she had no vocabulary for it, and she is a woman who has spent her whole career selling pleasure to the wealthy and knows exactly what a thing is worth. She stopped worrying at that point. Her actual internal reaction was fatigue. She had spent a week preparing for a crisis, and the crisis was a fruit platter. The kitchen kept coming. A drink, then a cream roll, then jelly, then ice cream, mostly banana because the other varieties had arrived too recently, and the rest already in production behind the door. Stollen out there singing at his own staff to move faster, because to a chef in that house the kitchen is a battlefield. And the homies fell completely out of favor. There were talking cakes on that table demanding to be eaten and being ignored by every guest in the room, which is an extremely strange scene to have described to you, and which resolved itself when the homies formed an orderly queue and started climbing onto plates by themselves. The one dish that had always been at the bottom of Cake Island's menu is savory grilled meat, and it went to the top of the rankings that afternoon because our delegation was 2 minks, a lizard, and Greta, and all 4 of them are technically omnivores with a strong genetic opinion. Rena ate 2 roast chickens, 3 fish, and a piece of sea beast in the time it took the adults to reach the second course, and a pork chop tried to leave. Not all food on that island wants to be eaten, some of it runs. Grimhilda's children ran that one down and brought it back, and Rena refused it because it was a pig, and minks do not eat animals with fur, and pigs count. The kitchen had already thought of that. They had prepared a whole separate service of sea mammals and birds when they learned minks were coming, because in that house, catering is a branch of diplomacy. Then Baron gave them the numbers, and the numbers are why that meeting mattered. 6,000 units of arable land on the new island, over 10,000 tons of bananas a year once it is fully under cultivation, 2,000 kilograms available immediately for the first batch after Grimhilda's allocation and our own reserve. The new island had been Grimhilda's. It was ground she had taken off a rival and then wrecked in the taking, and the farmland on it had been abandoned since, and she had handed it over as part of the trade. We could not simply convert our own food islands to cash crops. A territory that grows only luxuries starves the first time the shipping stops. And then Baron added the line that closed it. These are improved varieties. They do not seed. Nobody else will ever grow them. Von Hess said 2,000 kilograms was enough, and that between them they could open a market inside a year, and named their condition, which was that their supply had to rank second only to Grimhilda's, which suited us because it was true anyway. Not all 6 of them benefited. Von Hess and Sylvie could move that product through their own venues on day 1. Kamal and Lockhart made money on the freight and the storage. Dawson and Grim Mace sell news and murder. Neither of those industries has a use for fruit, and Grim Mace said as much, and asked whether they were expected to buy it as a staff benefit, which brought them finally to the question. Dawson produced a pen and a notebook from somewhere and asked Kaido directly why the beasts had destroyed the organ trafficking assassination group, and Kaido gave him the whole truth in one sentence, in a tone of complete impatience. They offended my subordinates, and it was unforgivable. Is that reason enough for you? Every man at that table relaxed. I want to be clear about why, because it is a genuinely useful thing to know about the underworld. A grudge is a wonderful answer. A grudge is bounded. A grudge has a subject and a limit, and it does not apply to you. The nightmare answer, the answer they had all been braced for, was that Kaido destroys things because he feels like it, which is what stone does, and stone cannot be negotiated with by anybody at any price. They did not ask what the offense had been. They did not want to know. Not one of them asked. Then Baron said there was a second piece of business, and the room came back to attention because that felt correct at last. We pay a premium for zone devil fruits. Mythical, ancient, common, all of them. That reads as a great pirate collecting hardware to arm his crew, which is the most normal thing in the world. It is also true. And then he put a picture on the table, an ordinary drawing of a plate. And he said that even information would be paid for, as long as it could be confirmed. Grimhilda asked the obvious question, which is that Kaido had already gotten one of those from her, and whether it had some special meaning. And Kaido told them he was going to forge the strongest armor in the world out of an indestructible stone. That is a lie built on a foundation of truths, which is the only kind that survives contact. The stone cannot be broken. He does want the strongest everything. Pirates do collect. Iron Fist had cared about armor, and nobody had ever found it strange. And a man of that level having an obsession is not a red flag, it is a personality. Somebody asked how many pieces there were. He said he did not know, but that the shape was clearly not natural, and that there must be others, and that he had no idea where to look, which is why he needed their channels. Half true, half false, and told by a man with no tells, and it held for years. Nobody at that table ever connected me to it. The plates I have recovered no longer look like the ones still out there. As far as the world is concerned, a violent eccentric is buying rocks. Kamal signed first, and asked for one thing in return, which was permission to run cargo through a waterway inside our territory because it saves him distance. That is how you know a deal is real. When the other party starts asking for favors that have nothing to do with it. Sylvie agreed too. She is a government agent, and her job is to gather the correct intelligence and get it out and stay alive. And none of those objectives are served by refusing to sell fruit to a man who cannot be fought. And Beast's Fruit Products was founded that afternoon, a legitimate company, registered, papers that will pass on the red line. Everybody involved knew exactly whose front it was, and the world government has tolerated it from the first day because the profits are enormous, and the alternative is a pirate who does nothing but fight. Sylvie filed her report on the Tea Party, and it went up the chain, and it landed on a desk, and nothing whatsoever happened. They looked into the stone. They already had some. There are plates in world government vaults, and there always have been, and the only people in that organization who had ever taken an interest were a handful of celestial dragons who collect unusual objects. Vegapunk was curious. He had been curious for years and had gotten nowhere. And the note that came back down, which I would eventually read with my own eyes, said that finding a Lunarian would be more useful than finding a rock. I have kept that piece of paper. Cassian arrived at the venue after everyone had left. His mother was in an excellent mood because the kitchen had spent the afternoon inventing things, and Ryu had already reported that the situation had been resolved. So he made his report, and he made it fully and immediately, which is the correct policy with her. Remnants of the organ trade. They had assassinated one of our own caravans to get their cover. They came for the beasts. They are all dealt with. She asked whether they had come here deliberately to attack Kaido's people. He said yes. Then she was quiet for a while, and he stood there and made himself calm, because showing fear to that woman produces a worse outcome than the thing you are afraid of. of, and he is her son, and that does not help. Then she said, Cassian, you have failed twice now. He tried to explain. She told him that both problems had been solved, and that he had still failed, and that she was giving him one more chance, and that she would give him enough men, and that he was going to go and destroy what was left of the organ trafficking assassination group, and that if he failed again, she did not finish that sentence. She did not need to. He said he would make sure those people learned what happens. She said go, and then took her babies back down off the cloud with the gentlest expression in the world, and while she was doing it, she made an observation to nobody in particular, that the mink tribe seemed very strong, and that Toto land needed to expand faster because there were still several races she did not have. Cassian went and did it too, thoroughly. Within a season, there was not one member of that organization left anywhere in the New World, and the survivors were selling their own equipment to buy passage out. We had erased their headquarters. She erased the species. I want to be honest about how that sits with me. I had put out a contract on a criminal organization for hanging 2 pairs of wings on 2 walls, and the actual extermination was carried out by somebody else, for free, because they had inconvenienced her afternoon. That is what an alliance with Matilda Grimhilda is. You do not aim her. You simply take care to be standing behind her. My pebble landed on Garsberg. That is not its real name. Its real name has been forgotten, which is impressive for a country that still exists. And what everybody calls it instead is the land where the war never ends. The war started when their king died badly, and the country split in 2, and then it kept going, indoors and outdoors, against itself and against its neighbors, for long enough that the word Garsberg stopped meaning a place and started meaning a condition. Orphans everywhere. Minefields where the front used to be, and then more minefields on top of those, and by the end, you could not walk within a kilometer of the border without a very good reason. One of my own crew asked Duke on the approach whether we were really going there. Duke told him it was the Holy Beast's order, and also the will of fate, which is a sentence I want to hold up and examine, because the will of fate in question was me dropping a rock onto a chart from a height of about 40 centimeters. The man said he had no objection. He simply pointed out that the place was known to be extremely bad. He was right, and he was also out of date by 4 days, because by the time we made landfall, the war was over. It had been ended by one person, 14 years old, Victor Cannon. He was born in that country and orphaned by it. His father died at the front, and his mother left him after the birth, and he was picked up by the army of one of the 2 halves, and I want to be precise about what he was picked up for. They had a program. They took boys and used them for the jobs that kill you, walking ahead of a column to find the mines with your feet, driving something with explosives in it, opening a road. The unit's word for those boys was their word for bullets, which is where his name comes from, and his surname is the surname of the officer who ran the unit. He was number 9. The one thing the program offered was a medal for the best performer, and a child whose only companions were his own weapons wanted that medal very badly, and when he had nearly earned it, his own comrades turned on him for it. He killed them, took the medal off the ground, and never trusted a human being again. A year before we arrived, he was the strongest soldier in the country and a national hero, and during a mission that should have finished him, he found a devil fruit in the dirt. That power fuses him with anything inorganic he touches, and lets him take inorganic matter apart and rebuild it into whatever he wants. Give that to anybody, and it is dangerous. Give it to a boy standing in a country where the ground is made of weapons, and you have created a weather event. The war was effectively won. And his commanding officer, who had just been promoted to general on the strength of Cannon's body count, looked at what he was holding and got frightened of it. So he promised the boy that when the war ended he could leave and be free. He was lying. His actual plan was that Cannon would die at the front, at which point he would advance his own army through the holes Cannon had opened and be the hero himself. Cannon did not die. He fought an entire army alone and destroyed it, and then he learned what the promise had been worth, and he took his own country apart. The army, the general, the state, all of it. The world government took an interest at that point because the general had been negotiating to join the world government after the victory and had been provisionally accepted, and a member state being deleted by one of its own soldiers is a filing problem. We knew none of that. We had a pebble and a schedule. What we landed on was carrion ground. Vultures on the bodies, and when our landing party came up the beach, the vultures did not leave. They came at us. That is the detail that told me how long this had been going on, because a bird only attacks a human when several generations of birds have learned that humans are food that arrives on time. 2 shots and they scattered, and left behind a quantity of feathers and no apology. Somebody said, out loud, that this place was awful. Somebody else asked whether people had really fought each other this far. And these are pirates. These are men who work in this industry. I told them to keep going inland and to check for survivors on the way. I want to be clear that I did not go there to rescue anybody. I went there because a stone landed on a chart and I had a plate to find, and the ground was large and I had to walk over the whole of it. Checking the rubble was a marginal cost. But humans are absurdly fragile and absurdly persistent, and it turns out that if you go through a flattened city calling out, you get answers. The ones who could walk had left. The ones who were under things were still under things, and without help, they were going to take a long time about it. And then one of my men shouted for hands, because there was somebody alive under a slab and it was too heavy. Several sets of footsteps came. They got it up together, and then everybody stopped, because half the men holding that slab were wearing blue and white. Marines. Neither group had known. The slab had been between them, and they had each heard a voice asking for help and gone toward it, and now the rock was off, and there was nothing left to look at except each other's marks, and somebody chambered around. Guns up on both sides, in a ruin, over a buried civilian, and not one person willing to fire, because at that range and those numbers firing means both groups die, and neither group achieves anything. It ended because there was a child crying somewhere in the rubble, and a Marine medic decided that was more important than the standoff and started working. Our men did not stop him. So the Marines began backing away, slowly, and our people backed away too, and both sides got behind cover, and at no point did anybody say anything. I have the Marine side of that conversation because it was reconstructed in a report I eventually read. One of them asked what was wrong with these pirates and whether they were really rescuing people. Another said maybe they had changed. And their squad leader gave the answer that is genuinely correct, which is that you have only seen them saving people and you have not seen how many they have killed, and that we can let this one go and we cannot let the pirates go. Then he sent a runner to inform their instructor. Because those were not ordinary Marines. That was Oren's second recruit camp. He had come off the front line after his family was murdered and taken over training, and the camp is not basic conditioning. Basic conditioning is done by other men. What Oren runs is the place they send people who have already been selected twice, plus talented individuals pulled in from every branch in the world, plus the occasional monster, and their graduation exercise is a real mission with him attached. Kenji came out of the first intake, so did Valerius. Every future admiral and most of the vice admirals worth naming went through that camp, and Oren assessed them personally in the field. This intake's graduation mission was to capture Victor Cannon. They had already failed. He had escaped their encirclement with Oren in it 4 days before we arrived, and their orders had converted from a manhunt into disaster relief, which the Marines have no obligation whatsoever to perform, and which a commanding officer in the field is permitted to order anyway, which is why there were Marines in that rubble at all. Duke had gone deeper inland with me, so he had already met several of them before the runner arrived, and when the snail rang, he was standing in a street with a number of them on the ground around him. He asked me whether I had found anything. I told him no. It was not on that island. I had walked the whole of it by then, and there was nothing there but a hole where a country used to be. He offered to stay and hold Oren while I withdrew. I told him not to be stupid. I want to be exact about the gap. Duke was 300 million at that point, and the second strongest man in our crew. Oren had been an admiral. Oren had held the rank while Drake refused it, and Hattori was buried in paperwork, and even after stepping back, he had kept the title, and the difference between those two men was not a gap that courage crosses. If Duke had stood in that street, he would have died in it. He accepted that instantly because he trusts my arithmetic more than his own, and turned to follow me out. Oren came after us. He got one step. Then the ground opened and a vortex of fire came up around him. I want to describe this properly because it is the largest thing I did that year, and I did it while walking away. Alara has a version of that technique. Hers is a spiral of flame that traps a man and holds him and burns him for a long time, and it is not very powerful, and its actual purpose is to keep somebody in one place. She uses it on Baron. It is roughly the size of a room. Mine took the district. A tornado of fire standing straight up out of the earth, and the land inside the perimeter cracked and dried, and Oren, who is one of the physically strongest human beings alive, hit the wall of it with a fist and got nothing back. Not resistance, absorption. He put everything he had into it, and the fire simply took it and kept turning. Duke felt the heat from the kilometer out, and Duke is a Lunarian, and Lunarians do not feel heat. Oren got out by digging. There was no gap and no gate, so he went down. bare hands through the earth under the base of the vortex, and he had to go deep before he found soil that was not on fire, and he came up outside it. He came up bald. Every hair on him was gone. Head, eyebrows, eyelashes, beard. His armament had stopped the burns from taking his skin, and it had done absolutely nothing for anything else, and his students found their instructor climbing out of a hole in the ground looking like a boiled egg with an expression on it. One of them asked, and I would give a great deal to have heard the tone, what their orders were now. And Oren said, "Continue the rescue, treat the injured," which was the correct call. We were gone. He could spend the day hunting 2 pirates who had already left, or he could spend it on the population, and he chose the population while standing there with no eyebrows. I have never met that man. On the strength of that one decision, I have never wanted to fight him either. The vortex burned for a long time. Wind did not touch it. Rain would not have touched it. It was still turning when our ship went over the horizon, and it went out only when its own power ran down, and a large number of survivors on that island concluded that a god had passed through and had opinions. They were closer than they knew. Then, because of a photographer, the entire credit went to Duke. There is a profession in this world that I find genuinely unnerving, which is the wanted poster photographer. Those people get pictures from inside battles, at the correct angle, of monsters, and then walk home. Nobody knows how. They are unkillable in a way no fighter is. They are also idiots. They forget the lens cap. They photograph a decoy. And on that island, whoever was working the assignment did not get a picture of me at all, and Oren wrote his report on the basis of what he had personally seen, which was a Lunarian with fire on his back, leaving the scene of a fire. Duke's bounty came out at 300 million. Second in the crew, behind Kaido and nothing else, above Alara, who is stronger than him, and above every officer we had, for a technique he cannot perform. Oren's own testimony was what set the number, and there is one line in that assessment I have always liked. He concluded that the enemy had chosen only to trap him and had not pressed the attack, and that this indicated the enemy lacked the power to continue. He decided I was tapped out. He wrote it down, and the office priced me accordingly. Also, in the report, Duke's ability was described as a mythical zone whose flame was probably stronger than the flame fruit. The crew on our own deck could not work it out at all. They spent days on it. What has Brother Duke even been doing? He follows the holy beast around. He does not do anything. How did his bounty go up? He told them to focus on sailing the ship. He knew exactly why. He has never told one person, and that includes Alara, and the only reason I know he knew is that he looked at me once over the top of the poster and then folded it up and put it in the same coat pocket where he keeps the newspaper about the meteor. He collects the lies. He has a whole pocket of them. We put in for supplies at the next island on the pose, and it was one of the strange ones. Ancient climate, modern people, and things growing in the deep valleys that have been extinct everywhere else for a century, which is why that island is rich, and why we went there in the first place instead of somewhere convenient. Duke went ashore with Gaston's sketches to look for the extinct components of pure gold. He found one, and before he could pay for it, 100 bounty hunters put a cordon around the pharmacy. Not for him. They did not know he was there. They were there for the shopkeeper. Bounty hunting in this world is a real profession with a very low entry barrier and enormous variance in quality. The men who do it do not want to be Marines and do not like pirates and will not do productive work, so they collect heads for the office, and if the price is right, the definition of a head becomes flexible. Duke's approach to the situation was to tell them, through a wall, to do whatever they liked as long as they did not involve him, because he had a plant to buy and a report to file. They involved him. Somebody outside recognized the silhouette. 300 million is a great deal of money, and Duke has never changed his outfit. And the reason the world government prices pirates high is not to frighten the public. It is to put a number on a man that other men cannot stop thinking about. He walked out of the shop. He said one thing, which was that they were being reckless, and then flapped once and cut 2 of them in half at the waist with his own wings, and put burning rock through the rest of the line. Then he came out the door and discovered that the line was not the cordon. The cordon was 100 more men in cover with 2 cannons already laid on the building, which told him something useful, which is that no ordinary shopkeeper can attract 2 cannons. The guns fired, and what came out of the shells was not shrapnel. It was green gas, and every man in that street had a mask on already. Their spokesman shouted that it was a special anesthetic bought off a certain group, and that a single breath would drop a dinosaur. The certain group was the organ trafficking assassination group, and this was their liquidation sale. They had been erased from the New World by Cassian and were selling their intellectual property to buy passage out. And their anesthetic formulations were genuinely excellent, and they had been used to take demi-humans and rare beasts for years. The gas cleared, and 2 people were standing in it. Duke, because he is a Lunarian whose drug tolerance was built in a laboratory by people taking notes, and also because of the mask. That mask is not decoration. He wears it every hour of his life, so it was made to be comfortable. And comfortable at that level means the fabric filters, and the fabric only exists because Baron grew a plant off my seed stock and Gaston processed it. And the shopkeeper, who had reached behind herself, taken 4 things off her own shelves, mixed them in her palm and eaten them. Then she made him an offer. You want that extinct herb. I have seeds that will still germinate. Take me off this island, and they are yours. Her mask had been damaged by the shell burst, and Duke could see her face, and he knew it. World Pirates ship's doctor, Lyra. He asked whether she was brave enough to come with him, given that her captain had been beaten by his. And she said that as long as he was not one of the world government's dogs, she did not care. I understand her completely. Kaido beat Stone and did not keep him. What actually destroyed World Pirates was the government putting agents in the intake and then buying the loyalty of men who had sailed with him for years, and then executing them for it. Ethan Gray had disbanded the crew so they could scatter and told them to accumulate resources and wait, and every one of them was carrying a bounty earned in Stone's shadow, with no stone left to justify it. She had picked that island because of the herbs and had been living there quietly, and she was about to become a product. Then the hunters attacked anyway. Duke threw her onto the clock tower first, tail, one motion, straight up, and she landed on it cleanly because she is 80 years old and can chemically borrow her 40s, and her physical technique is not a decoration either. Then he stopped holding back. He had been in beast form the whole time, which is his way of saying an opponent is not worth his hands. Now he went up, rock, on fire, falling. He can size that technique however he likes, and what he chose was a rain of flaming stone across the whole district, because the hunters had been using the houses as firing positions, and he had decided to stop distinguishing between a house and a man in a house. There were no ordinary residents in those buildings. An ambush of that size cannot be assembled in an afternoon, and the people who had lived on that street had been quietly moved out the night before. Muskets do nothing to him. In that form, the fire is on the outside, and a lead ball arrives at the surface of it and stops being relevant. And what those men were experiencing was not a fight, it was weather with an opinion. And somewhere in the middle of it they remembered his bounty poster, not his name, the title on it, Flame Disaster. The office had put that word on him for the same reason they put 5,000 berries on me, which is that a man in a room looked at a photograph and picked something, and this time the man in the room had accidentally been accurate. There is a category of thing in this world that gets named after a calamity rather than a person, and Duke had just been reclassified into it by men who were standing in it. One of them ran, and the last thing he saw was a headless body on the cobbles, and he had time to think that it looked like his own. Our reinforcements arrived at the tail end and got nothing to do, which happens constantly, and which is why our men were sprinting through a burning street toward a fight, because merit is the wheel, and the wheel is everything. The ones who did not run for it collected the abandoned shopping instead, wheeled it back to the ship, and were the only people who came out of that afternoon with a measurable gain. Their cart also had a stack of books on it, which were mine. I read. Sailing is enormously boring, and this world produces a considerable amount of print, because every wealthy island has its own culture, and some of the work travels, and there is a comic serialized in the World Economic Journal about a warrior of the sea. Baron reads it too, and not for pleasure. He recognized the villain immediately. That comic was commissioned by people connected to the world government and adapted from real events, and the heroic side is the Marines, and the villain and his army are a man Baron used to work with, and the plot has been altered so that the villains always lose. It is a recruitment poster with a story on it. That is all it is. Get the children early. But the enemy technology in it is drawn accurately, because the artists were briefed off real material, and Baron has been reading a children's comic for years and taking research notes out of the panels. He also laughs out loud every time that army gets what is coming to it, which is the part he will not explain and does not need to. The end of the street fight was the strangest ability I have ever had described to me. The survivors ran, and they did not run away from the fire. They ran into the worst of it. That is wrong. Water and fire do not negotiate, and men do not sprint into a firestorm. So Duke told his people to hold. and Lyra came down off the tower in 3 moves to look, and said that the only thing over there was a couple of pharmacies, and that as far as she remembered, it was a dead end. Then every flame in the district went out, not reduced, out, all of them, at once, over the whole perimeter, and the men who had fled came walking back with somebody behind them. He had a blackboard for a stomach. I want to be fair, it is not literally a blackboard. It is the surface of his own abdomen, and it functions as one. And there were 2 words chalked on it, and the words meant flame and extinguished. The classroom fruit. He selects an area, and it becomes his classroom, roughly the size of a schoolyard, and inside it he holds a teacher's authority, and he exercises that authority by writing on himself. The larger the proportion of the board a word occupies, the stronger the effect. He had used almost the entire surface to put out the fire because he had been worried it would not be enough. The board does not refresh. Once it is full, he can do nothing until he wipes it, and wiping it cancels everything he has written. And it only works properly on objects, because all he can really do is impose a classroom. On people, the effects have to fit the format. He can make you stand. He can make you silent. He was the specialist. The ordinary hunters had subcontracted him, and he opened by informing them that Duke's 300 million now belonged to him, and that they owed him a further 100 million, and they agreed, because they had already seen what Duke did when nobody could trap him. One of our men lost his temper at that and charged with an axe, and got knocked back across the street by what appeared to be a teacher's pointer. Then the man wrote the word for quiet on himself, and our pirate discovered he had no voice. No talking in class. Then he took up the rest of the board with a name, Duke, breaking classroom discipline, stand there as punishment. And Duke appeared in front of him and punched his head in. The ability requires 2 conditions. Either you have been struck with his ruler, or he knows your name. And he had written the name every poster in the world carries. Duke is a code name. It has been a code name since a man with a 1 billion berry bounty handed it out on a beach because a wanted Lunarian cannot use his own. The name is Caleb. Nobody outside our officers has ever heard it. That power had never worked on him, not for 1 second of the entire conversation. Sailors almost never use aliases. Out of tens of thousands of men on that ocean, he found the one. Duke told him he talked too much, and that was the whole eulogy. Afterward, Lyra handed over the herbs and the seeds, and Duke made his pitch. Join the beasts. Your captain is in Impel Down, and nobody has ever escaped it. World Pirates has disbanded. He was recruiting because that is house policy. Kaido recruits constantly, and so does everybody under him, and for outside talent, our methods are not even violent, and Lyra's talent is real. Her handling of plants is better than Baron's. Not adjacent, better. And I had been trying to develop a medicinal herb of my own and had failed at it repeatedly. She said World Pirates had only temporarily disbanded. Then she asked whether we had money. She would work for us. She would not join us. Her only captain was Stone, and she would take a salary until he reappeared, and if the price was right, she would start immediately. Duke told her that as long as she had the ability, money was not a problem. She said, deal, and then asked for time to pack, because the herbs she had on that island had been extremely difficult to obtain. I have employed that woman for years. She has never once wavered. She has been offered a permanent position by Kaido personally and turned it down every time. I have a certain amount of respect for a person who cannot be bought and can be rented. We came home for the new year. That sounds small. It is not. Most islands in this world do not get a new year because a new year requires a whole year during which nothing catastrophic happened, and out there that is a luxury good. And winter on a winter island kills people, which used to be the actual reason the season was feared. Our territory had a new year that year, the first one anybody on that island could remember. The dividends went out, not wages, dividends, on the year's take, in cash, because liquid money is worth more than credit, and because every shop on that island buys and sells through us anyway. So it circulated straight back into our own economy, which Gaston had designed on purpose, and the island's economy grew by an amount he could point at on a chart. Lyra came aboard as Baron's second in the laboratory. Gaston would have been the better fit, and Gaston does not go near a stranger because Gaston is the only man alive who remembers the pure gold recipe, and we do not put him in rooms with people we have not owned for 2 years. And overhead, the dragons were circling. They do that every year. They are extraordinarily sensitive to time, and they turn over their own territory once a year and count. and when the 1,000 years is up, they will all leave at once for an island that surfaces in the East Blue, and they will not be a day late. 29 years to go at that point. Ilara was waiting on the dock when we came in, because there were church members aboard, and I have never once arrived anywhere unannounced since. She had a folder. She wanted to finish the air cavalry before the holiday. 15 adult dragons, including the leader, 4 passengers each, 58 seats, 2 of them already spoken for, and I gave the whole thing to Greta. Partly because Beatrice is the only creature on our roster who can translate, which makes her non-optional, and Greta and Beatrice are functionally one unit. Partly because I cannot scout. I am the only other person who can talk to a dragon, and I am also the thing everybody is looking for. Greta was thrilled for about 2 hours. Flight is one of the oldest things a person wants, and she had just been handed a squadron. Then the syllabus arrived. Aerial combat as a subject, written by committee. Kaido, Baron, Duke, and Ilara all fly, and all contributed. Duke and Ilara have flown since childhood and know what actually kills you up there. Kaido contributed technique. And I wrote most of it because I am the only one who has ever seen what a real air war looks like, and this world has laser cannons and machines that make a ship take off, and has never once built an aeroplane. Their technology tree is not merely uneven, it is a spike. Selection was 3 rounds. Round 1, fear of heights. That sounds like a joke, and it removed a startling number of applicants. These men live on the sea, and none of them get seasick, and it turns out that is a completely unrelated organ. Round 2, mass. A large fighter is an asset on the ground and cargo in the air. A cavalryman is not going to punch anybody. What that seat needs is somebody light and quick, so that the difference can be spent on ordnance. Round 3 belonged to the dragons. They chose. They were going to be carrying these men. And if a dragon does not like its rider, then even reconnaissance degrades. So the final list was theirs, and we did not appeal it. And when the list came back, most of the names on it were the men who had been on the treasure hunt. Because they had fought beside those dragons on a sky island on the same side, and a dragon remembers that. All the training in the world does not buy what one bad morning together buys. The civilians applied too, incidentally. Kaido had always recruited from the island's population because he does not want weak cannon fodder, and for a long time almost nobody had taken him up on it. That year, they queued. The air cavalry is not ordinary piracy, and their lives had changed enough that being a pirate had started to look like a career. Most of them washed out in round 2. Farmers and shopkeepers, no combat background. A few got through. We were not going to deploy that unit for years. That was understood. The remaining assignment for the men who made it was to spend their duty hours becoming friends with a dragon. That is the whole job description. Go and be liked. And then 3 years went past. I want to give you the shape of it rather than the days. We stopped being newcomers. That is a fast process out there. A pirate's career is short, and a year is long enough to go from a promising rookie to an old hand. And by the end of those 3 years, the Beast's pirates were a fixture. We had proven it the only way that counts, which is one engagement at a time, and nobody in that ocean was surprised by us anymore. Beast's fruit products went from a joke in a suitcase to an institution. The first year, it went into the high-end market through Von Hess's venues and Sylvie's, and got a name among the nobles and the small kings, the people who control most of the resources in this world and do not look at prices. Then it took the whole top end of the market. I ran the campaign, and I want to say plainly that this is the single most transferable skill I brought with me from my old life. I've watched an avocado become a personality. I know exactly how this is done. We hired a celebrity. There are celebrities here, and Dawson's connections got us the most popular man in the world, and we paid him an obscene amount of money to hold up a piece of fruit. The world government helped. Actively. Sylvie's superiors decided her deepening ties with a pirate crew were an intelligence opportunity, so they opened channels and supplied resources to make our marketing work better. And in the underworld, Matilda Grimhilda's name did the same job for free. Healthy, delicious, restorative, everything we could think of and a few things we invented. Within 3 years, the fruit dominated the top of the market in the New World and had spread through the first half and into the 4 seas. There is better tasting fruit in this world. Not much, but some. It does not matter. A superior fruit that cannot reach a buyer is fertilizer, and we had the only distribution network on the planet that reaches both the palace and the brothel. The variety count went up. different fruits for juice, for spice, for medicine, and Lyra turned several of them into things that had never existed. And Beast's fruit products became the seventh king of the underworld. There were 6. There are now 7, and the 7th sells fruit, and the trade calls it the Duke of Fruits, and I have never once managed to say that title out loud without stopping. Once the brand existed, Arthur's treasure became liquid. That is the part nobody sees. We had a cavern full of gold under a lake in a country we do not control, and gold is only wealth if you can move it. And now we had our own middleman, which meant no cut for anybody. And the truth of Natho has never come out. People found threads. The threads always went cold, and the reason is Cromwell. To this day, the official file says that Kellen faked his death, murdered 3 great pirates, took the treasure of Hawk, and found the last pure gold. And every few months, Greta puts his face on and buys something on the black market with it, which keeps the file warm. They are still looking. They have been looking for a corpse for years, and the underworld has started calling him the Ghost Captain, and there is now a legend attached to a wooden puppet's owner that will outlive every person in this story. That is the whole engine. They keep hunting a man who does not exist, because it is easier than admitting who does. 3 years, and here is what I actually had. 6 plates. Meadow came in that year, and it is grass, which sounds like nothing, and which quietly turned my agricultural operation into a strategic industry. 6 of 18. I have been in this world for 8 years, and I have a third of myself. 5 islands and change, a functioning economy, a written legal code, a graveyard with names on the stones, and a seat at the table where this world's real business is done. 2 Lunarians who are no longer children, one of whom the office prices as a natural disaster, and the other of whom is stronger than him. A girl of 150 with an Air Force. A doctor who works for money and will leave the day her captain walks out of Impel Down. A scientist with fruit on his face who is the highest value asset in this crew and knows it. A wolf who intends to be a duchess. And a creature I built out of 5 plates to stand beside her when she does it. And a partner who cannot be held by a prison ship, a marine base, a rival emperor, or an admiral's fleet. And who is genuinely, sincerely doing all of this because somebody once told his family that he would die on a battlefield. 8 years ago, I was a rock in a padded cradle under a lamp, listening through a wall while somebody's chart got updated. I have thought about that room more or less continuously ever since, and I would like to tell you that what drives me now is the plates. It is not. There are 2 people on my ship who were made into inventory by an institution with a naming department, and that institution is still standing, and it still has a vault with my property in it, and it has recently produced a memorandum on the subject of me. I have read it. It says that finding a Lunarian would be more useful than finding a rock. They wrote that down, in an office, on the red line, where I am going.